The heavenly fighting empire, a grand mansion stood in solemn silence under the vast sky. In the courtyard, a young boy with delicate features, black hair, and dark eyes gazed upward, lost in thought. His small hands clenched and unclenched as anticipation filled his heart. "Today is the day I awaken my martial soul," he murmured. "I wonder what my talent will be. I just hope it's something strong enough to change my fate." His name was Lai Changan, a name bestowed upon him with the hope that he would live a peaceful and prosperous life. But fate had other plans. He wasn't just any child. He was a transmigrator, reborn into this world from a distant blue planet. Here, he was the sole heir of a declining noble family. His mother had died when he was 3, weakened by the complications of his birth. His father, a warrior, had perished on the battlefield of the Xingluo Empire when he was only 5. Now, at 6 years old, he was alone in a world where nobility without power meant nothing. His future rested entirely on today's martial soul awakening. If he inherited his father's sword martial soul and had even a decent level of soul power, he could still hold onto his family's noble title. But if he awakened his mother's weak green snake martial soul, or worse, had no innate soul power at all, then his fate was sealed. His family estate would be taken by opportunistic nobles, and at best, he'd be cast out into the streets with nothing. At worst, he wouldn't even live to see tomorrow. Lai Changan knew the cruelty of this world all too well. A feudal empire did not care for the weak. Nobles fell all the time, and a child like him, without allies or power, would be nothing more than an afterthought. "It all comes down to today," he whispered, his resolve hardening. "Young master, the carriage is ready." A voice interrupted his thoughts. An old man, the family's butler, stood nearby. He had served the family for decades and was one of the few people Lai Changan could trust. "Let's go," Lai Changan said without hesitation. The carriage ride to the awakening ceremony was quiet. When they arrived, a group of noble children had already gathered, accompanied by their parents or guardians. In contrast, Lai Changan stood alone, with only his old butler by his side. Some children glanced at him, curiosity in their eyes, but no one openly mocked him. Nobles, after all, understood the importance of appearances. Soon, an elder stepped forward. His presence commanded attention, and with a single glance, the murmurs among the children ceased. "You are all of noble blood, so I trust your families have explained the awakening process," the elder stated. The children nodded. "Good. Then we will begin without delay." He called the first child forward. The ceremony began. One by one, the noble children stepped into the awakening array. Bright lights flashed as their martial souls appeared, knight spears, swords, and various weapons. Each child then pressed their hand against a crystal ball to determine their innate soul power. Knight's spear. "Innate soul power, level 3, the elder announced, nodding in approval for noble children. Level 3 was a decent result, a potential path toward becoming a soul king if they worked hard enough. One after another, the children awakened their martial souls, most of them receiving respectable weapons. The nobility always had stronger martial souls compared to commoners, whose awakenings often resulted in tools like hoes or sickles, souls with little to no combat potential. Finally, it was Lai Changan's turn. His heart pounded, but his expression remained calm as he stepped into the formation. Light enveloped him, warm and familiar. Then his consciousness shifted. It was as if he had left his body, traveling through endless mountains and forests. Suddenly, he found himself deep within an ancient soul beast forest, standing before a hidden stone cave. Inside, nestled within the shadows, was a giant orb covered in intricate patterns. Crack, a fissure appeared on the orb's surface. With a crisp snapping sound, a triangular snake's head broke through the shell, its piercing eyes filled with intelligence and confusion. "Did I travel through time again? Where am I? No. I'm still in the awakening ceremony. Then what is this?" Before he could make sense of it, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the awakening array, surrounded by nobles and the elder. In his hand was a sword. Lai Changan took a deep breath. He had awakened a Mar. "Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone in the awakening array." Lai Changan looked at the sword in his hand. There is no doubt that this sword is much more exquisite in appearance than his father's sword martial soul. This sword looks like a standard 8-sided hand sword, but the sword body is jade-like blue, with a crystal-clear texture like a work of art, more like a killing weapon. But the most peculiar thing is the hilt of the sword. The pattern on it looks like a strange green-scale snake coiling the entire hilt, and the end is a snake head with its mouth tightly closed. It is lifelike, as if the next moment you will open your snake mouth and choose someone to eat it. What a strong sense of oppression. This martial soul is absolutely extraordinary. It must be a high-level martial soul. Is this child the child of a great noble family who has been passed down for a long time? The old man responsible for awakening the martial soul was secretly shocked when he saw his martial soul and subconsciously began to check the list in his hand. I soon learned about Lai Chang'an's family situation. The father is the sword martial soul, and the mother is the green snake martial soul. It seems to be a mutated martial soul, and it is an extremely rare benign mutation that has greatly improved the quality of martial souls. It's such a lucky kid. The old man sighed secretly in his heart and then said, "Test the innate soul power." In this world, look at the quality of a martial soul. You only need to look at the innate soul power to know. Because the amount of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of martial souls. The higher the innate soul power, the better the quality of the martial soul. This is confidential to civilians, but not to people of some status, but it belongs to a kind of common sense. Lai Chang'an silently walked to the edge of the crystal ball and reached out and pressed it gently on it. I just felt a suction force coming, and the extra power that came out after awakening the martial soul in my body began to lose. Buzz, the crystal ball shines brightly. Innate soul power. The old man finally lost his composure. When the other children saw this scene, they couldn't help but look envious and jealous. They who were born in a noble family really understand what the innate soul power represents. This means that as long as the guy in front of him does not fall in the middle of the journey in the future, he will most likely become the supreme existence among the soul masters, the titled Duoyuo. A talent who is very likely to become a titled Duoyuo in the future. It is really a matter of the fact that the old man cannot lose his composure. After the awakening ceremony, there was news that a mutated martial soul with innate full soul power appeared among the aristocratic children who awakened this year. It was immediately reported layer by layer and finally appeared on the table of the emperor of the Tiandu Empire. When he saw that there was a talent with innate soul power among his men, he immediately shouted "Okay," and immediately arranged to summon pillars of this country. He wants to reward and win over it. Lai's mansion. After Lai Chang'an returned to his home, he locked himself in the room, lay on the bed, and threw his consciousness to the other side, the wilderness and primitive soul beast forest, in the hidden cave. In the broken eggshell, a small green snake was originally entrenched in the eggshell as if sleeping, but suddenly opened the amber beast's eyes and their eyes dripped. Lai Chang'an controlled the young snake's body to stand upright from the eggshell, and his inheritance instinct belonging to the soul beast in his mind made him clearly know his race, the biphosphine snake emperor. I didn't expect that when my soul traveled to this world, it was divided into two halves. Half has become human, and the other half has been possessed in this egg and reincarnated as a soul beast, and it is also the top existence among the soul beasts, the green scale snake emperor. In the eyes of others, my martial soul is a combination of my father's sword martial soul and my mother's green snake martial soul, but it is not. I was able to have such a perfect mutation because my half of my soul possessed me and became the real Phoebe Snake Emperor. I remember there was a snake spear Duoyuo in the original work. His martial soul is very special. While it has the characteristics of a weapon and martial soul, it also has the characteristics of a beast martial soul. When using the seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial soul, it has two modes, the true body of the beast soul and the true body of the weapon soul. My sword martial soul should be similar based on the information obtained when awakening. When I am the seventh soul skill, I can also use two modes, the true body of the sword martial soul and the true body of the green scale snake emperor. And my sword martial soul is a weapon and cannot possess the martial soul. Therefore, even if the biphosphine snake emperor is poisonous, it will not hurt himself. He can even absorb external toxins to strengthen his own toxicity. The poisonous Dugu Bo is so envious that he is so miserable. For him, it is a very toxic thing, but for me, it is a big tonic that enhances the toxicity of martial souls, etc. Maybe I can use this to get in touch with Dugu Bo and plan the immortal grass. If necessary, I will become a disciple and recognize my father or something. It would be fine if you don't become a grandson-in-law. Lai Chang'an thought about it and thought a lot. But the key now is, how should this clone of the Snake Emperor of Green Scale be handled? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. In this world, when a soul beast has no future, you not only need to be alert to humans covet their soul rings at all times, but also have to be struck by lightning anytime and anywhere in 100,000 years. The worst thing is that you will never become a god, or I'd like to let this soul beast clone work hard to upgrade first, and to strive to sacrifice directly to the body when the age is higher, but I always feel like it's a loss. Damn it. If the road to the soul beast in this world was not blocked, I could do two-pronged approach, and the fellow practitioners of humans and soul beasts would have the double **** position at once after becoming a god. Lai Chang'an felt that he was really unlucky. If he traveled to a world of immortal cultivation, he could practice immortal cultivation and demon cultivation, but he could only give up one in this world. It's really a loss. In this way, wouldn't he lose the advantage of having a clone? Why not just go to the Silver Dragon King, inappropriate or not? He then shook his head again. The Silver Dragon King himself was unable to protect himself. Go and join her. In the original work, those guys Dai Tian have never become gods. It can be seen that there is no future with such a boss. But besides the Silver Dragon King, where can we help the soul beast break through and become a god? If you want to become a **** in this world, you must have a **** position. The question is where he went to find the god position, etc. Lai Chang'an suddenly thought of the ice and fire eyes, and the pair of ancient water and fire dragon kings falling deep in the bottom of the pond. The throne of these two guys should still be there, right? If he can obtain the throne of these two guys, then his clone of the Snake Emperor of Green Scale may not be impossible to become a god. I just want to obtain the position of God, except for dealing with Dugubo. There may not be a position of God at the bottom of the deep pool. Maybe there's not even a soul bone. Oh, forget it. Obtaining the throne or something is still too far away for me now. Don't be too ambitious. Lai Chang'an sighed, then opened his mouth wide and began to sniff the eggshell he was born. Click, click. These eggshells are good things. Once they are contaminated with saliva, they melt into some kind of liquid. They are the best nutrients in his early days. The instinct of inheritance told him that eating eggshells was his best choice. After eating all the eggshells, a sense of fatigue surged into my heart. Lai Chang'an couldn't help but yawn and then fell asleep everywhere. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone Lai's mansion, after falling asleep at the clone of the Green Scale Snake Emperor. Lai Chang'an opened his eyes here and couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This kind of distraction and controlling the state of both bodies at the same time is really exhausting. I don't know if his level will improve when he gets higher in the future. Thinking of this, he continued to summon his sword and gently stroked his sword like he was touching the skin of a beautiful woman, as if he was treating fragile porcelain. It seemed like I was afraid that I would crush it accidentally. After all, you will be prosperous and prosperous in this world in the future, but it all depends on the sword in my hand. This sword is called the Bi-Scale Sword. He named his martial soul. Then I began to carefully explore what abilities my martial soul possessed. After some research, Lai Chang'an found that under normal circumstances, this martial soul is mainly based on swords, but if necessary, it can also be transformed from a sword to a snake form, but it cannot possess it like a beast martial soul, but it can only be like a control the clone to control its actions. It's no different from controlling a soul beast, but this is also very good, and being able to possess it may not be a good thing. After all, isn't Dugu Bo's body possessed by the toxins brought by the martial soul for many years? He is in a good state of being unable to possess himself. Avoid the trouble of toxin invasion. At most, it will only lose some physical increase after possessing some martial souls, but compared with the threat of poisoning after possession, these are not worth mentioning at all. The next day, the people sent by the emperor came to Lai's mansion. This is a middle-aged man with a handsome appearance, and he is also a soul master at the soul saint level. This trip was to take him to the soul beast forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain the first soul ring. Although Emperor Tiandu had a desire to win over him because of his innate talent of full soul power. However, there is still a certain degree of uncertainty in the event of a martial soul mutation. After all, the martial soul like Bi-Scale Sword has never appeared before, and no one knows whether it is strong or weak. If there are any flaws, it will be unbeautiful. So in order to avoid giving him a huge reward, I found that this guy was just a good guy and had no potential at all. Emperor Tiandu first sent someone to take him to hunt the soul ring and judge his future by the soul skills he obtained from the first soul ring. Is it worth winning over? How strong is it to win over? All this depends on his performance after obtaining the soul ring. If the soul ring obtained by Lai Chang'an has very good soul skills and has high potential, then there are naturally great rewards. But if the potential is not high and cannot be worthy of the innate soul power, then the reward to him may be a little bit easier. Soul Hunting Forest. It is a place where soul-raising beasts are gathered by the Tiandu Empire. The danger is much smaller than the wild soul beast forest, but in contrast, the soul beast species inside are not that rich. The age is not too high. However, Lai Chang'an only obtained the first soul ring, so it is enough to come to the Soul Hunting Forest. There is no need to go far to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts. That place is a high-risk area, and even if the Soul Saint powerful team is led by a team, you may be in danger of your life. The middle-aged Soul Saint brought Lai Chang'an here. The guards guarding the gate of the Soul Hunting Forest obviously knew him and did not even need to show a token, so they took the initiative to open the door. This is the benefit of privilege. According to the martial soul characteristics you mentioned, your sword martial soul is born with poison attributes, as well as the sharp characteristics of the weapon martial soul itself. Then the soul beasts suitable for hunting are poisonous and have sharp armor breaking a soul beast of kindness. The middle-aged soul saint led Lai Chang'an slowly walking in the soul hunting forest and said calmly, "It's better to be poison or sword, you can choose for yourself." Lai Chang'an was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Can you want both? Find a soul beast that is both poisonous and sharp." The middle-aged soul saint was stunned when he heard this, thought for a while and said, "Generally speaking, if the effect is too scattered, the power of the soul skill will decrease. However, if you insist on asking for it, with the special nature of your martial soul, it's not impossible to give it a try. Maybe you can really have both." Of course, the reason why he agreed so simply was mainly because he felt that the first soul ring, as a soul ring that transitioned in the early stage, would basically not have much effect in the later stage. After all, no matter how strong a 100-year soul ring is, how strong can it be? So as long as you ensure that the age is in place and the characteristics of the soul ring do not deviate too far from the martial soul itself, it will be fine in his opinion. The middle-aged soul saint was obviously very familiar with this soul-hunting forest. According to Lai Chang'an's request, he soon took him to a dense bamboo forest. The bamboo in this bamboo forest is different from ordinary bamboos. Its whole body is of a white jade-like color, and the leaves are like sword blades, and the light blue is covered with black patterns, swaying with the wind. A fragrance hits my face till to anyone who sees this bamboo forest will think that the bamboo is a rare treasure bamboo. But in fact, this is a plant soul beast called poisonous sword bamboo. Those bamboo leaves that look like sword blades are extremely sharp and carry toxins. The attack method is usually to waving branches and use leaves as sharp as daggers to cut the opponent. If necessary, the blades can also be fired as flying knives. There are at least dozens of poisonous sword bamboos in this bamboo forest. The highest age is a 1,000-year-old poisonous sword bamboo, and the lowest is about 10 years. Among them is the century-old poisonous sword bamboo that Lai Chang'an needs. Roar. After the middle-aged soul saint came here, accompanied by a roar, the martial soul possessed him, and his whole body was instantly raised, and muscles appeared on his body, dense bare hair, which seemed to have turned into a human-shaped big brown bear. A total of 7 soul rings hovered around his body. The second and third soul rings lit up, and a golden light appeared on the big brown bear to protect himself. And at the same time, his claws also extended several feet of golden light, making his claws longer. He roared like this and rushed into the bamboo forest. A barbarian bear waved and chopped. The poisonous sword bamboo was naturally not to be outdone when attacked. They waved the branches and beat them, but were blocked by the layer of golden light on the other party's body, and the leaves could not cut through the defense at all. Apart from it, the blades like flying knives were emitted, and the asterisk were also blocked by the golden light. Lai Chang'an was far away, watching the big brown bear incarnated as the middle-aged soul saint destroyed it, and dug out a poisonous sword bamboo and ran out wildly. This is not good for plant soul beasts. Generally speaking, they cannot move. I can only stay where I am and be slaughtered. Of course, some soul beasts of high age can move freely. However, these poisonous sword bamboos that are only 1,000 years old in front of us obviously do not have the ability to move. After he rushed out of the attack range, he could no longer hit him with branches. Only the blade flying knife can be fired in place, but the result is naturally useless. It's like being incompetent and furious. Bang! No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The big brown bear threw the dugout bamboo on the ground and left the land. This poisonous sword bamboo was like a fish leaving the water and immediately lost its vitality. The whole thing was wilted. You do it. Aim at the core roots at its roots, cut off the connection, and you can kill it. The big brown bear returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "At this time, most of the bamboo bodies of this poisonous sword bamboo, which is about 400 years or less, have been broken, and its vitality is severely damaged. In addition, it was dug out of the soil and many roots were torn off, basically half dead." Without hesitation, Lai Changan raised his hand and summoned his own blue scale sword, aimed the tip of the jade-like sword at the core part he mentioned, and stabbed it hard. Laugh. It easily pierced the skin. Before it could pierce deeper, a green spot appeared in the wound and then spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire root of the poisonous sword bamboo was eroded by toxins and completely necrotic. When the middle-aged soul saint saw this scene, his pupils shrank. He said in surprise, "What a strong toxicity. It actually has such great lethality to plants." It seems that this kid's martial soul is indeed not simple. After the root of the poisonous sword bamboo was completely necrotic, a circle of yellow soul rings slowly rose from the corpse and floated in the sky. Wait for him to absorb. Lai Changan did not rush to absorb it, but turned his head to look at the middle-aged soul saint. Before he could speak, he received the other party's guarantee again. Judged from the color of the soul ring, this poisonous sword bamboo has an age of about 410s. It will definitely not exceed 500 years in the past. With your innate soul power qualification, it may be a bit difficult to absorb it, but it will never be in danger of life. The reason why he was unable to determine the specific age of this soul ring was mainly because this thing would not produce a prompt sound. Who knows how many years it was? He is already very good at judging by color. If he had to tell exactly how many years it would be really difficult. Normally, the first soul ring is not too risky to absorb it for as long as it does not last more than 500 years. And like Yu Xiaogang, it is clear that the maximum absorption period of the first soul ring is 423 years. In fact, people with some common sense know that it is nonsense. First of all, how did you know that the soul ring you absorbed was 423 years, not 424 years or 425 years? Will it still appear like in the game, telling you if it is a prompt sound? In such a situation, Yu Xiaogang's soul ring absorption period that is accurate to single digits seems very unreasonable. Let's not mention how this data is obtained. The question is, how do you judge how many years the soul ring in front of you is accurate? Could it be that your Yu Xiaogang has a soul ring age scanning system that can scan out how many years the soul ring in front of you is? All nonsense. After Lai Changan received the accurate answer from the middle-aged soul saint, he completely let go and prepared to absorb the soul ring. After all, there is only one life, so he naturally needs to be more cautious. It is very risky to rashly absorb the soul ring with a very high age. Lai Changan has no plug-in, so he dare not engage in the behavior of absorbing the first soul ring for thousands of years. What's more, if you have to do this in the later stage, you can take the God examination and improve. There is no need to risk your life to absorb the soul ring that is extremely old. Lai Changan sat cross-legged. Then with his soul power, the soul ring flew lightly to his head and slowly merged into his body. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. After the middle-aged soul saint sent Lai Changan back to Lai's mansion, he couldn't wait to go back and report to Emperor Tiandu. Lai Changan used the excuse that he was tired and told his servants not to disturb him. I went back to my room and kept my door open. After he closed the door, I began to study the changes in my martial soul. There are two types of Lai Changan's blue-scale sword. One is the sword form and the other is the snake form. Previously, the power of the sword form was only displayed in front of the middle-aged soul saint. The snake shape also changed because it was attached to the first soul ring. Change. The blue-scale sword in Lai Changan's hand flashed with a faint light, and then the lifelike blue-scale snake pattern suddenly moved. As the sword body melted, the pattern of the green scale snake coiled on the hilt of the sword completely came alive and turned into a real green scale snake. Wow. The snake, about 3 meters long and thick with its thighs, spits out its snake letter, as if it was born to fly, floating in the air, with its slender snake body winding left and right, and its horns look like a little green dragon. Lai Changan stood beside him, quietly feeling the changes in the shape of the snake. He found that he could not emit sword energy in a snake-shaped state, but he could launch the scales on the snake like a flying knife to attack the enemy like a poisonous sword bamboo. After absorbing the soul ring of the poisonous sword bamboo, the toxicity of the blue-scaled snake itself was enhanced, and the poisonous fangs in the mouth became sharper, which could better pierce the enemy's skin. It seems that the first soul ring was correct to choose poison sword and bamboo. Feeling that the origin of his martial soul had indeed been enhanced, Lai Changan nodded and had a choice about the future types of soul rings in his heart. That is to try to choose the soul ring of the soul beast that matches the characteristics of the martial soul. The soul skills brought to him by the first soul ring are just a small meaning. The key is that the soul ring enhances the origin of his martial soul, which is the big head. In his opinion, soul masters are actually a plundering profession. The fusion soul ring is actually the talent of the fusion soul beast, which strengthens itself by plundering the talent of the soul beast. That is the martial soul of the soul master. Therefore, the closer the attributes and essence are to the soul ring provided by the soul beast with its attributes and essence, the more effectively the origin of the martial soul can be enhanced. For example, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect only hunts soul beasts with dragon bloodlines. The purpose is to enhance the dragon blood foundation of its own blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Lai Changan's Biscad sword is a snake in front, it is actually mainly based on weapon and martial souls, not beast martial souls. So under normal circumstances, it is better to obtain the soul ring according to the standards of weapon and martial souls. Of course, if you hunt some snake soul rings, it can also enhance the martial soul. But what is enhanced in this aspect is the part that belongs to the snake. The sword is enhanced less. Although his martial soul has 2 forms, it has one disadvantage. That is, only one form can be used at a time. In other words, if his martial soul manifests itself in the form of a snake, there will be no sword in his hand. The soul master loses his weapon and is simply a living target. Although Lai Changan can control the martial soul in the form of snake to attack the enemy or protect himself, this will cause flaws out of thin air. It is like he has to be distracted to protect someone when he fights with the enemy. So what he likes most is the sword form. After all, he has weapons in his hand to protect himself and others, so I won't say it. The key is handsome. If it is in a snake form, it will become a chicken-free power and protected by a giant snake. Lai Changan naturally became more interested in the sword form. However, the snake form cannot be given up. After all, this state can also have miraculous effects under some circumstances. If you want to solve the disadvantage that these 2 forms cannot be used at the same time, Lai Changan's first thought of is the cloned soul skill. He remembered that an elder of the Hayashin sect in the original work had a soul skill that could separate his Hayashin hammer into a hammer clone. Does the clone have 50% or 80% of its own strength? In short, he can drive 2 hammers to attack the enemy at the same time, and this skill is also called the most excellent soul skill, if he could have similar soul skills. Then you can separate the clone and turn it into a snake form while having the sword form, and then use your mind to control the snake to attack the enemy. It's equivalent to 2-to-1, and it is also a 2-on-1 with the same heart. It's simply too cool. The Heavenly Dew Empire Palace. Lai Changan arrived in front of the magnificent palace gate in a special carriage. The soldiers guarding the gate saw him get out of the carriage and walked up to ask, when they saw a token appear out of thin air in his hand. This was given to him by the middle-aged soul saint yesterday, and it was a kind of identity proof. When the soldiers guarding the gate saw him show the token, they were stunned at first, then said, "Please wait," and whispered to another soldier next to them. The other soldier nodded and turned around and walked into the gate of the palace. He must have been informing someone. The emperor cannot be seen casually. Even if there is a token, it needs to be notified. Otherwise, who knows if you are an assassin? About a few minutes passed. Before Lai Chang'an was allowed to wait too long, the soldier who had left before led a feminine man with a white face and no beard. "Oh, you are Baron Lai, are you?" The feminine man spoke in a very strange tone, and he came out of the palace. Identity is no longer difficult to guess. This is a eunuch. As a feudal empire, it is reasonable to have eunuchs in the palace. Lai Chang'an didn't care, just nodded, acknowledged his identity. As for the baron, it is his father's title. As the only son, it is reasonable to inherit his father's title. Seeing that he admitted that he was Lai Chang'an, the eunuch's attitude became more and more kind and enthusiastic. He hurried forward to talk with respect. "If you flatter me, you will dump the words that don't have money. As soon as I see you, I know that you are a dragon and phoenix among people. In the future, you will definitely be a titled duelyuo and a pillar of the empire." After Lai Chang'an said a few words of humility, he saw that he was going to continue taking pictures, so he *quickly said that he was here to meet His Majesty today. The **** calmed down and led him into the palace. Along the way, the unknown *** enthusiastically explained to him the precautions for His Majesty when he saw His Majesty the Emperor later, as well as certain etiquette aspects. Lai Chang'an also listened carefully, showing no impatience at all. Although this *** seemed a bit chattering to him and talked too much nonsense, after walking for a while, the two came to a magnificent hall. On the throne was a middle-aged man, who was the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Snowy Night. "Your Majesty, Lord Lai has brought it." The *** said respectfully, "Greetings to your Majesty." Lai Chang'an saluted the middle-aged man sitting on the throne in accordance with the noble etiquette. "No gifts." Emperor Tiandu Zhu, he said very kindly. The eyes looked at him as if he was looking at some excellent nephews and juniors, and his attitude was very good. The reason why he has such a good attitude is, of course, because he received a report from the middle-aged soul saint and learned that the child in front of him has extremely strong potential. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, you will become a titled duelyuo. At that time, his Tiandu Empire will have another pillar of the country. Faced with such a person with great future potential and good roots, it would be strange if he has a bad attitude. After all, Lai Chang'an's hereditary aristocratic identity was destined to be born to be a member of the empire. It is unlikely that it will join other sects or the Spirit Hall, and it is even more unlikely that it will join the Xingluo Empire. Of course, we have to win over it with all our might. Next, Zhu Yi started chatting with Lai Chang'an, just like an ordinary elder, without any pose as an emperor. He also intentionally or unintentionally tested his views on the empire and his loyalty. In this regard, Lai Chang'an was of course very powerful in acting, and he was devoted to his wholeheartedness until his death. We must shed the last drop of blood for the Tiandu Empire. No matter how sincere his attitude was, he was very satisfied with the Snowy Night anyway. After all, it is no longer necessary to have such awareness for a child who is only 6 years old. So the happy Emperor Zhu Yi immediately announced the marriage. If you want to win over such a promising little genius, what is easier than turning him into someone else? But Lai Chang'an did not expect that in order to win over him, Zhu Yi would marry his daughter to him and let him be his son-in-law. This was really beyond his expectations. Since you want to be the prince consort, it is naturally far from qualified if you are just a baron. Therefore, Zhu Yi waved his hand and directly promoted his title from the lowest baron to the marquis. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Duke, Marquis, Bazanin, among these 5th-class titles, the Marquis is already a very high title. Of course, the title of Lai Chang'an is just a false title. There is no real fiefdom, and he can only enjoy the monthly imperial enshrined. Being a corrupt noble, he was already very satisfied with this. I even feel that Emperor Tiandu is so generous. You just look forward to him. You know, although he has a good talent, he has not grown up yet. A genius who has not grown up is just a genius, not a strong man. It does not bring actual benefits to the empire. What is going on in the future is full of uncertainty. So facing him, a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial soul, he was willing to give him the title of Marquis. From this, we can see how short the Tiandu Empire is. Lai Chang'an naturally had no reason to refuse the olive branch offered by Emperor Tiandu. I received the order and thanked me very happily. From then on, his identity became the prince consort of the Heavenly Dew and the Empire Marquis. If your strength improves in the future, or if you make any contribution, your title should still be able to rise. It is not impossible to even have a real fief. After the reward ends, the two chatted for a while, and then Lai Chang'an took his leave. When he came, the **** led the way, and naturally he led the way when he left, on the way out of the palace. Lai Chang'an began to inquire about his princess fiancée. I soon learned that there were 5 children in Zuai, 4 men and 1 woman. The youngest one is the girl named Zhu Qi. He is only 4 years old this year, 2 years younger than him. If the marshal's soul is not expected, it will be a swan inherited by the royal family. According to the standards of the previous princess, the innate soul power should not be too high, and it will generally be around level 5 or 6. For a princess of a country, this kind of qualification can only be considered a fair rule. When Lai Chang'an heard this name, he suddenly recalled that Zhu Qi also appeared in the original work with a famous and surnamed character. Her appearance is naturally extremely beautiful. After all, a dignified princess can never be ugly. If the fiancé is her, Lai Chang'an can accept it. Of course, in fact, even if his fiancée is ugly, he will probably pinch his nose and accept it. After all, compared with the many resources that can be obtained by becoming a princess, whether the princess is beautiful can only be regarded as a gift. What he likes is the benefits that the identity of the prince consort can bring. This world is so realistic. In the original work, Tang San is 2 years older than Zhu Qi, and Lai Chang'an is 2 years older than Zhu Qi. That is to say, he is the same age as Tang San, and Tang San should have awakened his martial soul for a while. I was still playing house with the rabbit at Notting College. Tang San probably became a **** in his 20s. Based on this, it can be inferred that Lai Chang'an still has about 20 years to develop. And he must become a *** within these 20 years. Otherwise, Tang San will become a god. He would have no chance to become a *** again, because Tang San could not make people who are not under his control become gods. Therefore, in the original work, the first time from Duoluo to Duoluo 234, basically, the ones who became gods were surnamed Tang, or they were dogs from the Tang family. Others have no chance to become gods. Turn Duoluo continent into the Tang continent without giving others a way out. So you have to become a *** as soon as possible. Lai Chang'an must become a *** before Tang San, otherwise he will never have a chance. As a time traveler, you have the advantage of being foresighted. In addition, his talent is not low, so he doesn't believe that he can't become a *** earlier. As long as you can become a god, you don't have to be afraid of anything, and the closest opportunity to him is the vast sea cloud cover in the Tiandu Royal Treasure Repository. That is the key thing to obtain the inheritance of the sea god. He could not give him to Tang San. But if you want to be recognized by the Qian Hai Qian Kun shield, you must first obtain the qualification to improve the fairy grass. If you want to obtain the fairy grass, you must first establish a relationship with Dugu Bo, and slowly. For a moment, Lai Chang'an thought a lot. He was destined to be a member of Tang San and the Wuhan Palace, so he naturally needed to make plans early. If he can inherit the position of the sea god, then not to mention anything else, at least there is absolutely no problem in protecting himself in future turmoil. As the strongest person under the god king, the first level *** is also called the main god. Even if you are a big shot in the god realm, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Even if Tang San eventually became the Shura god, it would not be possible to attack him for no reason. What's more, the sea god is not an ordinary main god, but a main *** with super artifacts. He is considered the strongest main *** under the god king. He really sacrificed his life. Even the god king couldn't get it. Speaking of this, the question is, since Lai Chang'an is so afraid of the Shura god, why don't he go to the capital of killing by himself to destroy Tang San's inheritance, or even replace him? What about inheriting the position of Shura god? In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't, because the position of Shura god has long been set internally. That person is Tang San. It can even be said that even Tang San's time travel was the work of the Shura god. He is the chosen heir of the Shura god. Although this point is not explicitly stated in the original text, many of the operations of Shura god are almost explicit. Otherwise, Why would it be so coincidental that Tang Sen happened to join the Haoshan sect, and then his great-grandfather Tang Chen had completed the 8th exam of Shira God, only one last step away from inheriting the position of Shira God? As a result, my health did not meet the standards, and in the end, I could only afford the grandson Tang San. Doesn't everything seem like a coincidence? Lai Chang'an had reason to suspect that Tang San had certain connections with the Shira God, which might be a relationship such as soul division or clone division. 4,000 words. Humble authors are asking for votes and collections online. The new book period is inseparable from your support. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone when the god's position has long been set in. No matter how outstanding he is, his final outcome will be at most another Tang Chen. Lai Chang'an felt that Tang Chen's failure in the original work should be inseparable from the Shira god. You should know that according to the attribute division, the Rakshasa god is the main **** under the command of the Shira god, that is, the subordinate. How can such an identity be so good? Can it interfere with the inheritor of the dignified god king? If the power of the god king can be disturbed by a mere first-level god, then this god king would be too bad. So the facts are already very obvious. This is the act. Just find a reason to let Rakshasa god take the blame. And she also let her heir Bidong act as a whetstone for her successor. After killing the Rakshasa god and the angel god, with this qualification, Tang Sen ascended the divine realm and inherited the throne. He could also better convince the public. Shira god regarded this poor mother and daughter as a stepping stone to win fame by successors. As for the inheritance of the sea god, the double *** position is an unexpected joy, not in Shira's original plan. Therefore, if Lai Chang'an wants to find a throne to inherit the throne, the sea *** is the closest and most likely to obtain. Starry forest. A hidden cave. Lai Chang'an slowly woke up. Found that after waking up, the space around it seemed to have become smaller. Or rather, it's not that the space has become smaller, but that my body has become larger. After eating your own eggshell. When he woke up, Lai Chang'an's body length soared to 10 meters long. The cultivation period has increased from less than 10 years to about 100 years. This shows how nutritious the eggshell is. The age of a soul beast does not refer to how long the soul beast has lived. The age is just a level division, just like the name of human soul masters at each stage. So the 10,000-year-old soul beasts did not really live for 10,000 years. Otherwise, no matter how many soul beasts there were, they would probably not be enough for humans to kill. According to the huge demand for soul rings of human soul masters, and the existence of the soul master profession has not existed for 10,000 or thousands of years. If the growth of soul beasts can only be sustained in time, after so many years of hunting, the soul will be the beast is probably extinct long ago. What's more, besides hunting, because of the nature of the strong, fighting will occur between soul beasts, so that more deaths will occur. So age is really just a title, not age equals age. After becoming a soul beast, through the inheritance information in the bloodline, Lai Chang'an knew that a soul beast with the top bloodline might only need to practice for hundreds or thousands of years to grow into a soul beast of 100,000 years. Of course, this process can be reduced. You just need to swallow some treasures of heaven and earth, or the environment where you are rich in energy, which can accelerate your growth. For specific examples, please refer to the Tianmeng ice silkworm in the Dulyo Roman II period. That guy is the most typical soul beast that has grown into a million-year-old soul beast by relying on eating. The soul beasts in Dulyo continent are actually like monsters in the world of immortal cultivation. They rely on their bloodlines and instinct to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to increase their strength and lifespan. But the difference is that the soul beast was locked by the gods in the gods. The strength can never break through the *** level, and when it reaches 100,000 years, it will be hit by heavenly lightning. It is clear that the soul beast is going to be killed, not giving any way to live. Lai Chang'an's current race with this body is the Snake Emperor, the top existence among the soul beasts. The Emperor of Snake, the King of Poison. Of course, there is no need to say more about qualifications. It doesn't go anywhere, and just continues to practice in this cave and build a car behind closed doors. It only takes thousands of years to naturally grow into a soul beast of 100,000 years. So don't be fooled by the soul beasts for thousands of years. Sometimes they really don't live that long. The cultivation of soul beasts is actually simple. They rely on their own bloodlines to continuously and absorb the energy between heaven and earth to strengthen their body and soul power. For soul beasts, this is an instinct like breathing. There is no need for any exercise or operation route. The higher the bloodline, the more efficient it will absorb external energy and strengthen itself, and the faster the cultivation speed will be. On the other hand, those soul beasts with poor bloodlines will naturally reduce their cultivation speed. There may be a situation where the cultivation level only increases for 1 year a year. Become a 100,000-year soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years. After Lai Chang'an adapted to the changes in his physical growth, he swung his body and prepared to leave here before talking about it. Now that it has become a century-old soul beast, it has some strength to protect itself. Generally speaking, as long as you do not encounter those soul beasts with higher bloodline levels than you, or soul masters who come to hunt soul beasts, its safety is still very guaranteed. The cave is not fully enclosed, and it also has many passages leading to the outside world. Lai Chang'an spitted out a snake letter, and based on the smell information from the air, he judged that this place had not been visited for at least hundreds of years. As a cold-blooded animal, the biological mother in this body does not have the instinct to raise children. Therefore, it is highly likely that I found this safe place to lay eggs and left on my own. Snake eggs will hatch independently over time. I don't know where I am now. Is it the star-fighting forest or the sunset forest or other unknown soul beast forest? Lai Chang'an thought this way, and his slender snake body began to swing, and he chose a channel at will, heading towards the place where fresh air was circulating. Outside world. Place covered with fallen leaves suddenly bulged. Immediately afterwards, a triangular green snake head quietly emerged from the fallen leaves and looked around carefully with amber-like eyes, waiting until it was judged that there was no danger. The snake body slowly emerged. Lai Chang'an could not judge whether there would be any existence that threatened his life in the environment. Therefore, he acted cautiously, drilled into the grass, and used the green cover to cover his body. Snakes are born to be very good at hiding, so Lai Chang'an, who is the king of snakes, is naturally one of the best. It moved its body quietly and wandered among the grass. Carefully observing the surroundings, the snake letter kept revealing them, collecting the remaining information in the surrounding environment. Soon, a soul beast was seen. This is a rabbit with a light white light shining all over. Judging from the soul light on the body, it is a rabbit that has been vintage for decades. When Lai Chang'an saw this rabbit, the hunting instinct originating from his bloodline immediately made him feel a little excited. Without hesitation, it twisted its body and slowly approached the rabbit. The rabbit, which was originally gnawing on the blue-silver grass, suddenly paused for some reason, and then his scarlet eyes glanced left and right with some vigilance. The long ears kept shaking, collecting sounds from all directions. As a result, I immediately noticed the danger coming from behind. Immediately kicked my legs and ran quickly to the distance. Seeing that the prey was about to escape, Lai Chang'an didn't care about hiding and moved. Suddenly, it turned into a green afterimage and shot out, aiming directly at the rabbit. At the same time, a momentum that belongs to the top predator was involuntarily emitted. The rabbit, which was originally running wildly, was instantly struck by lightning, and his limbs were stiff. He rolled around several times along the running inertia, and then lay on the ground and shivered. Soul beasts are a race that pays extreme attention to bloodline. The young snake possessed by Lai Chang'an has noble bloodline and is born with an ancestral lineage of the green scale snake emperor level. It will have a natural suppression and deterrent effect on some soul beasts whose bloodline is lower than that of them. When a 1,000-year-old soul beast with low bloodline encounters it, it may not be able to resist and will run away with its tail between its legs. Not to mention the rabbit in front of me that is less than 100 years old. Lai Chang'an soon came to the rabbit and looked at the rabbit, who was trembling and did not resist at all. He opened the snake's kiss and spit out a faint poisonous smoke. Suddenly, the rabbit, who was already trembling, kicked his legs and was poisoned to death on the spot. A circle of white soul rings condensed and formed on the corpse, as if waiting for people to absorb it. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. He ignored the white soul ring. Lai Chang'an looked at the rabbit the size of a wild boar in front of him and could feel the instinct of his body constantly coming from the desire to eat. Immediately no longer hesitated, opened my mouth wide, and slowly swallowed the fat rabbit in front of me like a python. The whole process went smoothly. The snake emperor of the blue scale is said to be a snake, but it has the characteristics of a giant python that can swallow prey more than 10 times larger than itself. That's why the fat rabbit was able to swallow it in one bite. After swallowing the rabbit, Lai Chang'an did not feel any psychological or physical discomfort because his current body is a snake and his senses are different from those of humans. What may seem and cruel to humans is not worth mentioning to animals. In some novels where humans travel into animals, they often write about the protagonist who becomes a tiger eating raw meat for the first time. They feel nauseous and vomit. In order to show that he is a civilized person, he also tried his best to roast the raw meat with a torch. If you say that eating this way is more nutritious and delicious, you are still as human as you can. But in fact, this is all nonsense. If you really travel through time and into a tiger, then a piece of fat meat full of blood is the supreme delicacy in your senses. If it really needs to be cooked, it will become dry, like chewing wax, not delicious at all. The senses of humans and animals are different after all. After Lai Chang'an swallowed the rabbit, he could clearly feel the process of the rabbit being slowly digested in his body. This process takes a certain amount of time, and it needs to find a safe place and wait patiently for the prey in its belly to be digested. So it returned to the cave where it was born, lie down on the ground, and closed its eyes with peace of mind. Time passes quietly. The originally round state on Lai Chang'an's abdomen also faded over time. As the rabbit is digested, a soul power comes with it, which begins to nourish the body and strengthen the soul power in the body, until the rabbit is completely digested. One day has passed. Lai Chang'an opened his eyes again, and he could feel that his age had increased by at least 10 years. Don't think that a soul beast has only increased its soul power for more than 10 years, and it feels less. You should know that reality is not a game, even at the same level, due to the different individuals. The energy quality and flesh and blood nutrition in the body are different in all aspects due to the different levels of soul beasts of the same level. What's more, there will be losses during the digestion process. A soul beast that has been able to increase its cultivation for more than 10 years is already very high. Of course, the reason why he can increase so much now is mainly because his level is still very low. When he breaks through 1,000 years, then the improvement of his life will be minimal after devouring the energy provided by this 10-year level rabbit. Presting soul beast seems to be a shortcut to rapidly increase levels. Soul beasts can naturally enhance their strength by devouring each other. Therefore, this kind of spirit beast's habit of eating soul beasts must be a common phenomenon. But why are the two types of human-faced demon spiders and dark demon evil tigers in the original work? The two types of human-faced demon spiders and dark demon evil tigers in the original work soul beasts will be collectively rejected by soul beasts. Is it because they have too much appetite and eat too much? It seriously affects the ecological balance. Lai Chang'an was a little curious and felt that the reason was probably the case. After all, the original text of these two soul beasts is that due to their ability to swallow, their cultivation is very slow. It can only be quickly improved by devouring a large number of soul beasts. Then, if the soul beasts are devoured on a large scale, they will eat up all the soul beasts in a region. Wouldn't other soul beasts be eaten? For those carnivorous soul beasts, if the food in the territory is eaten up by other soul beasts, can't the culprit be killed? Therefore, the reason why the human-faced demon spider and the dark demon evil tiger were rejected by soul beasts and humans in the original work has nothing to do with whether it is evil or not. It was purely because they ate too much, which affected the interests of other soul beasts. If these two kinds of soul beasts really increase, there will be no other soul beasts to eat. The reason is so realistic. The so-called, because of being born evil, soul beasts reject them, but it is just what humans think of themselves. In fact, how evil can a soul beast be? Can you still go to the human world to kill and set fire to do everything you want? It's just a little bit bigger and eat a little more. But this is just the prey of the weak in nature. Aren't other soul beasts the same? After confirming that the soul-devouring beast could speed up the practice, Lai Chang'an did not hesitate and quickly began to look for soul-devouring around the birthplace. A wild boar as big as a rhino was soon found. The age is about decades, with thick skin and thick flesh. The combat power is much stronger than that rabbit. But for the blue-scale snake emperor, who is a top predator, it is not enough to see it. Just a little release of the breath, the natural suppression of the lower soul beasts caused the wild boar to be stiff and unable to move. Lai Chang'an twisted the snake's body and slowly approached. He stopped a few meters away, and then opened his mouth and spit out a faint poisonous mist. He didn't dare to get close to this beast. If he pressed it too hard, his instinct to survive overwhelmed the fear of blood and made the wild boar dare to attack him. It would be unbeautiful. Please vote, please collect it. The new book cannot be separated from your support. By the way, no one wants to invest. Just invest. The author guarantees that he will not lose money. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone, a poisonous mist spit out and spread into the air, gradually becoming transparent and colorless. The wild boar, shrouded in poisonous fog, only lasted for a few more seconds than the rabbit before twitching all over, foaming at the mouth and lying to the ground to die. A white soul ring slowly rose, after seeing the soul ring come out and confirming that it is poisoned to death. Only then did Lai Chang'an slowly twist the snake body, approaching the huge wild boar and comparing the size difference between the two sides. I immediately realized that it was impossible to swallow the pig in one bite like I did with the rabbit. This guy is too big. It seems that I can only eat it with one another. Thinking of this, Lai Chang'an opened his mouth full of fangs and bit off a piece of meat on the wild boar. The body structure of the blue-scale snake emperor is different from the real-world snake. It not only has poisonous fangs in its mouth, but also has chained saw-like fangs, which can easily cut and tear the prey. There is not only the way to eat, it can also bite and devour prey like a shark. Its teeth are extremely sharp, and it easily bites off the fat meat of the wild boar. Even the bones can be easily bitten off. It quickly divides the wild boar and eats everything it can. Only some internal organs were left without eating. The energy contained in this wild boar is not comparable to that rabbit. Even though their age is almost the same, their size is destined to contain more energy than rabbits. Lai Chang'an's body was deformed again and needed to go back to the cave, rest, and slowly digest the food. This time, the years have only increased by about 10 years. Obviously, this wild boar is stronger than the rabbit at the beginning and contains more energy. The improvement he brought to him was not as good as the rabbit, so there was naturally a reason for this. That is, after swallowing a rabbit, the increase in age brought about its size, and therefore the energy required naturally increased. As his years continue to increase, the energy that this kind of 10-year soul beast can improve for him will become lower and lower. You must hunt higher-level soul beasts to bring about leap-like improvement. Let's not mention the soul beast clone developed silently here. On the other side, human ontology. Lai Chang'an was lying in his room at this time, crossing his legs and meditating with 5 hearts towards the sky, silently starting to absorb the soul power between heaven and earth to practice according to the meditation method. Process was very fast, and the qualification of innate soul power allowed him to feel that his soul power was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After practicing for a while, his breath gradually calmed down, and then he opened his eyes and whispered, "It's level 13. After hunting the first soul ring, Lai Chang'an's level reached level 12 and had to be more. Now, after a few days of cultivation, he has easily improved 1 level. But he was not satisfied with it. Because this rapid improvement is only temporary, his soul power is still very low, so his cultivation speed seems to be very fast. When the level later becomes higher and higher, the speed of improvement will become slower. According to thousands of years of records in the history books of imperial history, most of the owners of innate soul power became titled Dulyo when they were in their 70s or 80s, and only a very small number became titled Dulyo when they were in their 50s or 60s. Yuo, the original work Tang Hao, became the titled Dulyo at the age of 44, which even broke the record of the youngest titled Dulyo. As for the protagonist Tang San and those who were in their 20s, they were simply the sea god who made cheats for them. If they really practiced honestly, starting from the Soul Saint, every level of upgrade is calculated in several years, 70 or 80. It is common to become a titled Dulyo at the age of 2009. If he didn't know the plot, Lai Chang'an might not think there was anything. The problem is that when he becomes the titled Dulyo at the age of his decades, he may be cold. By then, everything had already settled. Tang San had 2 gods, high above, overlooking the world. Treat all living beings like ants and treat Duluo continent as their own vegetable garden. We began to use all kinds of high-sounding excuses to poison all living beings and block everyone's path to becoming a god. And he, a time traveler without plugins, is destined to be the only one who is a little titled Duluo who cannot be known in history. How could he be willing to do this? It is rare to travel through time and not leave traces in this world, which is simply a blind eye to the identity of a time traveler. Lai Chang'an knows that he wants to rise. If you want to have the right to speak in the future, it will only be about 20 years for him. If you cannot gain enough strength to intervene in the plot in these 20 years, then when the opportunity of the sea god inheritance is taken away, no matter how good his talent is, no chance. Therefore, he urgently hopes to improve his strength, and it is best to strive to reach the Soul King before the age of 12, the Soul Emperor at the age of 14 or 15, the Soul Saint at the age of 17 or 18, and the Soul Conqueror at the age of 20. At that time, plan the vast sea universe shield and obtain the sea god acknowledgement. The ultimate goal is to become a **** in your 20s. However, even if he is a genius with innate soul power, it is impossible to have at least the strength of a titled Duluo in his 20s unless it is cheated. Fortunately, I still have a soul beast clone. A smile appeared on the corner of Lai Chang'an's mouth. He only recently discovered that the connection between the clone of the green scale snake emperor and his body was much closer than he had imagined. When you start practicing through the Soul Beast's clone to increase your soul power through the devouring Soul Beast, Lai Chang'an was surprised to find that a force was transmitted from his clone and turned into his power. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. This force has greatly increased his soul power. This means that the Soul Beast clone has become stronger, and his human body can also receive certain feedback. Not only the soul power, but even the body will be strengthened to a certain extent. Although he can share the power of his clone every time, the amount of soul power that is already obtained in vain will become extremely considerable over time. Lai Chang'an felt that perhaps this Soul Beast clone was his plug-in Goldfinger. But compared to other time travelers who always have a system, give away God-level martial souls at the beginning, innate level 99 soul power, and win directly, this sharing power and slightly strengthening physical fitness seemed to be a bit invincible. After knowing that the clone has strengthened its strength and can feed back some of its soul power and physical fitness, after experiments, Lai Chang'an found that in addition to the direct enhancement of physical fitness, those soul power shared and feedback can be temporarily not received and stored. He didn't know where this force that was fed back by the clone would be stored if it was not immediately received. Maybe it is stored in the clone. Or maybe it is in a certain differentiated space. Who knows? Lai Chang'an had no intention of delving into the principle. He just needed to know that he could temporarily store the power shared by the Soul Beast clone and absorb it when needed. Now, feeling that he had accumulated a lot of power, he decided to use this stored power to improve his strength. I have very little collection. Please vote. Please collect it. The new book cannot be separated from your support. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a Soul Beast clone accompanied by the thoughts. Inexplicably, a soul power appeared in the body out of thin air. After flowing through all parts of the body, it gathered in the Danshan and merged into the source of soul power. Instead of releasing the stored soul power at one time, he chose to open a small mouth and slowly absorb the stored soul power. Otherwise, if the soul power is released at once, the meridians may be broken. Good things will turn into bad things by then. Next, feeling the rising soul power in his body, the smile at the corner of his mouth never stopped. After all the stored soul power is absorbed, Lai Chang'an's soul power directly broke through to level 14. You should know that he had just broken through level 13. However, the soul power fed back from the Soul Beast clone directly made him forcibly break through to a level. Just as he was laughing so hard that his mouth couldn't close, he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong with the soul power in his Danshan. What's going on? He closed his eyes and sensed silently, and after a moment he opened his eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just that because I've increased my soul power in a short period of time, my soul power has become a little weak. It seems that I can't absorb the power transmitted by my clone to increase my soul power too frequently. Otherwise, it will reduce the quality of my soul power. In the future, We can't rely solely on clones to improve our soul power. We can't stop practicing daily. Otherwise, my soul power quality will only get lower and lower with rapid growth. This is not a good thing. Lai Chang'an thought silently in his heart. I have tried the addictive soul power to improve efficiency by sharing power like the soul beast clone, and it is impossible for him to give up like this. What's more, the power transmitted by the clone has no side effects to improve soul power. At most, the sudden increase in soul power will dilute the soul power and reduce the quality of soul power. This is easy to solve, and it only takes a while to settle. Compared with the soul power that has increased sharply in a short period of time, it is not worth mentioning at all. He gave up only when he was stupid, after realizing the problem. In the next 3 days, Lai Chang'an would meditate and practice normally to consolidate his soul power. It took 3 days to finally make up for the quality of the loss of soul power. It is no joke that the quality of soul power is reduced. Don't think that soul masters don't value the quality of soul power. On the contrary, for soul masters, the higher the quality of soul power, the less soul power will be consumed when using soul skills, and the power of the soul skills will be greater. This is why the power of both the first soul skills is extremely different by the great soul master and the title Duoluo. Therefore, the quality of soul power is very important to the soul master and is absolutely unscrupulous. What's more, if you want to break through to a higher level, it is closely related to the quality of your soul power. Moreover, Lai Chang'an, who has watched Duoluo 234 series, also knows that if you want to condense your soul core, the soul power quality of the soul master is also very important. Some individuals can even condense soul cores at the soul saint level. Once the soul core is condensed, it can be said that there are many benefits for the soul master. The power of the soul skill, the recovery of the soul power, and the combat power will cause qualitative changes. It can definitely be far superior to the same level of powerhouses in this era. It is no problem to be invincible at the same level. Lai Chang'an originally did not dare to imagine condensing soul cores at the soul saint level. His goal was to try to condense soul cores when the soul conqueror peaked, and then break through the title blockade in one fell swoop. Become the first person to gather soul cores in this era. But now, after knowing that he could transmit power to increase his soul power through the clone, he suddenly realized that it was not impossible for him to condense the soul core at the soul saint level. Because if the soul master wants to condense the soul core in the soul saint stage, he must forcefully suppress the level and not break through. And then through continuous cultivation, the mass of the soul power in his body will be concentrated to the mass close to that of the title Duoluo before he can try to condense the soul core. The time it takes for this process is undoubtedly very long. If you don't take any treasures for normal practice, it will probably take more than a few or 10 years to spend, but for Lai Chang'an, the accumulation of soul power is not a problem at all. Others need to press levels to accumulate soul power, but they don't need it at all. The cultivation of soul beasts can be quickly improved by devouring soul beasts, which is different from that of humans. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to condense the soul core, and my physical fitness was also very important, relying on the power shared by my clone, Lai Chang'an even began to try to condense the soul core in the great soul master. Unfortunately, you must at least have the physical fitness of the soul saint level to barely withstand the pressure brought by the soul condensation core. It really made him feel a little regretful. However, what the soul beast clone shares is not only the soul power, but also the enhancement of part of the physical fitness. Perhaps by the time his soul king is around, the physical fitness will be strengthened to be comparable to the soul saint and support the soul condensation core, right? Tiandu Royal Academy. This is an academy affiliated to the Tiandu Empire royal family, specializing in learning from the descendants of hereditary nobles and dignitaries. It has a top-notch configuration in all aspects of teachers and resources. In other words, the Martial Soul Hall and some sects with a long history can be compared with it. The nominal dean of the college is the emperor today, so the position of dean is no longer established in the college. The education committee is composed of 3 oldest and most powerful conqueror-level strong men. All matters of the college are decided by the education committee. However, some important matters need to be asked for instructions from the Tiandu Empire. This is a complete aristocratic academy that only recruits aristocrats. The common people should not want to join. Of course, there are exceptions in everything. If the talent is too good, even the civilians will not mind making an exception to accept this talented student. It can be said that this academy is the cradle of the Tiandu Empire's soul master training. Therefore, the imperial royal family attached great importance to the academy. Although the emperor had no time to take care of it, he would generally order a member of the royal family with a high status to be responsible for the affairs of the academy. The Education Committee also needs to ask for instructions on some important decisions. Currently, the 3 veteran teachers of the Education Committee of Tiandu Royal College are all contras above level 80, and there are also several powerful people such as the Soul Saint Soul Emperor, and their teaching power is extremely strong. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Lai Chang'an is here now. As the newly promoted Marquis and the Emperor's son-in-law, he is naturally qualified to enroll here. What's more, with his own talent, even if he doesn't have that level of identity, it's easy to join. After all, no college will recommend a genius student out. The students of Tiandu Royal Academy are divided into 3 levels. The students who have just entered the school and those who are less than 25 are one level, called Tianwei level, and another level between 25 and 30 are another level. If you have the heavenly level and above level 30, you will enter the highest heavenly due level. Lai Chang'an, who is only at level 14, is naturally only a student at the Tianwei level if he enters the school, but he doesn't care about it. After all, he has just awakened his martial soul and is only 6 years old this year, and he still has a lot of room for growth. What he has to do now is study. Work hard to learn all the knowledge that soul masters need. The world described in Duoluo continent novels in the previous life is just a rough framework after all. A real world, a system of power that has been passed down for thousands of years, is naturally not that simple. It must contain a lot of details and a lot of closely related knowledge that is not described in the novel. What Lai Chang'an lacks is precisely this knowledge. If anyone has read a novel and thinks he knows the soul master system well and thinks he doesn't need to learn at all, that would be a big mistake. Maybe it's not surprising that you suddenly die because of a practice mistake. Only when Lai Chang'an truly came to this world did Lai Chang'an deeply realize that he was in a real world with a set of logic, and the cultivation of a soul master was not that simple. By the way, no one wants to invest. Please vote. The author guarantees that he will not lose money. End of this chapter. Duoluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone Tiandu Royal College Education Commission office. Lai Chang'an came here under the guidance of a teacher. This place is located in the center of the main campus of the college. It is the largest building in the entire main campus. Although it looks like a single-story building, the highest point is more than 10 meters, which is quite spectacular when it is close. The 3 education committees are inside. Don't be nervous after you go in. You can just answer whatever the education committee asks. The teacher who brought him over said with a gentle attitude, "I understand, thank you, teacher." Lai Chang'an nodded and looked obedient and sensible. The unknown teacher nodded, then smiled and touched his head and left on his own. Push open the door and walk into the education committee. Lai Chang'an discovered that the education committee was not as luxurious as he imagined. On the contrary, the 3 Conrads worked and lived in the office and lived in a very simple interior. There are only necessary decorations and some simple green plants to embellish. At this time, the 3 education commissions were all working their own offices. When they saw him pushing open the door and walking in, their eyes lit up. 3 old faces each showed smiles, and they were acting extremely kind. I have met 3 education commissions. Lai Chang'an took the lead in saying hello and solemnly performed the rituals of the juniors in the soul master realm. Although he does not need to give such a big gift as his son-in-law, there are many people who do not blame him for his gifts. It is not a bad thing to behave well and being a little sensible. No gifts. Sure enough, seeing him so humble, the 3 conservative education committees, probably over 90, all had smiles on their faces. One of the education commissioners got up from his seat and walked closer to him. He said incredibly kindly, "No wonder your majesty praised you endlessly. He is indeed a handsome man, humble and polite. Come, sit down and talk." The Education Commission, who took the initiative to stand up, is the chief of the Academic Affairs Council, the Dream God Machine, the martial soul black demon, and the control system is the 86th ring battle soul control. The other two education committees are the second seat of the education committee, by Bayashan Contra. The martial soul star furnace, the defense system is 85th level Atring battle soul contra. As well as 3 seats of the education committee, Jilin Konkara, Wuhan Tianqing Vine, and control system 83 level Atring tool Konkara. These 3 education commissions can be said to be the strongest people in the Tiandu Empire, and their strength at the contra level is enough to be free and ease among thousands of troops. When the title is not released, Conra is the top powerhouse in the Soul Master world. With 3 contra-level strong men in charge, it shows how profound the foundation of Tiandu Royal Academy is. If it weren't for the fact that the college only recruited aristocrats, the college's atmosphere was not very good and the students were in a mess. With this profound teaching resources, Tiandu Royal Academy will definitely not be as depressed as the original work. As the Marquis of the Empire and the Emperor's son-in-law, Lai Chang'an wanted to study in the academy, so there was no doubt that Tiandu Royal Academy was the best choice. Because here he will definitely get the best resource training, whether it is the daily practice environment, teacher resources, or soul hunting rings. You can all enjoy the best treatment. Emperor Zuai can be said to have high hopes for this future son-in-law. He even greeted the 3 education committees in advance and asked them to use the best resources to cultivate them. I just hope that he will become the titled Dulyuo in the future and can support the Tiandu Empire. You must know that on the surface, the Tiandu Empire does not even have a titled Dulyuo. For those forces with top power, it seems a bit thin. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a strong man who can support the scene. Lai Chang'an, who is a nobleman with amazing qualifications, is undoubtedly the best candidate, so he will definitely get the best resource treatment in this academy. Even if it is a prince, he may not have the resources he has obtained. The 3 education commissions asked Lai Chang'an about his well-being, and their attitude towards him was as kind as if he was treating his own grandson. Although there were reasons why Emperor Zuai secretly instructed him, it was more of a love for talents. After all, no one would suspect that the innate soul power of the mutated martial soul can become the titled Dulyuo in the future. If it weren't for his identity, the 3 education commissions would probably have rushed to accept disciples. Their strength is already at its limit to Conra. There is no possibility of breaking through to the realm of banning the account in this life, but if a titled Dulyuo can be cultivated, there will be a titled Dulyuo apprentice. Then this life will be considered to make up for the regrets and will be perfect. Unfortunately, the 3 education commissions were all born into great nobles, and there were many interests behind them, which could threaten the imperial power. If such a future titled Dulyuo is taken as his apprentice, it will be simply challenging the emperor's bottom line. So even if the 3 education commissioners were very moved and wanted to take him as their apprentice, it would be impossible to do so. Finally, I could only have a conversation. He watched him leave with regretful eyes and head to his dormitory, as the person who the emperor secretly ordered to give the best resources. Lai Chang'an's dormitory in Tiandu Academy looks like an independent courtyard on the outside, and also has flower gardens, pavilions, and small gardens. It is in sharp contrast to the individual room of others. This kind of treatment was usually only obtained by a prince in the past, but now he has it. That's all. Lai Chang'an began a happy college life. During the day, I learned various knowledge about soul beasts and soul masters. By the way, there are etiquette, culture, history, etc. Most of the rest of my time is practicing to the death. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. This diligent look made the 3 education commissions who had been paying attention to him in secret nodded frequently. I am only 6 years old this year, and I am the age to love to play. It is actually possible to have this perseverance and consciousness, abandoning unnecessary socialization and play. In addition to studying, practice when you have time. He's very talented and still works so hard. If such a person cannot become a strong person, it will be unreasonable. So, when half a year later, Lai Chang'an came to report that he had reached the level 20 soul power and applied to hunt the soul ring. The 3 education commissions were shocked and took it for granted. Reasonable. After all, his usual crazy efforts are obvious to everyone. Moreover, soul power is relatively easy to improve in the early stages, and the more you go, the harder it will be. Although he had only cultivated the level 20 soul power in just over half a year since he awakened his martial soul, Lai Chang'an directly broke the record of becoming the youngest soul master in the Tiandu Empire at the age of 8. Become an unprecedented 6-year-old soul master. But thinking of his hard work on weekdays, the 3 education commissions were shocked and took it for granted. Although the growth rate is a little exaggerated, all this is so reasonable. After all, other children won't work as hard as he does. Moreover, perhaps this child really has qualifications that are far superior to other innate soul power. This made the 3 education commissions increasingly optimistic about his future. In order to prevent some accidents from happening to the treasures of this empire, Meng Shenji, as the chief of the Education Commission, decided to take him to hunt the Soul Ring in person this time. The dignified Kanra leads a 6-year-old child to obtain the second Soul Ring, and there is no possibility of accidents. Because the place they are going to is not a wild soul beast forest, but a human-made soul hunting forest. The highest soul beast inside will not exceed 50,000 years. With the strength of Kanra, there is no danger. Please vote for new books and collect them. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone soul hunting forest. One old and one young, 2 figures walk in the lush forest. It looks like grandpa brings grandson out for an outing, and it is particularly harmonious and loving. Chang'an, I have been studying in the academy for more than half a year. Do you have any opinions on your second soul ring? Meng Shenji walked forward, and as he waved his hand, his soul power surged and forced a large area of vines and thorns in front of him. Get a way out. As he smiled, he asked the little boy behind him. Grandpa Meng, although my martial soul is poisonous and even has the characteristics of some beast souls, it is mainly based on weapon martial souls. Lai Chang'an said, so I think it is better to enhance the characteristics of sword. Please find a soul ring for me that can enhance sharpness and armor-breaking characteristics. It doesn't matter if it is not toxic. During the more than half a year in the college, Lai Chang'an went to 3 education committees to ask for advice and learn knowledge every now and then. Therefore, I have told them about the 2 forms of his martial soul. At first, he originally planned to hide it, but later, as he read a lot of information in the college library, he found that his martial spirit with double forms was not as rare as he imagined. In addition to the snake spear Duluo in the original work, there are still some soul masters with the same characteristics in the records of the Heavenly Dew Empire. Therefore, it is not too rare to have the dual form of beast and weapon and martial soul, and it is not very meaningful to conceal it. His biggest cheat in this life is that the soul beast clone can share power, only this needs to be strictly confidential. The others are casual. As for the development of his martial soul, Lai Chang'an thought about it and thought that he should focus on developing the characteristics of sword. Instead of being distracted, it is better to specialize in one. If you try to take into account the characteristics of both weapon and beast martial souls, you may end up with an ordinary end in the end. Anyway, the snake form of the martial soul is actually mainly used to attack with poison, but this aspect can be improved through feedback from the soul beast clone. The characteristics of the sword martial soul cannot be improved through feedback. So in the future, he felt that the standard for obtaining the soul ring of the martial soul was still in accordance with the direction of the extreme sword martial soul, which was to focus on sharpness and armor breaking. Try to make use of the advantages of the sword. The martial arts of the world are only fast and cannot be broken. When your sword is fast and sharp enough, there is no enemy that cannot be solved by one sword. Give up other useless abilities and specialize in one. The power that can burst out is absolutely shocking. What's more, he also has a snake form to avoid some deliberately targeting situations. After listening to Lai Chang'an's request, Meng Shenji stroked his long beard and nodded, without objecting to his choice. Because in his opinion, this choice is very correct. The next step is to find the right soul beast. As a place where humans can create soul-raising beasts, the official records of which soul beasts are distributed in this forest, and this record is generally not open to the public. Only high-level officials, or related users like Meng Shenji, can have such a map that records the distribution locations of soul beast species. He took out the map, and after some comparison, he quickly confirmed the direction. Lead Lai Chang'an and quickly walked towards the direction recorded on the map. After a while, a soul beast appeared in front of the two of them. From the appearance, this is a mantis with a golden color all over the body, looking like it is made of gold and iron. The shell on the body reflects a dazzling light under the sunlight. Chang'an, do you know this soul beast? Meng Shenji turned his head and asked with a smile. Study in school. Lai Chang'an nodded, recalling the message in his mind, and said, Vajra mantis, the first choice for sword-like martial souls. The soul rings produced, and the soul skills given by them are basically sharpening and amplifying cutting power. Well, you are right. Meng Shenji nodded with a smile and said, this area is the habitat of the Vajra mantis. The Vajra mantis in front of him has a life of about 100 years, which is too low. Let's continue walking in and find a suitable one. Lai Chang'an naturally had no objection and nodded and followed him obediently. Regarding the addition of the soul ring, it is not stipulated that the weapon spirit must be attached to the soul ring of the plant-like soul beast, but rather that it must conform to the characteristics of the martial soul itself. What are characteristics? For example, if you look at the Vajra mantis in front of you, looking at its metal shell and its pair of forelimbs that are as sharp as a knife, you will know that its characteristics tend to be metal and iron, which is most suitable for sword-like martial souls. The original Tang Sans Wuhun is blue-silver grass, and the advantage lies in the tenacious vitality of the wild grass. It should be developed in the direction of auxiliary treatment or enhancing the origin of the plant. If some powerful plant soul rings are absorbed, it will inevitably greatly enhance the origin of blue-silver herbs that are also plants. Enhance its own characteristics fully. It is even possible that the blue-silver emperor's bloodline may be spontaneously awakened. As a result, the first soul ring absorbed an irrelevant mandala snake soul ring and obtained an eggless soul entanglement skill and a little poison. The essence of the plant martial soul not only did not achieve any enhancement, but was contaminated by the animal soul ring. If Tang San hadn't finally awakened his blood with the help of the blue-silver king and many blue-silver grasses, and removed the impurities, this martial soul has long been reclaimed. As mentioned in the previous article, the essence of a soul master is actually a plundering profession. By absorbing the talent of the soul ring to plunder the soul beast, we can improve the essence of our own martial soul. The more the soul beast is in line with the martial soul characteristics, the greater the benefits it will get after fusion. This is the essence of martial soul evolution. As a result, Tang San did the original work the opposite, and he really didn't know what people should say. It can only be said that Yu Xiaogang is always criticized for being criticized. It's really a mess of this guy's talent and theory, and it's a mess and misleading his children. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. This made him lucky and met the protagonist Tang San. If it were someone else, he would have been blindly commanded by him to raise the supplies. This Vajra mantis has a similar age, just this one. Meng Shenji pointed at a Vajra mantis more than 2 meters tall not far away and said. After the words, Meng Shenji's body suddenly became particularly illusory, and his whole person turned into a dark phantom. Thick black mist rose from his feet. 2 yellows, 3 purples, 3 blacks, and 8 soul rings appeared in around the body. When Lai Chang'an saw his soul ring configuration, he almost instantly understood why he was still a Conra at this age. Because his 5th soul ring was actually just a 1,000-year soul ring, and he did not obtain the 10,000-year soul ring. This leads to the fact that Meng Shenji's background is a little worse than that of a normal genius, and he has never been able to get a title since then. From the Dream God Machine, you can see how important the soul ring is to the growth of the soul master. Just a gap in the soul ring made him completely lose the possibility of going further. As for why the 5th soul ring of Dream God Machine did not obtain the 10,000-year soul ring, Lai Chang'an didn't know. But I think there might be some reason. After all, it is not that easy to absorb the 10,000 years of soul ring, and you need to face the soul shock of the soul beast. Even if it is the soul king, you have to take some risks if you want to absorb it. From this, we can see how outrageous it is to these natives in the original work. The 4th ring of the Tang dynasty absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. There are so few collections. Please don't keep books, guys. The new book period will really make books die. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after possession of the martial soul, the Dream God Machine, which has the power of Contra, naturally does not even need to use soul skills when facing a soul beast that is less than 1,000 years old. Just using his powerful soul power, he restrained the soul beast from the air. Then pinch it from the air. Accompanied by a sour creaking sound, the 2-meter-high diamond mantis lost a lot of weight almost instantly. However, he was directly crushed by the pressure of his soul power, and he only breathed a sigh of relief on the spot. The powerful Contra is so terrifying. Lai Chang'an made a shocked and admiring expression. Meng Shenji's vanity was greatly satisfied. He gently stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "This soul beast is just the right age, and its characteristics are also very suitable for your martial soul. Go and put it quickly, it solved it." "Good." Lai Chang'an nodded and summoned his own blue-scale sword. He then walked to the dying Vajra mantis with the sword, aimed at the vital part and stabbed it hard. Laugh. Just like piercing through thick iron sheets, the process of piercing in was extremely difficult. Lai Chang'an could clearly feel how hard the body of the carapace on the body of the Vajra mantis under the sword was. It was still a state that was almost crushed by soul power. From this, we can imagine how abnormal the defense of the shell was in normal state. He gritted his teeth and activated his soul power. The long sword in his hand burst out with a blue light and suppressed it hard. A sneer. The entire jade-like sword body pierced into the body of the Vajra mantis, and the ferocious soul beast swallowed its last breath. A yellow halo of his body slowly floated up. When Lai Chang'an saw this scene, he exhaled and pulled out his sword. Then he sat down cross-legged, placed the sword horizontally on his knees, and his soul power attracted, leading the soul ring to begin to merge into his body. Meng Shenji looked quietly, paying attention to his status at all times. Even if there is no problem, this time the absorption will definitely be sure to get it, and there will be no accident. Still can't help feeling nervous. After all, the child in front of him is the pillar of the future of the empire, and it is very important, so no accidents can occur. The entire process of absorbing the soul ring was very smooth. Lai Chang'an can clearly feel that the power of the soul ring is not only integrating into his body, but also enhancing his martial soul, to enhance his foundation and talent. The Vajra mantis is indeed a soul beast that is very consistent with his martial soul characteristics. About 2 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, and 2 yellow soul rings had appeared around his body. The first ring is nearly 500 years, while the second ring is nearly 800 years. It is recognized by the Soul Master community and the most standard best soul ring configuration. "Chang'an, how do you feel when you wake up?" Meng Shenji hurried forward to ask. I was afraid that he would have any accident. In the past 6 months, he has really given some sincerity to Lai Chang'an, who is extremely talented and diligent and studious. He treated him a little like a grandson. "Grandpa Meng, I'm fine." Lai Chang'an smiled on his face, shook his head and said, "And I feel in a surprisingly good state now. My soul power has reached level 22. Level 22. It seems that your background is really deep." Meng Shenji breathed a sigh of relief when he heard what he said. Every time the Soul Master reaches the limit of level 10, he does not attach a soul ring, although he cannot break through. But if you continue to practice, those soul powers can be accumulated. After adding the soul ring, it will explode at once. Generally speaking, the second soul ring should only increase the first level of soul power, that is, to make his soul power reach level 21. But now Lai Chang'an has reached level 22, which obviously has nothing to do with the soul ring. Meng Shenji guessed that he had accumulated a deep soul power himself, and now he has released it once he has obtained the soul ring. This undoubtedly proves how diligent Lai Chang'an is in his daily practice, only by having the foundation and improving the soul power level 1. "By the way, what is your second soul skill?" Meng Shenji remembered to ask after sighing. "My second soul skill is Sword Light." Lai Chang'an said, stood up, holding the green scale sword in his hand, and the second soul ring lit up. The blue jade-like sword blade was instantly covered with a faint golden light. Then he waved his hand and slashed directly at the leg of the King Kong mantis next to him. It was like cutting tofu, cutting it in half. It is in sharp contrast with the state where he tried his best to stab it in before. "After adding the sword light, my martial soul body's sharpness has been greatly improved and I can better cut objects," Lai Chang'an explained. After adding the sword light, Using the green scale sword to chop this Vajra mantis will not be hindered as before, as it is as easy as cutting tofu. At the same time, not only the martial soul body, but also the sword energy released was also increased by the sword light. He said, raising his sword and swinging it. A blue sword energy wrapped in golden light flew out and pierced through the moss-covered bluestone in the distance. Before this, his sword energy could penetrate at most a small part of it, but now he can easily penetrate the big bluestone, which shows how much the sword light has increased the sword energy. After watching his display, Meng Shenji nodded repeatedly. As a dignified Kanra, his knowledge was not comparable to those of low-level soul masters. Therefore, we can more clearly recognize how powerful Lai Chang'an's two soul skills are. This kind of penetration and destructive power is probably not weaker than the top sword martial souls like the Seven Killing Sword. This time, the Heavenly Dew Empire really got the treasure. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The soul hunting is finished. There is naturally nothing to say about the way back, after returning to his small courtyard dormitory. Lai Chang'an stood in front of the ground-to-ground mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. He found that after absorbing the second soul ring, his body suddenly rushed up a lot. Now, from the outside, he doesn't look like a 6-year-old child at all. When a soul master absorbs the soul ring, the energy of the soul ring will have a certain effect on the body to enhance and promote growth. Therefore, in the soul master world, it is impossible to judge a person's true age simply by relying on his appearance. After absorbing 2 soul rings one after another, Lai Chang'an, who is only 6 years old and less than 7 years old this year, can believe it from the outside, saying that he is 17 or 18 years old. Growing too fast. However, there is no need to worry that he will grow up too fast and lead to premature aging. The energy of the soul ring only has the effect of promoting human body growth, and the specific effects vary from person to person. When the individual's body grows to a certain level, about 20 years old, absorbing the soul ring will not change the appearance. Because the human body is basically fully developed at the age of 20 under normal circumstances and will not grow any longer, and naturally, it will not change due to the energy of the soul ring. In the future, the appearance of the soul master will only change naturally as he grows older, gradually bringing his real age and appearance closer. In other words, if Lai Chang'an absorbs the soul ring and makes his body express himself to around 20 years old, then his appearance will not change at this time, just like he is frozen in age. Only when the real age reaches 20 years old will change continue. Of course, some soul masters with high levels can also deliberately control their appearance and not aging, which is another matter. So there is no need to worry about absorbing several soul rings. A teenager looks like a middle-aged uncle. This is impossible. Otherwise, if the soul ring is absorbed, it will age quickly. Who dares to absorb the soul ring? Please vote and collect it. End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu, I have a soul beast clone at the age of 6 or less than 7. He has 22-level soul power. Lai Chang'an looked at himself, who was almost about to become an adult in the mirror, and whispered in his heart. From this point alone, it is enough to be with the innate beings. Kayan Renksu, who has a level 20 soul power, is comparable to that. The soul beast clone feedbacks the power to increase soul power, which is really a cheating ability. He looked at himself in the mirror, and there seemed to be a burning divine light flashing in his dark eyes, and his confidence expanded like never before at this moment. For me, the accumulation of soul power is not a problem at all. I really put my strength into improving my soul power. It is no difficulty to reach level 99 in my 20s. It's a pity that it's basically over here. If you want to break through level 100, it's no longer just accumulating soul power. You need to have a divine position to become a **** at level 100. The original book records that the sea **** Poseidon fought against the sea and spent more than 1,000 years collecting faith, so he was able to condense his **** and become the sea god. And if I want to follow him, I won't mention whether there is so much time. The key is that there is no place to spread my faith to me now. The faith in the mainland is occupied by the angel **** of the martial spirit hall, while the faith in the ocean is occupied by the sea god. It is impossible to compete with these two old gods for faith. Lai Chang'an's eyes flashed, and many thoughts emerged in his heart. So if I want to become a god, I can only gain the recognition of the Kyan-Hai Kyan-Kun shield and inherit the position of the sea god. There is no other way. If I want to gain the recognition of the Han-Hai Kyan-Kun shield, my current physique may not be enough, and I cannot bear the power of the Han-Hai. The final outcome is probably the same as those guys before, and I will die if I explode. The main reason why Tang-san was able to withstand the power of the vast sea and the vast sea cover should be that he swallowed two immortal herbs, ice and fire, and made the foundation of becoming a god. And he had a soul bone for 100,000 years on his body. But the most important thing should be the fairy grass. The 100,000-year soul bone is the icing on the cake. Of course, it is better if there is, but not much impact. Moreover, I have the physical fitness of the soul beast clone feedback, and over the years, my body is absolutely stubborn. Far higher than the same level of soul master. So the key to rising is the fairy grass. Without the immortal grass and the ice and fire alchemy body, I may not be able to gain recognition from the Kyan-Hai Kyan-Kun shield. I may even die because I can't bear the infusion of the power of the Kyan-Hai, and I may even die if I explode. In addition, it is best to get a 100,000-year soul bone fusion to ensure that everything is foolproof. It seems that my 9th soul ring must need a 100,000-year soul beast. You can't make do with the 10,000-year soul beast. When you are the titled Duoluo, try to see if you can get the recognition of the Han-Hai Kyan-Kun shield. It's just that the number of soul beasts in 100,000 years is rare. The key is that it's difficult to kill. Do you want to kill that rabbit? Lai Chang'an thought of Xiao Wu. He completely said that he killed this rabbit to take the ring. No psychological burden, because it is natural for soul masters to kill soul beasts in this world. If those soul beasts want to be blamed, go and make a decision on the divine realm that sets this rule. No, Tang-san is staring at that guy Tang Hao by his side, so it's hard to start. The most important thing is that there is a Shura god behind Tang-san. If I provoke him, I will most likely be arranged as a villain by Shura god, come as a stepping stone for Tang-san's growth. Without the plug-in, for such a guy with someone above, it's better not to provoke him. Let's stay there first, and then you have some self-protection power after inheriting the position of the sea god. Although I hate this guy very much because of what Tang-san did in the novel. But in reality, if I have no grudges with him, there is no need to provoke him. I will be flirting with you. Everything needs to be cautious. What I need to do now is to develop silently, be a low-key person, and improve my strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lai Chang'an turned his gaze out the window, looked at the blue sky, and said silently in his heart, "So, Dugu Yan, when will you come to school?" During this period, he quietly looked at the school's roster and learned that there was no student named Dugu Yan in the school, but Yu Tianheng was already here. So he inferred that Dugu Yan should still be studying in other junior or intermediate colleges during this period, and is not a student here. This means that he doesn't know Yu Tianheng, and both parties are not in a boyfriend or girlfriend. It is a good time to cut off your slap in advance. Speaking of this, Lai Chang'an had to be glad that absorbing the soul ring would allow his body to grow up quickly. Now he looks like a 17 or 18-year-old boy, coupled with a mature mentality. As long as he doesn't say it, no one will know that he is only 6 years old this year. And if he looks like a normal 6-year-old child, want to pick up girls, think beautifully. Girls will definitely treat you as a child, so how can they compete with that guy Yu Tianheng? Time passed quietly in Lai Chang'an's sight. In a blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. Lai Chang'an is 7 years old. His soul power has been cultivated by absorbing the power feedback from his clone for more than half a year, and has reached level 26. This is the result of his intentional slowing down the absorption of feedback power and spending more time to refine his soul power. Otherwise, it will be higher. He has such a level at his age, and it is absolutely shocking to say it out loud, and therefore the 3 education commissions tried their best to block the news about him. Avoid some people sending people to assassinate him because he is too genius. There is no genius who grows up, but just geniuses. Not a strong man yet. There are people in the soul master world who like to kill such geniuses. The 3 education commissions did this out of protection. So far, except for the 3 education commissions and a few others, no one knows that his soul power has reached level 26. I just thought he was still wandering at a level of more than 10. After all, the record of the fastest record of the innate soul power reaching level 20 was 8 years old. It's too exaggerated and perverted to reach the level 26 at the age of 7. If he hadn't been practicing and growing under their noses, if Lai Chang'an wasn't the emperor's son-in-law, even they would have been murderous, because such talent is really shocking. No one would doubt that Lai Chang'an could become a titled duo in the future. They even boldly speculated that perhaps he could become the peak of the soul master in the future, the peerless duo. A peerless, the most powerful realm in the world. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. During this period of time, peerless duo refers to the level 99 extreme duo, almost called a demigod. And if Lai Chang'an can become the ultimate duo in the future, then they think that conservatism can also protect the peace of the Tiandu royal family for hundreds of years. After becoming the titled duo, the lifespan of the soul master will be greatly extended, and every level of increase will be increased. The original book sets the extreme duo to have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, but this is just a lifespan in theory. In fact, if you want to have such a long lifespan, you must first be very young when you become the titled duo. Because the prolongation of life after becoming a titled duo is not so much to increase lifespan, but to slow down the passage of lifespan. That is to slow down the aging of the soul master. Instead of increasing life span out of thin air. Because of this, if you were already in your 70s or 80s and half of your body when you became the titled duo, then how many years can you increase your lifespan? Only when you are in your 30s and 40s and become a titled duo when you are young and strong. Your surging loss of vitality will be slowed down, and your lifespan will be greatly extended in the true sense. But how many people in this world can become the titled duo at the age of 30 or 40? This also explains why the original work clearly stated that the titled duo has a basic lifespan of 300 years, but the titled duo who appeared seemed to have not reached the age of 300 at all, because there are too few people who can reach the titled duo level at a very young age. End of this chapter. Duo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. After realizing Lai Chang'an's potential, he may become an extreme duo in the future. Emperor Tiandu valued this son-in-law more and more. At the same time, the protection of him became increasingly tighter, and there was news about him blocking. Especially his perverted soul power increases speed. Therefore, Lai Chang'an is not showing off his own strength in Tiandu Academy on weekdays. Even if he is socializing with other classmates, he does not show his strength. When others ask about it, he will randomly make excuses. In daily life, Lai Chang'an answered questions about cultivation, and even went directly to the 3 education committees for advice. It can be said that even the prince does not have this treatment. There were even some rumors in the academy that Lai Chang'an was actually the illegitimate son of Emperor Zuai. Of course, everyone knows that this is fake. After all, Lai Chang'an's life experience is innocent, and you can tell it by investigating it. What's more, in this world of martial soul inheritance, children's martial souls are basically inherited from their parents. So if it is Lao Wang's child next door, he will basically have nowhere to hide after awakening his martial soul. There will be no situation where you are turned green, but you know nothing. The inherited martial soul of the royal family is a swan, which is obviously incompatible with Lai Chang'an's sword martial soul, so he can never be the illegitimate son of Emperor Tiandu. Canteen. As a noble school, the canteen here is naturally extremely luxurious. The way to serve food is not to let students line up to get food and eat fixed dishes. Instead, order orders like a restaurant, eating whatever you want. After Lai Chang'an came here, he chose a table to sit down. There were still scattered around him and students sitting like him, ordering orders. In addition, there are many separate private rooms in the cafeteria, but he is too lazy to book a private room when he eats alone, so he will finish eating in the lobby. Pick up the menu, the dishes on it are varied. It is also worth mentioning that the materials used in these foods are basically produced from soul beasts, such as the eggs of some kind of bird soul beast, or the fruits, leaves, rhizomes of edible plant soul beasts, etc. Eating these foods is obviously of great benefit to the body and is also of some help in enhancing soul power. Although not many each time, the soul power that has grown over time is a considerable number. From this, we can see where the gap between the nobles and the civilians is. The reason why the nobles in the original work seem to be very bad is that they have no advantage over the civilians. The main reason is that the target they compare is the protagonist group, so these guys naturally cannot be compared with ordinary people. I won't mention my background. The excellent talent and the immortal grass against the will of heaven and change their fate make them extremely popular even if they eat braised vegetables. This is the illusion. However, in fact, the different foods eaten in daily life will definitely have an impact on the soul master. This aspect is just not described in the original work. After all, the protagonist group is still wearing a layer of civilian skin. How can we describe the life of aristocrats? What's more, those civilian soul masters who can appear on the battlefield between the original work and the nobles are basically the elite among the civilians, the small group of people among the millions. Those who are not qualified and have no chance to play at all. This leads to the fact that in the original work, there seems to be a small difference between nobles and civilians. Actually, the difference is big. In fact, the best people among the civilians can barely confront those mediocre or middle-class existences in the aristocratic class. It is conceivable how huge the gap between the two sides is. After enjoying a lunch that is extremely luxurious for the civilian soul master, Lai Chang'an left the cafeteria and took a walk on campus to digest food. Today is a special day. Annual Admissions Day. Tiandu Royal Academy is openly recruiting students today. Basically, people of the right age who are of noble origin from all over the country will come to visit them just to join the college. Because joining this aristocratic academy not only means the best teaching resources, it also means that you can develop personal connections. No matter where you are, people pay attention to human relationships. If your family background is not enough, you can only be prosperous by relying on your connections. One more friend is another way out. Therefore, the Tiandu Royal Academy is not so much a place where talents are cultivated for the country, but rather a place where these nobles make friends and maintain relationships. Of course, the teacher resources and the resources to cultivate students in this college are indeed the best in the empire. After all, it is an academy named after the royal family, and it also attracts all the nobles of the empire. It is not an exaggeration to say that the best people gathered. The students in this school in the original work were so depressed, mainly because their opponents were too perverted. They are all talented people who choose from thousands of people. If compared with real civilians, you can see how big the gap is. Today is the admissions day, and I don't know if Dugu Yan will come to school. According to the original work, she should be at this age, right? Lai Chang'an walked casually, his eyes floating, thinking about the future in his heart. A big event. For him, whether he can soak Dugu Yan has no big impact. If Dugu Yan can soak herbs and get the fairy grass through peaceful means, it would be better. You can also gain the combat power of a titled duello. But if you can't get it, you can only wait for your strength to sneak in and get it, or maybe rely on your strength to just grab it. Of course, the above is the last resort. In fact, even if he can't catch Dugu Yan, he can completely follow the original Tang Sen's approach to fool Dugu Bo. After all, his martial soul is special, and Lai Chang'an can completely use the properties of martial souls that can absorb toxins to out all the poisons in Dugu Bo's body. Dugu Bo, whose toxins were sucked away, would definitely thank him very much. After all, sucking away his poison is equivalent to extending his lifespan. He was afraid he wouldn't want him to do this. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. While walking, Lai Chang'an suddenly looked like he was moving, and he seemed to feel something in the dark. The martial soul had a special sense of the place. Thinking of his purpose today, he began to walk in a certain direction intentionally. At the same time, on the other side, a girl with short purple hair and green eyes and extremely beautiful appearance slowly walked out of the academic affairs office. Dugu Yan, who had just completed the admission procedures, was originally planning to take a walk on campus and observe where he would study in the next few years. As a result, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the martial soul. This feeling is like something attracting you somewhere. Dugu Yan felt curiosity in her heart, and she couldn't help but follow the sensation of the martial soul and walked in a certain direction. Soon, an artificial lake appeared ahead. A back view. It came into her eyes. Inexplicably, Dugu Yan's heartbeat was a little faster. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Looking at the back in front of me, I felt a sense of awe and yearning for it. Go quietly. Dugu Yan subconsciously slowed down, as if afraid of disturbing him. I walked until 2 or 3 meters away before I stopped. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. The sparkling artificial lake has beautiful scenery. Willow trees are also planted on the shore. A breeze blows, and the flowing branches are dancing, graceful and natural. Tilda no one spoke first when a man or a woman stayed here. Duguyen looked at the figure ahead and couldn't help but start to look carefully. The luxurious white student uniform shows that the person in front of you is a student of this academy. The long, in-colored hair winds down like a waterfall, with feet reaching the waist, and it looks elegant as the breeze blows. Tilda this long hair that was envied by countless girls did not make the man in front of him look feminine, but instead looked free and unrestrained against the broad back. No one would misunderstand that he was a woman. Even if you don't see the front, Dugu Yan dares to guarantee it only when looking at this back. The man in front of him must be a handsome man, the kind that is enough to fascinate thousands of girls. Is there anything wrong? A peaceful voice appeared in my ears. Dugu Yan woke up and realized that she was fascinated by seeing a man's back. She couldn't help but blushed in her pretty face. She knew that the other party must have noticed that her eyes were always staring at her. The Soul Master's senses are very sharp, and some people will feel when they are stared at by others. Therefore, those who peep in the dark often have nowhere to hide. In the past, those stinky men were peeping at themselves with their eyes, but today they were turned upside down. If it were to peek at others by yourself and be exposed in person, Dugu Yan felt a little ashamed. No, nothing. The past contempt disappeared at this moment, and Dugu Yan acted like a shy little girl, speaking softly. Are you a freshman student? Accompanied by doubtful inquiries, the back finally turned around and revealed his true face. Really, after seeing his appearance, Dugu Yan murmured to himself. What appeared in front of her was an extremely handsome face, as she imagined, or far beyond expectations. Dugu Yan thought he was not a good person, and he had seen many noble children from aristocratic families since childhood. The excellent genes made none of these guys look ugly, and therefore she had already passed the superficial stage of looking at her face. I think I am not the kind of vulgar woman who looks at my face. But today, she realized that she was wrong. It turns out. I don't dislike handsome guys. It was just because the people I had met were not handsome enough, which was not enough to make her moved. Dugu Yan only realized today that she was also a vulgar woman who looked at her face. Because she just looked at the man in front of her, her heart beats faster and her whole body was hot. Tilda, is this the so-called love? She felt that she wanted to apologize for the contempt she had performed when she saw those women in the past when they were crazy about flowers. Actually, although Lai Changan is indeed handsome and extraordinary, he is rare in the world, but it is not so handsome that it is so exaggerated. The reason why in Dugu Yan's eyes is that he seems so handsome that he is earth-shaking and the best in the world. It's mainly because of the martial soul. Dugu Yan's martial soul is the green phosphorus snake. Lai Changan's martial soul is a half-sword and half-snake. It has both the characteristics of weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. It is therefore natural that it will affect the beast spirit that is lower than one's level. In particular, Dugu Yan's martial soul is still the green scale snake, a lower-level martial soul born under the control of the green scale snake emperor. The relationship between the two parties belongs to the superior and the inferior. It is normal that she will be affected by the martial soul and will not help but be attracted by him and will feel surrendered. Speaking of this, I have to talk about Dugu Bo. Although Dugu Bo's martial soul is also the biphosphine snake emperor and has absolute suppression of the lower martial soul, the biscale snake, Dugu Yan's bloodline is inherited from him. The grandfather and grandson have a kinship relationship, so the suppression of the superiors on the subordinates will naturally not take effect. Only when I met a superior who was not related to blood today can Dugu Yan's martial soul be released. She mistakenly thought it was love at first sight. I have to say that this is a wonderful misunderstanding. If he is older or is not handsome enough or has a woman's gender and does not meet the conditions for choosing a spouse, Dugu Yan would not have such a misunderstanding. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Lai Changan didn't expect that before he went to find her, Dugu Yan would come to the door automatically, but this is also good. Two are completely different from being approached by someone. As an unknown senior said, love is war. Whoever takes the initiative first will lose. In the future, we will be in a weak position. So since Dugu Yan in front of him took the initiative to deliver him to the door, Lai Changan naturally immediately modified his previous plan to pick up girls. Instead, I started using another set of alternatives. Is there anything you have to do? Seeing Dugu Yan's silent look, Lai Chang'an frowned slightly and asked again as if he was confused. Ah, no, there is something wrong. Dugu Yan woke up from the illegitimate state of being addicted to his appearance and subconsciously said that it was okay. But he quickly reacted and quickly changed his words. Hello, senior. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Dugu Yan thought the boy in front of him must be older than him, so he called him senior, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. She looks like a cute elementary school girl. I'm a student who just entered school today. Lai Chang'an laughed secretly in his heart. He really didn't know that when he was the girl in front of him. He knew that he was 7 years younger than her in the future. When he recalled his behavior today, would he feel ashamed to dig a hole and drill in? It turned out to be a freshman. A sudden look appeared in his eyes, and then he naturally became substituted as a senior. He said, So this junior, are you doing something? Dugu Yan's green eyes were a little erratic, but he soon thought of the excuse. I'm a newcomer and I'm not very familiar with everything about the college. Can you please help me take me to appreciate the scenery of the campus? After saying that, she blinked her green pupils and looked charming. That's how. Lai Chang'an was silent, as if he felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Dugu Yan's eyes immediately became a little dimmed, just like the beautiful flowers suddenly wilted, and anyone could see her loss. Sorry if you make the senior embarrassed. But before she finished speaking, Lai Chang'an said, No problem. As a senior who was first admitted to school, it is also a beautiful thing to lead the lovely junior to browse the campus scenery. He felt as if he couldn't bear to see his junior. He was disappointed in seeing his junior. Looks. Then I'm thankful for senior. Dugu Yan showed a bright smile on her pretty face, and at the same time, there seemed to be a mini villain in her heart cheering for a plan to pass. Obviously, the previous look was pretended. The purpose is to gain sympathy. When ordinary people see her showing such a pitiful look, unless there is really something important or something very difficult, 90% will not refuse. After all, who can resist such a cute elementary school girl? End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone Tiandu Royal Academy. 2 men and women walking in the beautiful academy. Many people passing by couldn't help but look at it quietly and secretly praised a pair of golden boys and jade girls. The man among them looks about 17 or 18 years old, with an extraordinary appearance and a unique temperament. The woman looks smaller, about 16 or 17 years old, with a beautiful appearance and a premature figure. It is not difficult to see how charming the future will be. These two are naturally Lai Chang'an and the new schoolgirl Dugu Yan, under Dugu Yan's active invitation. As a senior, Lai Chang'an naturally began to take her to browse the scenery of the academy with her. Dugu Yan, who is 14 years old this year, looks about 16 or 17 years old and has also absorbed 2 soul rings. In addition, she is 7 years older, but she looks even better than Lai Chang'an, who is only 7 years old this year. Small look. It seems unreasonable, but in fact it is just because the soul ring promotes the soul master's body and grows differently. Although the soul absorption ring has the effect of promoting growth, not everyone's growth state is the same. It will also appear differently due to the different physical qualities and even genes of the human body. Most people will grow up on their physical appearance after they obtain the soul ring. Like Lai Chang'an, after absorbing 2 soul rings, his appearance soared to the age of 17 or 18. It is not surprising that Dugu Yan has only increased her age by 2 or 3 years old. There is no fixed measure of all this because everyone's status is different. Some people grow faster after absorbing the soul ring, while others grow slowly. Some people's physical appearance will not change at all. Different individuals produce different effects, which is really not something worth exploring. The main campus of the college is halfway up the mountain, and the mimicry area is distributed on the mountain and at the bottom of the mountain, and there are also on the lake. At this time, Lai Chang'an led Dugu Yan to walk halfway up the mountain, and the mountain-climbing stone steps under his feet were carved with white marble cheng. Each stone step has a different soul beast pattern with exquisite craftsmanship. The warm sunshine leaves a swaying shadow on the stone steps, adding a bit of tranquility and chic. While walking, breathing fresh air makes people feel as if they are walking into a world of plants. By the way, senior, I've been chatting for so long, but I don't know your name yet. Dugu Yan pretended to think of it inadvertently and asked, My name is Lai Chang'an. He casually said his name and then asked back, School sister, where are you? I. The girl walked in front, with her hands behind her back, turned around and smiled at him and said playfully, "My name is Dugu Yan Sr. Please remember the other person's name, Tilda. I have to say that the girl in front of me looks so pure and charming. She is really sweet and charming." Even though Lai Chang'an was used to seeing many beautiful internet celebrities and young models with black stockings in his previous life, he was attracted by the eyes at this moment. I thought to myself that he was such a fairy. "Dugu Yan, I remember." Lai Chang'an nodded seriously on the surface, as if he didn't notice the charm of other girls at all, fully demonstrating what a straight man is. This made Dugu Yan, who finally got up the courage and took the initiative to flirt with the man, feel a little discouraged and even begin to doubt his charm. Could it be, isn't I the kind of girl I like? Or, in fact, you are not pretty. Little girls in love are always a little worried about gains and losses. Lai Chang'an naturally saw that the girl in front of him was interested in him, but he knew very well that what he could not get was the best. If you want to take the initiative in the future relationship between the two, then Dugu Yan must take the initiative to chase him, rather than him taking the initiative to chase the girl. What's more, his current identity is the emperor's son-in-law and the son-in-law of the current dynasty. This identity is destined to be impossible to pick up girls blatantly, otherwise where would the emperor and princess face be put? Now he still has to rely on the big tree of the Tiandu Empire to enjoy the shade, and he has no right to resist the imperial power. When will he become a conqueror, or even a titled dueluo, he will have the right to speak and autonomy at that time. Not to mention picking up girls. Even if you open a harem, no one dares to care. Even if he blatantly marry a wife, the emperor would have to say goodbye, and even when he got married, he would have to follow the crowd. It's that different to having strength and not having strength. The main campus of Tiandu Royal College is all made of bungalows, which feels like a fortress. The outer courtyard wall is as high as 5 meters high and is bright yellow all over. It looks extremely beautiful. Even the top of the courtyard wall is covered. Wearing glazed tiles, it is particularly dazzling under the sunset. Lai Chang'an led Dugu Yan to visit the main places of the entire college, and it was time to part. Dugu Yan is just here to go through the admission procedures today, and if she officially enters the school, she will have to wait 2 days. After waving goodbye to the reluctant girl, he returned to his dormitory, sitting cross-legged in the place where you practice and meditate, closing your eyes and transferring all your consciousness to the soul beast clone, in a wide cave. A green snake more than 10 meters long was slowly twisting its body. Its skin looked very dry, and its entire body was covered with a layer of white, as if it was wrapped in a layer of transparent film, with constant twisting. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of its body, especially the skin of its head ruptured, revealing the green and crystal clear new scales below, struggling with continuous twists and struggles. The big snake gradually started from its head and took off a layer of white skin. After the whole body emerges, the green snake, which was originally only 10 meters long, had its body soared to nearly 20 meters. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Obviously, it is growing through molting. It's finally 1,000 years. Lai Chang'an looked at his body that seemed to be a newborn. Through the period of time, he continued to swallow the soul beast to increase his soul power. His soul beast clone took only a short time to go from 100 years to 1,000 years. He also keenly realized that after becoming a 1,000-year soul beast this time, this clone had a closer connection with his human body. Although it was one soul in the past, it had 2 bodies, but the 2 do not interfere with each other. Now, with the soul beast clone, it has reached 1,000 years. Lai Chang'an instantly felt that there was a qualitative change between his body and his clone. The first thing is to control both bodies. In the past, when he controlled his body and his clone, he could only focus on one of them, just like it was difficult for a person to be distracted. The other body will inevitably appear dull and even feel a little stupid. But now it's different. He can truly use both minds and use both bodies at the same time, and he will not be unable to control it anymore. There have been qualitative changes in application. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. The blue scale snake emperor is truly worthy of being the bloodline of the top soul beast. During this period, Lai Chang'an's snake clone continued to increase his age by hunting and preying on soul beasts. Even if the power he obtained was divided into part of the body, it also reached the 100-year soul beast in a short time. 1,000-year soul beast. However, After reaching 1,000 years, Lai Chang'an learned through fragmentary information from his bloodline that his growth will not be so fast in the future. In the early stage, it was just because it was too weak, and the bloodline of the biphosphine snake emperor was born noble, and its upper limit was high enough, so it was able to become a 1,000-year soul beast in less than a year of birth. But starting from the millennium level, it will not be so easy to improve the years. Conservatively estimated that it would take 20 or 30 years, or even decades, to become a 10,000-year soul beast. As for the soul beast of 100,000 years, it may take 200 or 300 years to make it possible, or even hundreds or thousands of years. For soul beasts, 100,000 years have become a spirit, and this level cannot be achieved in just 20 years. Of course, there are exceptions in everything. If Lai Chang'an could swallow some high-age soul beasts with strong bloodlines, or some treasures of heaven, wealth, and earth, such as fairy grass, then this growth process can be accelerated. But no matter how fast you speed it up, there is a limit, and it is impossible to become a fat man in one bite. With the blood of the biphosphine snake emperor, he wanted to become a 100,000-year soul beast, or even a million-year soul beast within 20 years. Even with the help of immortal grass, it is probably impossible. Unless he has the same abilities as the dark demon, evil god tiger, he should take a shower and go to bed. Speaking of which, the soul beast with the ability to devour is actually very powerful. Its devourment ability allows it to quickly turn the devoured prey into its own use in a short period of time, so as to obtain it. Huge growth. Ordinary soul beasts hunt and swallow prey, which takes time to digest and absorb, and during the digestion process, the energy generated by the prey will be greatly lost, and it is not 100% absorbed. From this, we can see how big the difference between the two sides is. Of course, even a perverted powerful soul beast like the dark demon, evil god tiger has no future at all when the soul beast's path to becoming gods is blocked by the divine world. So in Lai Chang'an's view, if you want to become a god, you still have to rely on the human body. There is no need to rely on the soul beast clone here. In his opinion, the function of this clone is to share cultivation to encourage the body to cultivate and allow himself to grow rapidly. Humans and soul beasts are different, and there is no need to worry about the lack of power shared by the soul beast clone. In terms of soul power alone, soul beasts crush humans 100%. Because the energy that can be carried in that huge body is far from comparable to that of humans. Don't think that the soul ring only increases the soul master by 1 or 2 levels, but think that the energy in the soul beast will be similar to that of the soul master, and may even be less. It would be wrong to think that way. Lai Chang'an once tried to swallow a small soul beast directly alive, without giving it a chance to condense a soul ring after death. It turned out that at the same level, the soul beasts that did not show the soul ring contained more energy than the soul beasts that showed the soul ring. This made him speculate that the soul ring that appeared after the soul beast died was only 1/10 of all the energy in the soul beast's body, or even less energy. The energy absorbed by humans in the soul ring is at most a small amount of the soul beast itself, just part of it. Some of the remaining energy dissipates between heaven and earth, while others remain in the corpses of the soul beast. Occasionally, it may also turn into soul bones. Otherwise, if the energy contained in the soul ring is all the energy in the soul beast, then how could the soul master increase the slightest level after absorbing a soul ring? So after discovering this, when Lai Chang'an hunted soul beasts in the future, he killed prey at the fastest speed. He would eat it into his stomach without giving the corpse time to condense the soul ring. Sure enough, the energy obtained is much more than before. Soul rings will appear after the soul beast dies, which is a world rule that has been artificially transformed. But it takes time to condense the soul ring, so as long as you take advantage of this time to eat the corpse into your stomach as soon as possible, then the soul ring will not appear. This is the result of his discovery after many experiments. And precisely because the soul power reserve in the soul beast's body is not comparable to that of humans, even if the level increased speed of the soul beast clone in the future is not as good as the original body, the soul power that can be shared is enough to support him to continue to make rapid progress. It is not too difficult for Lai Chang'an to become a titled duelyuo in the next 20 years and have the contribution of the soul beast clone. The only thing he needs to care about is whether he can get the immortal grass and be completely reborn. because this is related to whether he can gain recognition from the Kyan Kun shield and inherit the position of the sea god. The dividing line of time, Tiandu Royal Academy. Lai Chang'an in the dormitory opened his eyes and subconsciously looked out the window. He saw that the sky had already light up, and the rising sun was just rising, which was a good time to get up in the morning to exercise. After getting out of bed and washing, he changed into a dress of exercise clothes that was convenient for exercise. Come to the vast courtyard of the dormitory. He raised his hand to summon the Biscad's sword, and then began to practice one move after another. Splitting, stabbing, sniffing, sweeping, hanging, collapse, dot, wipe, lift, cloud, stand, block, belt, penetrate, chop, cut, and hold. The 18 most basic sword moves were displayed in his hands like flowing water. This is not a powerful sword skill. It is just the most basic long sword moves that allow him to be more familiar with the martial soul in his hands. If you don't even know how to use the sword when facing the enemy in the future, it will be embarrassing. In Lai Chang'an's opinion, at this stage, I don't need to pursue any powerful sword moves. I just need the sword in my hand to be faster and sharper than the enemy. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Then no matter how exquisite the opponent's sword moves are, they cannot keep up with your own speed. I easily wiped my neck and pierced my defense. Everything was empty talk. The martial arts of the world are only fast and cannot be broken. When the sword in his hand is so fast that the opponent cannot react and easily takes away the enemy's life, then no matter how exquisite the moves he has, it will be useless. This is the reason for one force to reduce 10 times. What's more, in this world, everyone relies on soul skills, and there is no powerful sword move that he thinks can learn. Even the sword Duoyuo, named after the sword, is actually just relying on the power of the 7 killing sword and combining it with soul skills. Duoyuo people do not pay attention to skills, they only focus on soul skills. So there is no powerful and gorgeous sword moves like the martial arts fairy world, because soul skills are enough to make up for all shortcomings. For example, Tang San's many martial arts, such as controlling cranes and capturing dragons, and ghosts, it seems very awesome, but in fact it's a bit useful in the early stage. In the later stage, facing those real masters, these martial arts have very limited effects. You can hide from ghosts, right? Then I will lock my soul skill directly, so that no matter where you escape, you will have to take this move. Control the crane and capture the dragon and transfer the attack. I sprayed a sip of poisonous smoke to cover you, and it depends on how you transfer it. The only advantage of these martial arts is that everyone can practice, but it is really not true that they are so powerful. In addition, no matter how powerful or exquisite the martial arts are, they all depend on the user's situation. A soul master with the title Duoyuo level can easily smash the huge rocks and form powerful destructive power, even if he just uses a simple soul power to release it. On the contrary, even if you give him a soul skill of 100,000 years, the destructive power you can exert is pitifully weak. Everything is based on level, only the strength of one's own strength is the foundation. Lai Chang'an, who saw through all this, understood that he didn't need to study any self-created soul skills like other fan novels, or covet the Tang sect's unique skills of the little bastard. He just needed to improve his level as soon as possible and obtain some good soul skill. It's enough to crush countless peers. Can I still lose if I am a level 50 soul king who beats a level 30 soul master? You understand what hierarchy suppression is. Of course, this is not to say that skills are not important, but compared with skills, it is better to improve your strength first and then consider research skills. Without strength, everything is empty talk. Speaking of this, we have to mention a typical negative textbook in the original work. End of this chapter. Duoyuo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone the wind laughs at the sky. A typical negative textbook. In the original work, he mutated martial soul, innate full soul power. He has such a strong talent, but in order to figure out a self-created soul skill that is useless, he not only wastes his cultivation. It is even suspected that, for a woman, she deliberately suppressed her level progress and turned herself into a clown. You should know that the soul master practices very quickly in the early stages. The key is that in addition to the previous level being improved, the main reason is that the younger the soul master's body is, the stronger the plasticity is, and it is full of vigorous vitality. So practice as early as possible. The higher you reach the higher level as possible when you are young, the higher the achievements you can achieve in the future. What about this guy? Innate soul power, but at the age of 24, he was only level 44. Compared with others, Juliana, who is naturally considered a genius, but Juliana, who is only at level 9 innate soul power, reached the level 52 Soul King at around 20 years old. Damn, I'm afraid of comparison in everything. This guy is simply a shame for the innate soul power. After checking the records of the soul masters of the Tiandu Empire for many years, Lai Chang'an found that even in the records of innate soul power, Feng Xiaoshan's strength improvement speed was the slowest. Even some innate level 9 soul power are inferior. Just because I feel that my innate soul power is very awesome, I waste my talents and practice without restraint. Originally, he might have been able to reach level 90 in the end, but because of the delay for a few years, his final achievement may be level 91 and 2. Even if his luck is even worse, he may not even be able to break through the title Duoluo. You should know that it is not the innate soul power, it means that it will become a title Duoluo, but it just means that the success rate is relatively high. In any case, there is still a small probability of failure. So if you rely on your innate soul power and waste your talents unscrupulously and feel that you will become a titled Duoluo in the future, you will be a big mistake. If you have talent, it is good to have talent, but don't work hard and waste your time instead, then no one can save you. Do you really think it's so easy to break through Duoluo? In the records of the innate soul power owners in history, although there are few people who end up in Kanra, they are definitely not without them. It is precisely because of Feng Xiaoshan's negative teaching material. Therefore, Lai Chang'an did not dare to waste his daily practice for a moment. He started meditation and practice as long as he had free time. He did not waste a slight time except for necessary rest. The accumulation of soul power begins with these little things in daily life. He dared to pat his chest and said, "I can get the current level, all depends on my own efforts." Splitting, stabbing, sniffing, sweeping, hanging, collapse, dot, wipe, lift, cloud, stand, block, belt, penetrate, chop, cut, and hold. After practicing the 18-style basic sword moves back and forth for countless times, nearly 2 hours have passed. Lai Chang'an practiced around 6 o'clock until now after 8 o'clock, and sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He felt that the time was almost over. Finally, he pulled away his sword, stood there, breathing a little. He was not very tired in his body. After all, his martial soul green scale sword is not heavy. If he simply practiced basic moves, it was actually similar to a person doing gymnastics for 2 hours in a row. Of course, there is no need to be tired. In addition to strength, a strong man is also indispensable for his necessary combat experience against the enemy. I practice sword moves alone without a door, cannot increase my experience against the enemy. It seems that I need to take time to discuss with other classmates in the future, or go to the soul fighting arena to play games. Although he does not value skills, but it does not mean that combat experience is not valued. This thing still needs to be available, otherwise you will inevitably be in a hurry when facing the enemy on the spot. If a person has only one body of strength but cannot use it at all, it's just a reckless man. So it is still necessary for him to fight and communicate with other soul masters more often. It's better to choose a day than to meet the day. Why don't you go to see other students today to discuss it? Lai Chang'an had a sudden thought. During the period of admission, he mainly studied knowledge and practiced soul power in school. I don't have the same fighting spirit as other adolescent classmates. Therefore, since he awakened his martial soul to the present, he has never fought with the soul master in a real sense. Thinking of this as a soul master, he is really unique. After all, after other soul masters of the same level obtained the soul ring, they probably couldn't wait to oppress other children and show their presence. This is the only one who practices hard like him. As an academy, Tiandu Royal Academy will naturally not ignore the issue of students' practical experience. After all, soul masters will face battle sooner or later, so it is necessary to set up a place in the school where students can interact with each other. Soul Fighting Zone. This is a place that students from the college often visit, with strength in their bodies, and at the age of being full of energy, some students who have nowhere to vent their energy need a channel to vent. At the same time, students can also learn from each other, cultivate combat experience, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Here, students can play various competitions, and there are special teachers as referees who are responsible for determining the outcome, protecting students, providing assistance, treatment, etc. It is much safer than those of the public soul fighting arena. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Of course, you get what you pay for. The conditions here are so good, so naturally it is not free, but you have to pay the fee. Every time a soul fighting competition is held, both parties who register must pay a golden soul coin as the venue fee. After all, in a fight between soul masters, it is inevitable that they will cause damage to the venue. And if you get hurt during the fight, you also need treatment after the end. So the charge is reasonable. It is better to say it is very cheap. A golden soul coin is a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but those who can go to school here are basically nobles, so naturally they are not short of this little money. Lai Chang'an came to the soul fighting area at this time. The layout of this place is somewhat similar to that of the soul fighting arena, and there is also a special viewing area, but it is much more streamlined. After all, the soul fighting arena faces the public. This place only faces students and teachers in the school. Naturally, there is no need for such a large venue. The soul fighting area is hexagonal, with a large open space in the center, and 5 arenas are built on it, which is obviously a place for students to discuss and use. Around them are the seats gradually rising, which can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. At this time, there were only about 100 students around the edge of the venue, with high and low grades, and there were even teachers watching the fun. Some of them sat in the audience, while others stood up and cheered. It can be seen that the 2 people fighting on the arena are very famous. And one of them, Lai Chang'an, also knew him, who was his potential rival, Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. The soul fighting area is basically only open during the day. Students who want to fight souls need to pay and register first. If both parties in the competition are more famous students in the college will also broadcast through Soul Guide loudspeakers in various dormitories for free, allowing more people to watch the battle. Of course, you also need to pay a ticket fee when you come in to watch the game. You only need 1 golden soul coin to watch it all day, unlike a golden soul coin that you have to pay a golden soul coin in one battle. In addition, during this period, the soul fighting area also provides free drinks, snacks, and meals. Generally speaking, the cost of a golden soul coin is very worthwhile. After all, the college set up a soul fighting zone mainly to serve students, so naturally, it is convenient for all kinds of things to do, and it comes as it feels comfortable. End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu, I have a soul beast cloned soul fighting zone. After Lai Chang'an came here, he did not wait to sign up for the competition. Instead, I was going to see how other soul masters fought in the audience. After all, although he now has great strength, he has never had any experience in fighting and has never seen how soul masters fight with their own eyes. If you find someone to discuss challenges as soon as you come, then even when facing someone who is less powerful than you may be at risk of being beaten. Lai Chang'an is not a masochist, so he naturally won't ask for a beating if he is fine. So he sat quietly in the audience, watching the battle in the center of the venue silently. Yu Tianheng on the field had long black hair, not handsome, and had few expressions on his face, as if his facial muscles were stiff. It seems that people from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect have this problem with facial paralysis. Yu Xiaogang also has a stiff expression. As his nephew, Yu Tianheng actually has this problem of facial paralysis, and it is hard not to associate it. However, after careful observation, Lai Chang'an found that Yu Tianheng was not facial paralysis. His expression seemed to be deliberately imitating someone. I think of the guy in the original work, so admiring Xiao Gang that waist. He had reason to suspect that this was imitating Yu Xiaogang. I really don't understand how that trash who seeks fame and reputation has been praised by so many people in the original work. Lai Chang'an subconsciously shook his head. After he came to this world, he also read the works of Yu Xiaogang known as Dashi. I found that many of the theories in it were actually the author's conjectures out of thin air and had no practical theoretical support. If you really want to practice as described in it, you will definitely die. It can be said that in Yu Xiaogang's many works, the content is mostly errors and speculations out of thin air, and the remaining useful content is the knowledge that some college libraries have. Therefore, it is not necessary to say that this book is useless after all. Some things inside are indeed useful. For civilian soul masters who cannot learn advanced knowledge, Yu Zhaogang's works are indeed useful, but not many. If you believe it all, you won't know how to die. Yu Zhaogang did not write some knowledge about real secrets and secret cultivation of advanced soul masters in the published book. After all, that knowledge is the secret of the nobles and sects. Unless you join, it is impossible to get in touch with those civilian soul masters. If Yu Zhaogang dares to spread these truly profound knowledge, even if he is the son of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he will be guaranteed to not survive the next day, because he touched the interests of all major forces in the world. These include the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once he dares to do this, he will face a real enemy in the world. The world has never been so beautiful, and knowledge is also a valuable resource. It is impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with the monopoly of those nobles and large families, because they have to ensure their status and avoid those mud-legged civilians from counterattacking. They will suddenly be on par with themselves one day. Although there are so many colleges that recruit civilians in the original work, the knowledge that can be taught in such low-level colleges is very limited. The sky is about some common sense things in the soul master world, or some knowledge that has nothing to do with cultivation. Therefore, the reason why civilian soul masters find it difficult to stand out is not only because of their poor talent and poor resources. The most important thing is that without the advanced knowledge passed down from generation to generation, many of them will take detours in the cultivation path. Not to mention the others, just identifying the types and age of soul beasts is enough to defeat most people. They are all thousands of years of soul beasts. Sometimes, the difference between them is a few decades, which may cause life danger for soul masters. Therefore, the real civilian soul masters can grow up on themselves, which are rare. Most people join a certain force to serve. No exceptions. Life is not so easy for the mavericks. Without knowledge and resources, it is probably difficult for a civilian to become a strong man, even if he has the qualification to be innately full of soul power. There is a huge probability that you will fall halfway. Most of the causes of death are those who were killed when hunting soul beasts, or they were mistaken when absorbing soul rings and made themselves playful. If a person travels to the Duoluo world, if he is a civilian, and does not have the kind of plug-in that directly induces his strength like a nanny, then honestly joining a certain force is definitely the safest way. While Lai Chang'an was thinking, the winner had already been decided on the field below. Accompanied by Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw, he scratched his opponent's chest hard. As the lightning flashed, the crackling sound of the opponent turned on the whole body, and the accompanying force knocked him away and flew directly out of 3 or 4 meters away. The game is over. The teacher in charge of being the referee quickly announced the result, and at the same time stopped Yu Tianheng, who was unable to hold back his strength. Then the other teachers came forward and began to twitch all over to fall to the ground. His whole body was still twitching, venting the person with lightning releases his soul healing skills, under the operation of 3 healing soul masters. The lightning on the person lying on the ground began to disappear, and the claw marks of bones could be seen deep on his chest. They also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye as the flesh was treated, until they were intact. Although the physical injuries were cured, the defeated man was still in a coma and did not wake up. The teacher in charge of the treatment checked his condition and waved his hand after not finding anything serious. Soon, too, staff members came over with stretchers and carried the unconscious person away. The winner is Yu Tianheng. The referee announced the result. Many viewers immediately cheered. I knew senior Yu Tianheng would definitely win. That kid is just a little nobleman, and he also tries to challenge the Jade Master who comes from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. He is really overestimating his ability. It's a pity that I can't place bets in the academy, otherwise I will win directly against Yu Tianheng and make a big profit. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. It's just that everyone knows that the winner is Yu Tianheng, who dares to be a banker, unless you win by suppressing another person. The students were talking, and almost everyone was not surprised by the outcome of this battle. Lai Chang'an looked at Yu Tianheng, who was full of energy because of the victory, but was thinking about the description of him in the original work. Yu Tianheng is 14 years old this year, the same age as Du Yan, but his soul power level has reached level 31, and he is a real soul master. His innate soul power is only level 9, not innate full soul power. It is already very good to be able to reach this level at this age, but he is afraid of comparison in everything. Once he compares it with the original protagonists, his grades will be particularly frustrating. Tang San and others generally reached the soul venerable level at the age of 12 or 13. Dai Mubai, who is also the 9th level innate soul power, even at the age of 15, his soul power level reached the 30, level 7. On the other hand, when Yu Tianheng and others first appeared in the original work, they were around 20 years old, but their soul power level was only 39. Damn, compared to this, he is like a piece of shit. Just this is the young leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. He was even worse than Feng Zia Ocean. Please vote and collect it. There are so few followers, big guys, don't raise books. If you raise books in the new book period, you will really raise books to death. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone on the ring. Lai Chang'an and Zhang Tianyu after a battle that can be called bringing chickens pecking each other. Bang! In the end, Zhang Tianyu, covered with sword marks, fell down. He had more than a dozen wounds of all sizes on his body, and he was proud of his defensive power. Facing the sharp edge of Lai Chang'an's biphosphine sword was as fragile as paper, and his flesh was easily cut off. If this were a real life-and-death duel, Zhang Tianyu would have died long ago. Lai Chang'an's blue-scale sword can easily penetrate his chest and pierce his heart. Or maybe it was too easy to wipe his neck on the spot, but because it is a fighting spirit, it is difficult to take heavy measures, which limits his performance. In addition, the reason why Zhang Tianyu fell was not because of how deep the sword wound was on his body, but the trace amount of toxins that penetrated into his body through the wounds on his body. This is just a soul-fighting competition, and Lai Chang'an dares not kill anyone. Therefore, he tried his best to control the toxins of the sword in his hand, and tried little by little to increase the toxicity, until he was poisoned and lost his ability to resist. To be honest, this is really a technical job, because it's very simple to poison people. However, if you want not to poison someone to death, and only let him be poisoned and paralyzed, and temporarily lose his combat effectiveness, it will be a very test of control. The competition is over, and the winner is Lai Chang'an. The referee announced the result of the game. Soon, a healed soul master walked onto the ring and began to drive away the toxins from Zhang Tianyu, who was poisoned and paralyzed. Because there were not many toxins attached to the sword, and they were not strong, Zhang Tianyu soon stood up from the ground. As for the dozen wounds on his body, they were also healed because they were only skin trauma. The battle between the two did not arouse the audience's cheers. Because there were three playing in the Battle of Souls at the same time, Lai Chang'an and Zhang Tianyu are not famous figures, so there was not much attention to their victory or defeat. Everything is so dull. Lai Chang'an silently walked off the arena, returned to the viewing zone, and continued to watch other people's soul fighting. This battle did not give him any gains, and his opponent was too weak. I can't even bear the poison of my own. Even if he doesn't use poison and just uses a sword, if he wants to, he can easily pierce the opponent's defense with a sharp sword. That layer of iron can't stop the sharpness of the sword. The opponent is too weak, or his sword is too sharp. If his sword is not so sharp and cannot easily cut off the opponent's defense, then this battle will not be so easy to win. He even had to be careful not to use too much force to kill his opponent. He was so frustrated. However, fighting with the Soul Master is actually not without gains. At least it makes me realize that I cannot control my strength and need to put some effort into control. Lai Chang'an thinks this place is really good and often comes here to fight with people. It is still necessary to practice your own control, and you can also accumulate some combat experience here. Although it is impossible to compare with the real life and death battle, it is better than nothing. At least you won't be in a hurry and at a loss when facing the battle. Noon. Lai Chang'an decided to go home and have some rest. When I walked out of the fighting spirit and walked halfway back to the dormitory, I suddenly felt something. Sure enough, a familiar woman's voice rang in her ears. Senior Chang'an Tilda, what a coincidence. We're meeting again. Stop. He turned around and saw the girl with short purple hair and green eyes. Du Yan was wearing a school uniform at this time, indicating that she had officially entered the school. It's you, Dugu's junior sister. Lai Chang'an showed a smile on his face at the right time, neither being distant nor too close. It's just the attitude of an ordinary senior to face his junior. However, when Du Guyan heard his name to him, he couldn't help but pluck his cheeks slightly and said coquettishly, "Senior Dugu." "The senior is too distant to me. Aren't we friends? Everyone who knows me calls me Yanzi. You can call me that too." "Okay, Yanzi." Lai Chang'an changed his title very naturally with a look of no way to deal with you. Hearing his name so close, Du Guyan's face burst into a bright smile as flowers. Next, because it's time for dinner. So Lai Chang'an naturally invited the schoolgirl Du Guyan, who had just entered school, to have lunch together. Choose the canteen. Tiandu Academy is a noble college, so the place where you eat is called a canteen, but in fact it can be regarded as a high-end restaurant. There are both group lobbies and private rooms. Since it is a girl to invite a meal, it is naturally impossible to eat with others in the hall. So Lai Chang'an chose a double private room. The interior layout is similar to that of a modern high-end Western restaurant, so the dishes may not be very delicious. But the pomp and atmosphere will definitely create a lot for you. It makes people feel that even if you eat steamed buns here, it is full of high-end flavor. Yanzi, do you have anything you want to eat or something that is banned? The chefs here are the best in the empire, and the taste of the dishes they make will never disappoint you. Lai Chang'an held the menu in his hand, looking at the opposite side, and also held it. Asked the girl who was wearing the menu. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Senior, I have no food precautions and no preference. Why not order some for me according to your own preferences? Du Guyan put down the menu, held her cheeks, and stared at the man opposite her and said, "Since that's the case, I'll order some of the signature dishes here for you." Lai Chang'an thought for a while and said, "Waiter." A clean-dressed waiter opened the door and walked over, saying respectfully, "Do you have any need? Put all the ones I marked on the menu." He handed the menu in his hand to the waiter. "Okay, please wait." The waiter took the menu, then slowly left the private room and closed the door. While waiting for the food to be served, it was natural that the two of them could not sit still and remain silent, so they started chatting. As a girl, Du Guyan was extremely proactive and intentionally inquire about some of his emotional states while speaking. For example, "Do you have a girlfriend and what kind of girl do you like? I'm almost liked you very much, and these 6 words are written on my face." Faced with her initiative, Lai Chang'an naturally pretended to be stupid and looked like a straight man who didn't understand her intentions at all, and truthfully stated that he had no girlfriend. In addition, since he had never been attracted to girls, he didn't know what kind of girl he liked. His answer made Du Guyan feel excited, and her eyes looked at him more and more charming. If it weren't for the time they met for Too Short, it would be a strange thing to confess on the spot to confirm the relationship. The immortal grass is now stable. Lai Chang'an sighed in his heart as he looked at Du Guyan, who was fascinated by his handsome appearance. This is a **** world of looking at faces. He didn't have to take the initiative to show kindness, but the girl took the initiative to pay back. If it weren't for being handsome, I really couldn't believe it. Tomorrow will be the first round of the new book. I'm going to get the 4th update tomorrow. I hope everyone will support it. The results of this round of recommendation determine whether there are any recommendations later in this book. Very important, please. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after having lunch and taking the girl to stroll on the beautiful campus for a while. It was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Out of gentlemanly demeanor, Lai Chang'an sent Du Guyan back to the dormitory. As the only granddaughter of Duluo, her place of residence is naturally an independent small courtyard. The others live in dormitory buildings, each with 1 room. I want to have an independent small courtyard dormitory in Tiandu Academy where nobles gather. It is simply impossible without a certain identity. After telling her where she was in the dormitory, Lai Chang'an turned around and walked towards the dormitory under the girl's relentless gaze. After today's day together, the relationship between Lai Chang'an and Du Guyan has rapidly progressed from a stranger he had known for a short time to a friend. Even the title has changed from a junior to Yanzi and Chang'an brother Tilda, to be honest. When Lai Chang'an heard what Du Guyan called him, he felt subtle inside. You should know that in this life, he is actually just a 7-year-old child. He is 7 years younger than Du Guyan, who is 14 years old this year. I really don't know how wonderful the expression on Du Guyan's face would be when she knew the real age difference between the two. However, as long as Lai Chang'an does not actively expose himself, under normal circumstances, Du Guyan will never know his true age in his life. Because the college has always been deliberately helping him cover up information about age, except for some senior staff, such as those classmates and ordinary teachers, he is only 7 years old this year. Similarly, few people know his identity as a prince consort. However, many people know about the Marquis aristocratic status. The status of the prince consort has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can obtain the protection of the royal family and cultivate resources. The disadvantage is that it is almost tied to the royal family and will also be subject to some restrictions in some way. Tusk, after all, I'm too weak. If I were a titled duelluo now, I would not have to worry about those who have it or not, even if you have to hide it from a girl. Strength is the fundamental one. Lai Chang'an clenched his fists, and his desire for strength became deeper and deeper. Another period of time has passed. Lai Chang'an is 8 years old. His soul power level has also reached level 30. He only needs to obtain another soul ring to become a true 3-ring soul master. With the huge soul power sharing on the soul beast clone, if you really let go of your hands and feet to improve your soul power, Lai Chang'an's level will never be only level 30. He only used his soul power to avoid being too shocking and consolidating the quality of his soul power. Controlled at level 30. However, even though he deliberately slowed down the speed of improving his soul power, the 8-year-old Soul Lord's speed of improvement was too shocking to some insiders. If it weren't for his soul power improvement step by step, almost slightly under their noses, those people would probably really doubt whether he had any treasures that could improve his soul power or a huge secret. But despite this, because his soul power increase speed was too abnormal, the 3 education commissions and some people still had a little suspicion about him, suspecting that he had a treasure. So he came to ask him out and asked him in a sideways why his soul power has increased so quickly. Is there any reason or secret? At that time, there were still many people staring at him in the dark, intending to find something wrong in his expression. Is there any lie? In response to this, Lai Chang'an's way of dealing with it was to pretend to be stupid. He said with a confused look that he could have the level of soul power today, and he relied on his own efforts. There is no shortcut to improving soul power, only hard work. He has no unique secrets, nor has he obtained any treasures. It's just such an ordinary meditation practice. He himself couldn't understand why his soul power increased so quickly. Maybe this is talent. Talent. These 2 words successfully broke the defense of the 3 education commissions and the people behind them who were also paying attention. If Lai Chang'an got some treasures, such as soul bones, or a unique secret technique that could enhance his soul power, then they still have the possibility of snatching them. But if it is just the simplest and most direct reason of talent, then there is no way. How to seize talent? They have good talent and practice quickly. What can you do? Of course, those people naturally would not believe Lai Chang'an's words so easily, so they began to use various means openly and secretly to check his body, and even hid quietly in secret to observe his daily practice, wanting to find his soul power to improve so much the secret of how fast. After observing for a period of time, these people had no choice but to come to a conclusion, that is, Lai Chang'an was probably just a simple talent. Because they found that Lai Chang'an's daily life was no different from that of ordinary students. Meditation practice was just a simple meditation practice, and there was no special method. But the problem is that his cultivation efficiency is dozens or even hundreds of times that of other peers. His soul power is increasing at a fast speed. After observing for a while, everyone still couldn't find any special reasons, so they could only accept that Lai Chang'an had a simple and talented result. The world is unfair. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Sometimes even if it is the same innate soul power and the same martial soul, it will be fast and slow when practicing. Not exactly the same. Some people are favored by God, practice quickly, and have good talent. What can you do? Soul Beast Forest. This is Lai Chang'an's 3rd time here. This time he needs to obtain a soul ring of about 1800 years. In fact, with some of the physical enhancement he shared from the Soul Beast clone at this stage, the 3rd soul ring does not have to stick to the standard of ordinary people like 1800 years. Even if he has a soul ring of 5,000 or 6,000 years, I feel that I can withstand it. The key is that the soul ring age cannot be explained at all, and it cannot expose the secret that it can absorb higher ages. Because he is very fast in cultivation, it is abnormal. If he can use another soul ring that can surpass the level limit and absorb the super high year life, that would be absolutely not a human being. As the saying goes, half a step ahead is a genius, and one step ahead is a madman. Being a genius, you can, but it cannot be too exaggerated by genius. Especially now, he probably has entered Kyan Renksu's eyes. It would be fine if he just practices quickly, and then he can expose himself to absorb the soul ring beyond his age. That is really forcing her to kill him. Lai Chang'an can properly show his genius side, but Kyan Renksu must think that this genius is not as good as him, and does not threaten him, and is a controllable existence. Otherwise, she would have really forced her to kill. The advantage that Lai Chang'an has shown at present is that he practices quickly, but in terms of martial soul, he does not show that kind of too exaggerated destructive power. To put it simply, his martial soul gives people the feeling that it is not as good as the god-level martial soul like the six-winged angel. In the original work, Kyan Renksu's level of the Soul Saint can compete with the title Dulyuo with the power of the god-level martial soul. Even the little Tang San was suppressed for a while. How perverted. So in Kyan Renksu's opinion, your cultivation level may be a bit threatening, but not a big deal. After all, high levels do not mean everything. Even if some people have high levels, their martial souls and soul masters themselves are not good at combat power, and even the title Dulyuo may be killed by Dulyuo. I recommend a new book today. Prepare for 4 updates today. Please support me, bigwigs. End of this chapter. Dulyuo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. The current characteristic of Lai Chang'an is only fast cultivation, but the martial soul does not show too exaggerated power. Perhaps in the eyes of Emperor Tiandu and others, his future is immeasurable. But in the eyes of Kyan Renksu, who was born in the martial soul hall, had a level 20 innate soul power and was the heir of the angel god, it was just that. Even if he can become the ultimate Dulyuo in the future, he will have no resistance to the gods. Not threatening at all, but if he was practicing quickly while showing that he could absorb the soul ring more than the level, then Kyan Renksu would be 100% suspicious that he was also a god-level martial soul, or maybe it is simply the tester chosen by the gods. There is a chance to become a **** in the future. It will pose a threat to the hegemony of the Wuhan Palace, now that I will definitely attack him 100%. So Lai Chang'an, who is still very weak at this stage, would rather behave normally than take that risk and force Kyan Renksu to kill himself. What's more, things like the Soul Ring year are not impossible to improve when taking the God examination in the future. There is no need to pose a threat to your personal safety because of this little prophet. This trip to obtain the 3rd Soul Ring was still led by one of the 3 education commissions to obtain the Soul Ring. After all, Lai Chang'an is now a treasure of Tiandu and is regarded as the guardian of the future of the empire. Of course, there is no way to avoid any mistakes. A Khanra brought him to hunt a 1,000-year-old soul beast. In addition, the soul beast forest is a man-built forest. Among them, the highest staged soul beast is only tens of thousands of years old, so it is inevitable that any accident will occur. Bang! A big ape with a height of 6 meters, covered with spiked golden hair, and the extremely ferocious look fell to the ground. The Education Commission slowly withdrew its hand, then turned its head and signaled Lai Chang'an to go up and end his life. This is a Vajra thunder ape, hard as steel, and belongs to the metallic soul beast. It has a talented skill Vajra body, and the effect is very simple and unpretentious. It just increases your attributes in all aspects, such as physical strength, agility, strength, etc. The reason why Lai Chang'an chose this soul beast was mainly because he was attracted by its amplification attribute ability. King Kong Explosion Ape may not be compared with the top soul beasts like the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, but it is also a top soul beast. As the 3rd soul ring, it is not bad. The Biscal sword easily pierced the head of the Vajra storm. After a moment, a purple 1,000-year soul ring condensed and formed. Lai Chang'an sat down cross-legged, and his soul power pulled it, causing the purple soul ring to float towards him. The absorption process went smoothly. It took him only half an hour to perfectly absorb this soul ring. However, In order not to arouse the suspicion of the Education Commission guarding around him, he pretended to continue meditating. After 3 hours, he opened his eyes as if he had finally absorbed it. How about it? What soul skills have been obtained? The Education Commission hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Lai Chang'an held the biscual sword in his hand and carefully sensed it. After a while, he shouted softly, "The third soul skill, sword bone." As soon as the words fell, the Education Commission found that his aura had skyrocketed a lot at this moment. It seemed that what he had obtained this time was an amplification soul-like skill. I just don't know if the increase is the soul power, physical strength, or the attack power of the sword. This soul skill can increase my soul power by 30%, Lai Chang'an said. Good. When the Education Commission heard what he said, his eyes lit up, stroked his beard, and nodded in praise. Don't think 30% or less. You should know that 30% of the increase in soul skills like this is already very considerable. Sometimes it is the key to determining the outcome of the battle. The improvement of one's own combat effectiveness is not just 30%, and in fact, Lai Chang'an still conceals the effect of his soul skill. That is, his soul skill not only improves his soul power, but also includes physical fitness, sensitivity, resistance to strikes, and the sharpness of the sword, etc. It can be said to be a comprehensive improvement. This comprehensive increase in soul enhancement skills is completely different from the soul skill that simply improves soul power for soul masters. The combat effectiveness is incomparable. If you have such a comprehensive improvement in the battle, you will definitely have an overwhelming advantage. It can be said that this soul skill taken from the Vajra ape perfectly inherits its talent. Now, when the level is low, it may not be obvious, but if you wait until you become a Contra, you may even be titled Duoluo. This level is even more comprehensive and 30% higher. It is almost foreseeable how strong the effect is. At the same time, Lai Chang'an also had a doubt in his heart. That is the soul skill of the Soul Master. Will it still exist after becoming a **** at a level 100? If it exists, will the effect of the soul skill still be increased by 30% unchanged? If so, this is really perverted, but Lai Chang'an felt it was unlikely, because he remembers that the skills of the soul ring in the original work have a limit. For example, Xiao Wu's invincible golden body can be effective for a few seconds, but this is limited to soul masters. Once they encounter divine power or 100,000-year soul skill of the same level, they may be cracked. Therefore, such soul skills that are similar to rules should be limited to the mortal stage. After reaching the *** level, it is estimated that this effect will not be achieved. It's time to go back. Since the purpose of coming here has been achieved, he naturally does not plan to stay in this soul beast forest for a long time. On the way back, I have to buy some gifts for Yanzi. By the way, it's time to determine the relationship. Lai Chang'an thought, no mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. After a period of time together, he and Dugu Yan were only one step away from each other, and he could confirm his relationship with his lover. And he felt that the current situation was almost the same, and it was time to get this beautiful snake into his pocket. Otherwise, what would happen if Yu Tianheng's four-legged lizard pried into the corner? He knew that Yu Tianheng had been showing his gratitude to Dugu Yan recently. The blind man can tell what the idea was. At the same time, Tiandu Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, I've told you I'm not interested in you, don't bother me anymore, Dugu Yan said in a cold tone in her beautiful eyes. Yanzi. Yu Tianheng looked at Dugu Yan with an affectionate look and opened his mouth and was about to say something. He was interrupted by the other party without hesitation. Stop, you can call Yanzi too. Dugu Yan finally became impatient and interrupted without hesitation. Please call me Dugu. Good. Yu Tianheng's face turned pale due to her attitude, and no woman dared to speak to her like this, if it weren't for your grandfather's title Duoluo. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and tried his best to maintain a calm look and said, Student Dugu, I came to you today to tell you something. If you have any farts, please let it go. Dugu Yan no longer hides his disgust for him. It was really during this period that she was entangled by the eldest master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and almost became nervous. Second update. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated in the afternoon, and we will need to refine them. Please support. End of this chapter. Duoluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone at the beginning. Yu Tianheng was polite and performed well. Du Guyan also politely refused and both sides were fine. But afterwards, Yu Tianheng seemed to have lost her mind and came to pester her every few days, inviting her to dinner or go shopping to see the scenery. Du Guyan naturally understood what she had planned, so I refused decisively every time. As a result, no matter how many times she refused and clearly stated that she had a sweetheart, Yu Tianheng was just unwilling to give up. No matter how good a person has a temper, he will inevitably get angry when he is harassed by such a harassed. If it weren't for Yu Tianheng's family, Du Guyan would have taught him a lesson long ago. Even if he can't beat him up and take care of himself, he will have to lie in the bed for a few days. Although she is the granddaughter of Duliuo's title, she does not want to provoke such a giant as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family for no reason. So if you can tolerate it, you will endure it, and if you can't, you will hide. But because of the harassment during this period, Du Guyan's impression of Yu Tianheng can be said to be extremely poor. Yu Tianheng naturally understood Du Guyan's disgust for him and his long-standing heart, but he didn't care, because he believed that after listening to the secret he said next, Du Guyan would definitely be completely disappointed with his sweetheart. At that time, he can take advantage of the situation. "You like Lai Chang'an, right?" Yu Tianheng asked like this. Du Guyan felt a little embarrassed when his thoughts were so straightforward, but losing is not the case, let alone the annoying guy in front of you, so her expression remained unchanged and admitted generously. "So what? He is much better than you and I won't like you." "Ha, excellent," Yu Tianheng sneered, then looked at Du Guyan's angry, beautiful eyes and said, "That's because you don't understand him, you have been deceived by him. He is just greedy for your body and playing with your feelings, forget it." "You're talking nonsense." Du Guyan burst into an aura, and a snake-shaped phantom flashed through her back. Even the eyes turned into snake-shaped vertical pupils, which looked very oppressive. But in response to this, Yu Tianheng, who has the soul of the top beast, looked dull and said, "I didn't say nonsense. Since I dared to come to you today, it proves that I have found everything. Do you know what Lai Chang'an is? Explain." Du Guyan opened her cold snake eyes, like a poisonous snake about to attack the next moment, with a cold and terrifying momentum. It can be foreseeable that if Yu Tianheng said next, it would be a rumor-like attack, then what would greet him would probably be a storm-like attack. "He is Princess Zhu Qi's fiancé, the current son-in-law, the Emperor of Snow Knight's son-in-law," Yu Tianheng said one by one, then looked at Du Guyan with an incredible look in his eyes and said sarcastically, "A mere son-in-law, do you think he dares to marry you? He can't even take a concubine, let alone get married. I'm afraid the Snow Knight Emperor will be the first to refuse to agree." And he knew that he was the prince consort and could not marry you, but he was still so close to you. He just wanted to play with you, or did he want to do something? Yu Tianheng's words were like a sharp sword piercing Du Guyan's heart. She staggered and fell from the state of possession of the martial soul. He retorted weakly, "No, it's impossible. You must be lying to me, right? How could he be the prince consort? He can't be the prince consort. How can I lie to you if I check it out and you know it once I check it out?" Yu Tianheng looked at the fragile Du Guyan and chased after him. "If you don't believe it, you can go to the Education Commission office to ask the 3 education commissions. They can't lie to you, right?" Du Guyan turned around and ran towards the Education Commission without saying a word. Yu Tianheng looked at her back and showed a smug smile on his stiff face. As long as Du Guyan was completely disappointed with Lai Chang'an, he would have a chance. Moreover, if he can get Du Guyan, he will be supported by a titled Duliuo, and he will have more say in the sect in the future, and he will be more sure of becoming the young sect leader in the future. It can be said that as long as Du Guyan is soaked in hand, it will be a win-win situation, and it will be beneficial but not harmful. Education Commission Office. When Du Guyan stumbled in, there were only 2 educational committees, Meng Shenji and Bai Baoshan, who were working here. Another education committee took Lai Chang'an to hunt soul beasts. Among them, the Mengshan Machinery Education Committee looked at Du Guyan, who suddenly broke in, and was not angry but asked with a gentle expression, "Child, is there anything wrong with you breaking in?" Of course, the reason why he has such a good attitude is mainly because he knows that Du Guyan's grandfather is Du Gubo. Otherwise, if an ordinary student dares to break in like this, he will definitely be punished. 2 education commissions. Du Guyan looked at the 2 education committees in front of him, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and asked, "I want to know, is Lai Chang'an a prince consort?" This question was asked. After Meng Shenji and Bai Baoshan looked at each other, they immediately knew what to say as they were sophisticated. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. No, that child in Chang'an is highly valued by Emperor Zuai. Not only did he recruit him as a son-in-law early, but he was also named a marquis. Meng Shenji touched his beard and said truthfully, and after learning the truth, the suppressed tears in Dugu Yan's eyes could no longer be suppressed and rushed out. She quickly turned around and left here as if she was running away. Meng Shenji and Bai Baoshan looked at the girl's figure leaving and sighed. This is the young man. It's better to break up early. In fact, they were not unaware of the closeness between Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan. If Dugu Yan's grandfather was not titled Duluo, she would have been warned long ago. Generally speaking, the princess can only have a princess wife and cannot take a concubine. This is related to the majesty of the royal family. So as early as when Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan had an ambiguous relationship, the 3 education committees were thinking about when to give a tactful reminder. Let Lai Chang'an take a little leisurely and pay attention to his identity. Keep a distance from her. In fact, if Lai Chang'an had not been very talented and could be regarded as a pillar of the country in the future, someone would have been harshly warning him to keep the husband's way and not have any contact with other women. But precisely because of his talent, his future is promising. The royal family has not made any other moves so far. I want to be more tactful and don't let him feel resentful about the royal family. Otherwise, the marriage would have been cut off as early as when the 2 of them had some signs. Of course, if you change to another woman, the royal family may not be very concerned. After all, it is not uncommon for aristocrats to raise some lovers outside, as long as the wife is still a princess and not putting this matter on the surface. The key is that Dugu Yan is not an ordinary woman. Her grandfather is the titled Duluo. How could you be willing to be a lover without a title? In this way, it will inevitably lead to trouble and make everyone feel bad about their face. Even a marriage is not impossible. So, in the eyes of the royal family, Lai Chang'an's romanticism is not a big deal. As long as you ensure that the status of the princess's wife is not shaken, it will be fine. But Dugu Yan's identity happened to have the possibility of touching Princess Yao. This cannot be ignored. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone when Lai Chang'an returned to Tiandu Royal Academy and wanted to confess to Dugu Yan and express his feelings. But it was empty. After asking, I found out that Dugu Yan hadn't been to class for 3 days. When I went to her dormitory, I was also told by the dormitory administrator that Dugu Yan had taken a long vacation for a while and went home. Go home? How could it be such a coincidence? And according to our current friendship, even if something happens suddenly, she should leave some information to tell me. Why did she suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Lai Chang'an frowned, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. For the first time, I found that things were beyond my expectations. On the other side, Dugu Mansion. Yanyan, you have been locked in the room for 3 days. What's wrong? You told your grandpa, is someone bullying you at school? An old man with green hair stood outside the door, his tone. He said helplessly. A hint of murderous aura was hidden in the words. I'm fine, grandfather. A slightly hoarse female voice came from the room. Just, I want to be alone and quiet. Fine. You don't look like you're fine at all. The old man with green hair looked helpless, accompanied by uncontrollable anger and worry. Since her baby granddaughter came back 3 days ago, she has been keeping herself in the room without taking a single step. This is obviously something is wrong. The only reason he could think of was probably bullied in school. Can you bear this? He's a dignified poison Duluo, which **** dares to bully his granddaughter. Okay, Grandpa won't ask. The green-haired old man heard that his granddaughter didn't want to say it, so he didn't ask, but just said, but you have to eat something, right? You haven't had a drop of water in 3 days. Even if it's the body of a soul master, you can't stand it. Live like this. Grandpa, I'm not hungry. A low voice came from the room, and when he was halfway through his speech, he changed his mouth and said, I'll go find food by myself later. Oh, then okay. You must remember to eat a little bit. Grandpa has something to do, so let's go first. The old man from green hair sighed, then turned around and looked at the maid waiting on the side and said, Go and order the kitchen, prepare some food. Yes. Maid bowed her head and said that. Her baby granddaughter looks like she is inexplicably traumatized. As grandpa, the old man with green hair is now full of anger. His suppressed anger erupted instantly after walking out of the gate of the mansion, accompanied by a turquoise-green light. The green-haired old man soared into the sky and turned into a green afterimage and flew into the distance. The goal is directly aimed at Tiandu Royal Academy, at the gate. A green light fell, revealing the figure of the old man with green hair. He stepped directly into the school and walked towards the education committee. The guard at the gate obviously knew him and did not dare to stop him. We came all the way to the education committee. At this time, the 3 education commissions were all present and were working. The green-haired old man suddenly broke in, making the 3 education committees stunned. But he soon realized that he should have come to provoke a military officer to question him. After all, they obviously knew that Dugu Yan had not been to school for 3 days. To understand more clearly why, it turns out that the Du Duluo Mayan is here, and it is a mistake to welcome you. Meng Shenji, as the leader of the 3 education committees, naturally took the lead in standing up and greeting him. The other 2 education commissioners also stood up with a courteous smile on their faces. On the other hand, the green-haired old man looked very ugly and he had an old face. Anyone would know that he was in a very bad mood now. Don't talk about those useless. The old man with green hair said impatiently, I came here today to seek justice for my baby granddaughter. She was wronged in your academy. Can't the 3 education committees give me an explanation? This. After the 3 education committees looked at each other, Meng Shenji finally smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Misunderstanding. Then why did Yanyan suddenly run home and lock herself in the room for 3 days without dripping water? The green-haired old man looked gloomy, and he could almost imagine his baby granddaughter's haggard look. I must have suffered grievances in this academy. After looking at each other, the 3 education commissions finally decided to tell the truth. After all, there is nothing to say about this matter, but it is just the love between young people, and both parties have lost nothing now. Of course, there is no deep contradiction. Actually, it's all because, you say something, I say something. The 3 education commissions told the whole story. Simply put, Dugu Yan fell in love with an excellent student in the college, but suddenly found that the excellent student had a fiancé. Suspicion that he is playing with his feelings. So I was sad and ran home without looking back, after listening to the explanations of the 3 education committees. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. After knowing that his granddaughter was not bullied in the academy, the green-haired old man Dugu Bo's face slightly relaxed, and his tone was not so rushing. So that's how. What's the qualifications of the boy Yanyan likes? If it's still acceptable, I can't help but let him marry into my Dugu family. Dugu Bo said distractedly. As long as his granddaughter likes him, and that kid's qualifications are still acceptable, Dugu Bo doesn't mind using himself as the authority of the title Duluo. He asked the boy to withdraw his engagement and marry into the Dugu family. If you don't follow, who? This, his qualifications are top-notch. It's probably not that easy to terminate the engagement. The 3 education commissioners looked a little embarrassed. If it is an engagement by an ordinary person, even if it is an engagement by an ordinary noble. As Dugu Bo's titled Duluo, no one will be dissatisfied with face and will definitely agree to terminate the engagement. The problem is, Lai Chang'an is the son-in-law. He is also the guardian of the future empire that Emperor Zuai attaches great importance to. How could it be so easy to give it up? What, is that kid's engagement partner very good? Dugu Bo felt a move when he saw the 3 education committees in a difficult situation and couldn't help but say. He is the prince consort appointed by His Majesty, Meng Shenji said, and in order to win him over, His Majesty also gave him a title and was granted a marquis. The prince consort, Dugu Bo frowned and realized that things were a little difficult to deal with. If the engagement partner is a small noble, even a great nobleman such as a duke or a marquis, he can rely on his title Duluo to force the other party to give him face. But facing a dignified emperor of a country. Even the title Duluo is not very good at face. Especially Emperor Zuai seemed to value this person very much, not only married his daughter to him, but also awarded him a title. This kind of favor is obviously very important to him. It's hard to deal with now. 4th update, seek investment, seek reading, all kinds of requests. The data is so bad and the new book cannot be separated from the support of all the big guys. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after knowing that the boy his granddaughter liked was the prince consort. Dugu Bo immediately knew that it was impossible to get him to break off the engagement. Especially as a princess, it is naturally impossible to be a concubine for others. It must be the right wife. In other words, if Dugu Yan still wants to marry that kid, he can only be a concubine in name. But Dugu Bo would definitely not want to let Dugu Yan be a concubine for others. What's wrong with his own baby granddaughter? Go and be a concubine for others. He is a dignified poison Duluo and cannot afford to lose this face. So the fate between the two is probably completely broken. Dugu Bo could almost foresee that his baby granddaughter might have been depressed for a long time. When I think of this, the old man who is a granddaughter control is so angry that his teeth are itchy. I really want to kill the wild boy who provokes his granddaughter to vent his anger. But he couldn't do this because the boy was the son-in-law chosen by Emperor Zuai and was also the Marquis of the Empire. If Dugu Bo killed him, it would be equivalent to slapping the emperor in the face and the nobles in the face. He almost offended the powerful and nobles of the empire. Although the title Duluo has an extremely high position, it is not invincible in the world and it is impossible to be scruples. So he can't do that, however, although he cannot be killed. But they caught the boy and beat him up, or brought him to his granddaughter to admit his mistake, and the two of them broke the blame. As long as he doesn't hurt his life, it's okay. Therefore, after asking the 3 education committees about the direction where Lai Chang'an's dormitory is located and expressing his intentions, Dugu Bo left the education commission. The 3 education commissions did not stop what he wanted to do because they knew that Dugu Bo knew how to behave. Lai Chang'an's trip was at most a bit of pain from his flesh and blood, and he would never hurt his muscles and bones. They thought it was better to let him suffer some setbacks, but they just regarded it as a training. Dugu Bo sped all the way, and his whole body almost turned into an afterimage. I soon arrived outside the dormitory courtyard of Lai Chang'an. As soon as he approached, he suddenly stopped. He looked a little surprised because his martial soul was a little throbbing at this time, which was a wonderful response that would only occur when encountering similar martial souls. And according to the source of the sensing, the target is inside the courtyard wall in front of you. It's not such a coincidence, right? The boy Yanyan liked was actually the same martial soul as the blue-scale snake, and it can make his martial soul sense. This kid's martial soul is probably not an ordinary blue-scale snake, and it is very likely that it is the green phosphorus snake emperor. Dugu Bo was very surprised. He had seen someone who had nothing to do with but had the same martial soul. But that kind of martial soul is generally not a powerful martial soul. It belongs to the low-level mass martial soul. For example, martial souls such as blue-silver grass sickle hoe, most of the farmers who dig in the fields are all these things. And those who are truly high-level martial souls, such as the white-armored earth dragon, diamond mammoth, 7 treasure glass tower, etc., are basically single-line travelers. The same is true for the martial soul of the Dugu family, and he has never heard of it appearing in other families. Could it be that the boy's family, and I have relatives with my Dugu family, have the same ancient ancestor as me? Dugu Bo couldn't help but guess. At this moment, a sound came from the courtyard wall in front of me. Friends outside, since you're here, why not show up and see you? This is a calm and magnetic voice. Have you been discovered? Dugu Bo was very surprised at first. After all, he was given a title, Duluo, and how could he be discovered by a level 30 little soul master? But soon he realized that he was discovered not because of his breath, but because of the kind of induction between the same martial souls in the courtyard at this time. Lai Chang'an, who had just walked out of the dormitory, looked calm and nervous and expectant. Because from the similar induction of the martial soul, he had already guessed who the person outside the courtyard wall was. As early as Dugu Bo approached his dormitory, Lai Chang'an keenly felt the same kind of aura. His martial soul belongs to half-beast and half-armed martial soul. Therefore, the only one who can have similar sensations with him is the green scale snake emperor. Who else has the martial soul of the green scale snake emperor in the world besides Dugu Bo, who is known as the green scale Duluo? Although Lai Chang'an didn't know the purpose of Dugu Bo coming to find him, he thought that Dugu Yan suddenly asked for leave and guessed that 80% of it was related to her. He was originally worried about how to contact this poison Duluo, but he didn't expect that the other party would come to him on his own initiative, and that kind of unspoken hostility really caught him off guard. He probably didn't offend this poison Duluo, right? Why are you so hostile to come to me? If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't felt the murderous intent, Lai Chang'an would have used all his means to call on the 3 education committees to protect him. Soon, a gust of wind blew by. An old man suddenly appeared in front of him. This man is thin and looks like a javelin. His hair and beard are dark green, and his eyes are more like emeralds. The expression on his face was completely stiff, his cheeks were sunken, and his head was messy and gave people a zombie-like cold feeling. It makes people feel that this guy in front of you is not a good person. Such prominent appearance characteristics made him sure that the old man in front of him was Du Duluo Dugu Bo, whom he had planned for a long time. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Holding back the excitement in his heart, Lai Chang'an calmly bowed on the surface and said, "I wonder what is the price for this senior when he is visiting." Dugu Bo was also looking at the boy in front of him. "I thought I could not blame my granddaughter for being fascinated by this kid. He has seen him as handsome, but it is the first time he has seen such handsomeness. I have a bit of style when I was young." Lai Chang'an didn't know about the shameless, narcissistic thoughts of an old man, otherwise he would definitely complain about him. "Really, I will gild myself on my face." "You are Lai Chang'an?" Dugu Bo asked in a cold face and a cold tone. If someone else is replaced, there is a high probability that he will deny it at this time. After all, this old man saw that he was not good at first sight, but Lai Chang'an, who knew the old man in front of him, naturally would not deny his identity. He held his head up and said gracefully, "If you don't change your name, you won't change your surname. I am Lai Chang'an." "Good," Dugu Bo smiled coldly, "but I don't know whether I admire his courage to admit it or that I am happy that I have not found the wrong person." Next moment, the phantom flashed. Lai Chang'an didn't react at all and felt that the back of his neck was attacked. Then his consciousness quickly fell into a coma and fell straight to the ground. Dugu Bo grabbed his back collar casually, and then his soul power wrapped around his body, and his whole body soared into the air, turning into a green rainbow light and flew into the distance. He left here with the best students of Tiandu Academy. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone consciousness gradually revives. When Lai Chang'an woke up from his coma, he found that the surroundings were covered with darkness, with only 2 green lights not far away shining with gloomy light in the darkness. Thinking back on everything before he fell into a coma, he had some guesses about where he was now. I suddenly felt a little excited. Calm. It seems that I have known that I cannot express myself for a long time. This scene will continue. Lai Chang'an forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, pretended not to know anything, turned over and sat up, mobilizing the soul power in his body to flow all over his body, and the feeling of powerlessness in his coma quickly subsided. He gathered his soul power to his pupils and quickly adapted to the dark environment around him. I suddenly woke up and could still be so calm in the face of a strange and unknown environment. "Boy, you performed well." A hoarse voice came from the side. As his eyes adapted to the light, Lai Chang'an took advantage of the 2 miserable green spots. The light vaguely saw Dugu Bo sitting not far beside him, and those 2 green lights turned out to be Dugu Bo's eyes. Lai Chang'an didn't say anything, but just tightened his body and looked alert, as if he could launch an attack at any time. "Boy, do you know who I am?" Dugu Bo leaned against the stone wall behind him and asked faintly. Lai Chang'an was silent for a moment before saying, "Are you an elder of the Yanzi family?" "Oh, where did you see it?" Dugu Bo asked with great interest. "Feel," Lai Chang'an said calmly. "I can feel that your martial souls and Yanzi's martial spirits should belong to the same kind, but you are stronger than her. Since I have guessed my identity, then you might as well guess why I kidnapped you." Dugu Bo smiled coldly. "If you don't know his background, I'm afraid anyone will regard him as a cruel and ruthless old pervert monster when he sees him like this." But after reading the original work and knowing that he was obviously scaring him, Lai Chang'an was not panicked at all, but showed a somewhat confused expression and said, "Is it related to Yanzi?" After thinking about it, the only reason why Dugu Bo can come to him at this stage is probably Dugu Yan. Especially not long ago, Dugu Yan hurriedly asked for leave without saying goodbye. It made him feel that it was probably related to her. Otherwise, I would not provoke him, nor would I crack his poison and insult others with a dirty mouth. How could someone be found by someone with a title Duluo? "Do you know my name?" Dugu Bo did not answer his words, but instead asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "I don't know, haven't asked the name of senior yet," Lai Chang'an asked like a supporting actor. "HMPH, I have a relative surname of Dugu, and I have the title of Du." Dugu Bo put on a look of mortality, worship it. "Ah, it turns out that you are the Du Duluo Mayan, known as the poisonous domineering world." Lai Chang'an cooperated with great cooperation and showed an expression of shock and incredible expression. Finally, he sighed. I didn't expect Yanzi to be your granddaughter. No wonder he is so outstanding. Dugu Bo was very satisfied with Lai Chang'en's performance, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. So he waved his right hand, and didn't know how he did it, and a circle of green flames suddenly ignited around the cave. Under the light of the green fire, Lai Chang'en saw clearly that he was in a cave with a radius of nearly 1,000 square meters. Obviously, this place was the place he had been thinking about day and night and no longer ran away. Boy, stop flattering. Although his attitude towards him was quite helpful, Dugu Bo could not show it on the surface, and he still had a cold face and said in a stiff tone, "Since you know that Yanyan is my granddaughter, then you should know why I brought you here. This. Please forgive me for not knowing it. I hope you can make it clear to me." Lai Chang'en is really confused now and is not pretending. Although he guessed that Dugu Bo had caught him, it might be because of Dugu Yan, he really didn't know what the specific reason was. Snort. Dugu Bo snorted coldly and simply said, "You are obviously engaged in a marriage. Why do you still want to provoke my granddaughter? Do you still want my granddaughter to be a baby?" It was not until this time that Lai Chang'en finally understood what the problem was. It turned out that it was because of his identity as a prince consort. In this world, the prince consort can only have one wife, that is, the princess. So in the eyes of others, he is destined to be unable to marry other women with engagement. As for being a concubine, who is the sweet daughter of heaven willing to be a concubine, Tusk, it's a little troublesome. Lai Chang'en felt difficult to settle down, and I don't know which **** told Dugu Yan about his identity as the prince consort. It was so despicable. Now facing Dugu Bo's questioning, Lai Chang'en quickly thought about what to say. He looked depressed and he sighed faintly, saying, "I never thought of letting Yanzi be a little." Before he finished speaking, Dugu Bo was furious and said, "Okay, you kid don't admit it if you want to eat it all, right? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading." The emotions that were finally brewing were interrupted. Lai Chang'en looked at him speechlessly before continuing. "I have no intention of this. Moreover, Yanzi and I have not happened yet, and we have not even confirmed our relationship with each other. He lie what is the saying of eating it clean. It is precisely because I have a marriage contract that I dare not express my feelings to her for a long time. I have no choice but to have an engagement with the princess." "I have never even seen the princess look like," he said helplessly. "He looks innocent inside and outside." Dugu Bo, who did not know the truth, was frightened by him. He thought he was reluctant to engage in the engagement, but he was helpless and could not disobey the emperor's order, but he didn't know that the guy in front of him was just pretending. He had no reluctance to the engagement at all, and he simply wanted it all, and at this time. Someone who had been hiding in the dark for a long time could no longer control his inner emotions when he heard this. A gust of fragrance came. Brother Chang'en Tilda, Lai Chang'en only felt a soft girl's body crashing into his arms. The familiar body fragrance and familiar voice made him recognize who the girl in his arms were. "Yanzi, why are you here?" he murmured subconsciously. The girl didn't say anything, but just hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to integrate her body into it. After knowing all the truth, she was so disappointed and sad that she was now so happy, full of ecstasy of love being lost and gained again, because she knew that Lai Chang'en liked her and was not playing with her feelings at will. That's enough. Even though he knew that he had an engagement, Dugu Yan didn't care at this time. I can only say that adolescent girls are really easy to cheat and are easy to satisfy. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone inside the cave. Lai Chang'en hugged Dugu Yan tightly, as if he wanted to rub the other person into his body, venting each other's feelings as if no one else was around. Dugu Bo was not far away and saw a black line on his forehead. Looking at the two of them, he felt a sour smell of love coming to his face. When I thought about my baby granddaughter being cheated by this kid, my mood suddenly became less wonderful. He had no doubt that if he hadn't been on the scene, these two little guys would have done more excessive things. After all, young people are prone to impulsiveness. It's just a hug now, and I'm already very restrained. Ahem, you two, that's about the same. Dugu Bo couldn't help coughing twice and reminded. The two young couples woke up as if they were dreaming and separated with a little embarrassed. But my hand was still holding it tightly, and I couldn't bear to let go. Dugu Bo shook his head when he saw it. He sighed and said, "Yanyan, you are still young, only in your teenage years, and you still have a long life in the future. You will meet more young talents. More than this kid, I'm afraid there will be no fewer excellent people. Do you really recognize this kid?" Dugu Yan, who was in a shy state, raised her head slightly when she heard this. Her eyes revealed a clear persistence and said with firmness in her tone, "Grandpa, I don't care about what the future will be like. I only know that I am sure of it now. There is only one future husband." After saying that, he turned his eyes to his side, and there was only Lai Chang'an's figure in his eyes at this moment. Lai Chang'an was very moved when he heard this. He couldn't help but hug the girl in his arms again and said firmly, "Yanzi, I will never let you down in this life. I promise you will be the wife of my Ming matchmaker." Dugu Yan's eyes were moved when she heard this, and she was extremely moved. "But I didn't know that," someone added in my heart. "It was indeed a formal marriage between the media, but who stipulated that there could only be one wife who was formally married by the media?" After hearing this, Dugubo sneered. He sneered, "Please, what guarantee do you use? You are the engagement signed by the royal family. Can you just say you can retreat? You really don't know how high the world is. The Tiandu Empire is not as weak as described in the original work. Although the battle with the Wuhan Palace in the original work is as tragic as it is, the royal family seems to have not even had a titled duelyuo appear. In fact, you can tell with your toes that if such a huge empire doesn't even have a titled duelyuo, then why should it stand on the mainland for thousands of years? It has long been overthrown. The water in the Tiandu Empire is much deeper than I imagined. The original description is so depressed that the author deliberately weakened the power of the empire in order to highlight the protagonist's awesomeness. However, the real Tiandu Empire can stand for so many years, so it must be a titled duelyuo. I dare not say that there are too many, but conservatively I guess there are still one or two. In addition, there are definitely many strong people like the Conquer Soul Saint. Otherwise, a great empire with a lot of human, material resources and resources, wouldn't there be any geniuses in the whole world? Can't cultivate a titled duelyuo. Having such a huge amount of human and material resources can't even compare to those sects that are hundreds or thousands of tribesmen. Is this reasonable? It doesn't conform to the basic logic at all. So the only explanation is that the Tiandu Empire is hiding its shortcomings. As for why the country was almost destroyed in the original work, the hidden titled duelyuo of Tiandu did not come out. There are two possibilities. One is that we know that the enemy is too powerful. Even if we take it out, we will deliver vegetables, and we cannot change the established result, so we simply continue to hide and protect some royal children and leave them for useful bodies. Make a comeback. No matter how bad it is, it can protect the last bloodline of the royal family and dominate the side. Another possibility is that the royal family's titled duelyuo strongman may have been assassinated early by the powerful man sent by the Wuhan Palace. After all, if Qian Rengsu wants to lurk, he must remove some dark threats to reduce the risk of exposure. Even the prince was killed. Do you still care about these or two titled duelyuo? In short, as long as you think about it carefully, there are many explanations that can be self-affirmed about whether the royal family has a title. But if you say that the Tiandu Empire cannot cultivate strong people, it is simply illogical in terms of the foundation of a great empire. So although Dugu Bo is a titled duelyuo, you will never dare to let him fight against the giant Tiandu Empire. What's more, Lai Chang'an was also the emperor's imperial concubine and obviously valued him very much. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary nobleman. For his sake, he might not be able to terminate the engagement peacefully. But even the titled duelyuo is not easy to use if the emperor values so much. Facing Dugu Bo's sneer and disapproval, Lai Chang'an replied firmly, "I know that I am still very weak now, but I am just a soul master, unable to resist this engagement. But I believe that weakness is only temporary. In the future, I will become a conqueror or even a titled duelyuo. Even the royal family will not be able to easily fiddle with my destiny. Titled duelyuo, it's simple." Dugu Bo shook his head repeatedly when he heard his arrogant words and finally said disdainfully, "Even if you are talented, you can become a titled duelyuo in the future. But when you get the title box, you can get the title box. Duelyuo, how long will it take? 50 years or 60 years? Do you want to waste my baby granddaughter's life and waste your youth waiting for you for decades?" According to normal circumstances, a genius with innate soul power who wants to practice the titled duelyuo, even if he is fast, he will at least be 50 or 60 years old. By then, Dugu Yan will be old and yellow. What's more, things like engagement are not waiting for anyone. When Lai Chang'an is about 20 years old, or no more than 30 years old at the latest, the royal family will inevitably urge him to marry the princess. And once you get married to the princess, it will be too late by then. The wood has already been completed. What's the point even if Lai Chang'an can practice the title Duoluo in the future? At that time, he probably became his grandfather. At this time, should I divorce the princess and then marry Dugu Yan? Isn't this a scumbag who abandons his wife and children? And how could Dugu Bo be assured to hand over his granddaughter to such a person if he could do such a thing? I'm willing to wait. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. When Dugu Yan heard Dugu Bo say this, he replied firmly, whether it is 50 or 60 years, I can wait for Brother Chang'an to become the title Duoluo and come to marry me. Silly girl. After hearing this, Lai Chang'an hugged the girl in his arms with a look of distress and touch. He did not expect that Dugu Yan would be so affectionate to him. The girl who has just fallen in love can only regard love as everything. I am even willing to wait for that pure and beautiful relationship and never regret it. First love is the most unforgettable. Dugu Bo shook his head repeatedly when he saw it. He didn't expect that his granddaughter would be so affectionate to this kid if he had forced the two people to be separated now. I'm afraid my granddaughter will be very difficult to fall in love with other men in this life. Dugu Bo, who is a mature person, naturally understands the most unforgettable truth of first love. As the saying goes, what you can't get is the best. If he forced the two to separate now and did not allow them to meet, it will only cause a negative effect, making Dugu Yan develop a rebellious mentality. The more unable to get her first love, the more unforgettable it will be. Then I beautify this feeling infinitely in my heart. To be honest, Dugu Bo deeply realized that it was a completely wrong decision to bring Lai Chang'an over. If he did nothing at the beginning and let his granddaughter be depressed for a while, maybe she gave up this relationship because of a misunderstanding. As a result, he now the kid and asked his granddaughter to express his feelings to him. After this, the fruit of love that had been brewing for a long time was completely ripe. It is impossible to cut off the two of them's evil fate. Dugu Bo really regrets the past. End of this chapter. Duoluo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone a mistake, too misguided. Just when Dugu Bo was making a fuss about his own mistakes, which led to the relationship between the two and was extremely upset, there was a new turnaround on the scene. Lai Chang'an, who was originally hugging Dugu Yan tightly, suddenly let go of her body, then put his hands on her slender shoulders, stared at her green eyes, and said with pain, "Yanzi, you are willing to wait for me." I was very moved, but how could I be so selfish that I could waste my youth? How many 50 years will I have in my life? If I fail to become a title, I will only be 100 years in a short time. Brother Chang'an, I don't. Dugu Yan suddenly became anxious. When he wanted to say something, he gently covered his little mouth. Lai Chang'an shook his head and said, "Listen to me, we might as well set a deadline. If I haven't become a titled Duoluo before you are 30 years old, you will forget me and look for a wishful husband who is more suitable for you." After saying that, he looked at Dugu Bo with a gloomy face and said, "Senior, what do you think about this? 30 years old, become a titled Duoluo." Dugu Bo looked at this boy who was too confident in surprise. No words for a long time. You should know that the youngest record of Duoluo in history is Tang Hao's 44 years old. And now, some people actually say they want to break through the title Duoluo before they are 30 years old. Just thinking about it, you know that this is simply impossible, right? Could it be that this kid wanted to give up his relationship with Yanyan, so he made an excuse casually? So that Yanyan can get out of the shadow of this relationship with peace of mind in the future. If this is the case, then this kid is still aware of advancement and retreat. Thinking of this, Dugu Bo's gaze at him became a little softer. I don't agree, but Dugu Yan couldn't accept it. She also thought that the so-called breakthrough of Duoluo before she was 30 years old was just an excuse the other party had found for her. Regarding this, Lai Chang'an's way of dealing with it was just to hug the girl's body and kiss her delicate red lips gently. In an instant, Dugu Yan was stunned. "Yanzi, believe me." Lai Chang'an looked at the quiet girl, his dark and deep eyes staring at her green eyes, as if he wanted to convey his confidence and firmness to her. He stared blankly at his sweetheart's deep eyes, even if reason told Dugu Yan that it was impossible to become the titled Duoluo at the age of 30. But she had an inexplicable confidence at this moment. It seemed as if the kiss just now injected her with the power called courage and confidence. Finally, Dugu Yan lowered her head shyly and said, gently, meek as a harmless little sheep. Of course, this does not mean that she believes it. In fact, Dugu Yan, who was agreed on the surface, made up his mind that even if Lai Chang'an could not become a titled duelyuo before the age of 30, he would continue to wait. Wait until the day he comes to marry himself. Dugu Bo, who is a mature man, naturally would not be unable to see his granddaughter's plan, and he suddenly felt a headache. He lived to be nearly 100 years old this year, even if his lifespan was extended after breaking through duelyuo. However, the toxins brought by the martial soul eroded his body over the years, which made his lifespan much shorter than that of ordinary titled duelyuo. In recent years, he has often felt a little overwhelmed. I had a premonition that the deadline was approaching, so I could hold on for another 10 or 20 years. He is not afraid of death at such an age, but what he was most worried about was this only granddaughter. Dugu Bo is afraid that after she dies, she will be bullied and persecuted if she loses her protection. You must know that the soul master world is not that beautiful. If a soul master, especially a female soul master with advanced martial souls, is not protected by anyone, then the final outcome, I was captured by a strong man and became a concubine and improved my bloodline. The worst thing is that it is captured by a certain sect or family and becomes a public fertility tool. Such situations are common in the soul master world. The first people who suffer are civilian soul masters who are born in civilians, have no background, but are lucky, but have good fortune. Therefore, for the future of his baby granddaughter, Dugu Bo has long made up his mind to choose a good son-in-law for his baby granddaughter. It is best to be a genius with high talent and promising future, or a young talent with a large background. There is no doubt that Lai Chang'an perfectly matches the above 2 points, and looking at his performance just now, he seems to have a good character and is a good partner worthy of entrusting. To be honest, Dugu Bo was very satisfied with this kid, but he didn't expect that he was chosen as his son-in-law early on. The problem suddenly became very difficult. Now he has only 2 choices. One is to force the two to separate and cut off this evil fate. But her granddaughter may be depressed from now on, never get out of this relationship, and end up living alone. One is as Lai Chang'an said, Dugu Yan is 30 years old. Bet whether he can break through duelyuo's title during this period, but this is obviously impossible. What's more, judging from his granddaughter's appearance, I'm afraid that even if this kid cannot break through the title duelyuo when he was 30 years old, he would not give up this relationship. Do you really want Yanyan to be your concubine? Fame comes second. The key is what to do if you are bullied in the future. Dugu Bo's face became more and more gloomy. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Looking at Dugu Bo's silent appearance, Lai Chang'an knew that the other party felt that he could not become the titled duelyuo before Dugu Yan was 30 years old. Actually, it is normal not to believe it, or if he believes it, he has a brain problem. He reached the titled duelyuo before the age of 30. If there is no external force intervention and relying on normal practice, even Kaiyan Renksu, the God-level martial soul owner of the innate level 20 soul power, dare not say that he can become a titled duelyuo before the age of 30. It is conceivable how fantastic it was to others when Lai Chang'an said that he became the titled duelyuo before he was 30 years old. Senior, you might as well test my bone age. Lai Chang'an thought about it and walked forward and stretched out his hand. Decided to give the other party a little shock from the genius, bone age measurement. What is the use of bone age testing at this time? With a little doubt and carelessness, Dugu Bo randomly pinched his wrist, and his soul power poured in, and the situation about his bones suddenly came into his mind. Generally speaking, the age of human bones will form a unique trace as they grow older, just like the rings of trees. Because of this, no matter how the soul master changes, the age of the bones is like the annual rings of a tree. No matter how tall they are, they will not be able to make a few extra laps. It is as many years as it should be. Therefore, people in this world often determine the age of the soul master by measuring the bone age. There is no possibility of error. But after sensing how old Lai Chang'an's bone age was, Dugu Bo was a little suspicious of the accuracy of this method. End of this chapter. Duelyuo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone 8 years old. The boy who is fascinated by his granddaughter is only 8 years old this year. His brows frowned tightly. Dugu Bo was a little suspicious of the authenticity of the bone age test on his hand, so he reached out to explore Lai Chang'an's back of his head, spine, thighs, ankles, and other places. The same conclusion was drawn. 8 years old. The boy in front of me who looks tall and big said he is a 20-year-old boy who believes in him is just an 8-year-old boy who has just awakened his martial soul for 2 years. Dugu Bo was stunned at this time. He looked at the boy in front of him who didn't look like an 8-year-old child with an incredible look on his face and even suspected that he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? 8 years old, an 8-year-old soul master. Damn, if it weren't for the repeated confirmation that he was a human, Dugu Bo would even suspect the boy's soul beast that had transformed into a recultivated body. Can humans possess this kind of soul power increase speed? 8-year-old soul master, only 8 years old. Dugu Bo simply felt crazy. Compared with this kid, he felt that he was almost alive as a dog. The most important thing is that this kid became the soul lord at the age of 8. If he worked hard, it would not be completely impossible to become the titled Duo before he was 30 years old. 8 years old. 8 years old. Where can I find such a genius that is rare in the ages? When he thought of this, Dugu Bo's wrinkled old face suddenly showed a kind smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. The eyes that looked at Lai Chang'an were no longer repelled and instead looked at his grandson like his eyes. Okay, good boy. He patted Lai Chang'an on the shoulder gently and said with a very kind attitude, since you have proved your talent, then I agree with you in Yanyan. If you don't understand anything in your practice in the future, I will also understand it. You can come and consult me, avoid detours, and become a titled Duo as soon as possible. Thank you, senior. When Lai Chang'an heard what he said, he thanked him quickly. He knew that his affairs with Dugu Yan were basically stable. Unexpectedly, after knowing his talent, Dugu Bo would give up so easily. He originally planned to use his martial soul to swallow toxins to change his mind. Huh, what are you calling me? Dugu Bo narrowed his eyes and said as if he was pointing out, Grandfather. Lai Chang'an reacted quickly and changed his words in an instant. Dugu Bo nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with his cleverness. And Dugu Yan, who was standing beside him, was completely confused at this time. Her mind hasn't turned around yet. After all, my grandfather had an objection before and did not agree with them being together. As a result, after touching the bones, his attitude changed drastically. He even asked the other party to call him Grandpa. Isn't this sure I'm dreaming? At this time, Lai Chang'an had already walked to her side, held her hand and said happily, Yanzi, it's great. Grandpa has agreed to let us be together. But why did Grandpa suddenly? Although Dugu Yan was happy, she still felt something was wrong with her grandpa's sudden change. He even wondered if this was his grandfather's delaying strategy, just to temporarily stabilize your emotions. In fact, he didn't plan to let the two be together at all. I'm a little secret about this. I'll tell you later. I'll agree to me now and don't ask. Okay, Lai Chang'an browed when she asked, thinking that he should not expose himself this year for the time being. The fact that he is only 8 years old. Otherwise, it will inevitably give people a feeling that they are unreliable. After all, although people in the Duo world are generally precocious, and there are many people who get married at the age of 12 or 13, they are indeed a little younger than the age of 8. What's more, he is 7 years apart from Dugu Yan. He was afraid that Dugu Yan would think that he was young and had immature thoughts, and might not be true love for him, so he would be bad if he took the initiative to give up this relationship. I finally got to deal with Dugu Bo. Not only did I have a backer of the title Duo level since then, but the dream-loving fairy grass is already in front of me. If it was because of the ridiculous reason of age it was a failure, then he must vomit blood. Well, I won't ask. Dugu Yan saw his embarrassment and nodded, but the curiosity in my heart has never been reduced by a slight decrease. What is the secret? There is a strange lake in front of you. It is said to be strange because the color of the water in this lake is not transparent, but is milky white and vermilion red. The most amazing thing is that although these two colors are in the same pool, they are clearly distinguished and do not invade each other and always stay on one side. This, a curious scenery, the magical craftsmanship of nature is really amazing. Lai Chang'an looked at the lake in front of him and his eyes were filled with a look of marvel. It's very spectacular. When I first saw it when I was a child, I was shocked. Dugu Yan next to him said with a smile on his pretty face and a little proud, and this place is very magical. Here it is planted, the plants will grow very quickly. Grandpa has planted a lot of herbs nearby. The reason why the two of them are here is Dugu Yan, who took the initiative to bring Lai Chang'an over. This place is equivalent to the first time her boyfriend has come here at home. Of course I have to take him around the house. Lai Chang'an didn't expect that he had not made an excuse to ask for a walk, so Du Guyan took the initiative to bring himself to this place to see the scenery. It saves him from looking for reasons around the bush. Will the plant grow faster? No mistakes. One song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. When Lai Chang'an heard her say this, he couldn't help but frown and then muttered to himself, "Why do you feel so familiar? It seems that you have seen a similar description somewhere. Brother Chang'an, what's wrong with you?" Du Guyan asked curiously. "I seem to have seen similar descriptions in an ancient book. Don't disturb me, let me think about it carefully first." Lai Chang'an stretched out his hand and signaled Du Guyan not to disturb his thoughts first, and then began to frown and put on a look of meditation and thought hard expression. Du Guyan was obedient and did not make a sound to disturb his thoughts and waited by his side and quietly waited. About a few minutes passed. Lai Chang'an's frown gradually loosened, and then he looked around again with an incredible look in his eyes. "Brother Chang'an, have you thought of anything?" Du Guyan asked curiously. "Treasure basin. This is the legendary treasure basin," Lai Chang'an exclaimed in disbelief. "Treasure basin, Brother Chang'an, what is the treasure basin?" Du Guyan asked in confusion when he saw him so excited. "This is the description I have seen in an ancient book that records rare herbs." Speaking of this, Lai Chang'an's mood stabilized slightly, and then he couldn't wait to explain. It not only records many rare-known fairy herbs. It not only records the information of many rare-known fairy herbs, and also records the so-called 3 treasure basins. The so-called treasure pot here does not refer to yellow and white objects, but to medicines. It is also 3 special natural environments. In the environment of the 3 treasure pots, ordinary plants cannot grow at all because ordinary plants cannot adapt to the special climate, but the 3 treasure pots are the derivatives of all precious plants. Moreover, the growth time of these rare plants will be reduced by 10 times. Simply put, if a Ganoderma lucidum grows in any of the 3 treasure pots for 10 years, it will have the effect of a century-old Ganoderma lucidum. According to the records in the book, the unique conditions of Zhongling is the beauty of the world and the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. And the scene in front of you is a treasure basin called ice and fire lying, eyes. At a glance, the 2 qualities and mutual restraints are a treasure land that may not be formed in tens of millions of years. Lai Chang'an said excitedly, "Ice and fire lying, This title is really appropriate." After hearing his explanation, Du Guyan blinked his beautiful eyes, then looked at the distinctly distinct strange lake and nodded in agreement. At this time, she did not realize the preciousness of this place, so she acted very casually. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone around the ice and fire lying There are various plants, all kinds of shapes, and looks like a paradise of plants. At this time, Lai Chang'an was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, excitedly taking Du Guyan around the eyes of the ice and fire and exclaiming from time to time, "This is the snow silkworm, the best among Cordyceps sinensis, the snow silkworm. Is this a cinnabar lotus? Can it grow so big? Oh my god. The 10,000 poison nemesis Yauxiang Kiluo immortal product. This is fire-type fairy grass coxcomb phoenix acres, Kilu tulips, 8-petaled fairy orchid, strange chrysanthemum, looking through the autumn water dew. There are so many fairy grass growing here." After roughly walking around, Lai Chang'an was completely excited and numb at this time. He found a place to sit down and slowly calmed down his excitement. Du Guyan looked at him with some concern and said, "Brother Chang'an, are you okay?" She had no understanding of the value of fairy grass, and it was difficult for her to understand why Lai Chang'an was so excited to see those herbs he didn't know. "Yanzi, I'm fine." Lai Chang'an took a long breath and then said, "I was just a little too excited to see so many precious fairy grasses suddenly." "Are these herbs very precious?" Du Guyan asked in confusion. "These fairy grass is not a question of whether it is precious or not. It is the kind of rare in the world." Lai Chang'an looked like he didn't know how to describe it and finally said, "Let me tell you this way. The value of every fairy grass here is it is comparable to 100,000 years of soul bones. If I say this, you should understand how precious these fairy grass is, right?" "What? It's comparable to 100,000-year-old soul bone." Du Guyan's red mouth opened slightly, and she was indeed shocked. Needless to say, the preciousness of soul bones is the best among the top ones. I have never heard of anyone with a soul bone of 100,000 years, which shows how precious this thing is. But now, Lai Changan actually said that each of these unknown herbs grown here is comparable to a soul bone of 100,000 years. Impossible. Is my family so rich? Dugu Yan's eyes were full of disbelief. At this stage, no one except for a limited number of people in Duluo continent can realize the preciousness of the immortal grass. Therefore, it is very difficult to understand that Dugu Yan's value to the immortal grass is comparable to that of 100,000 years of soul bone. Yanzi, the reason why I say that each of these fairy grasses is comparable to a 100,000-year soul bone. It is because according to the ancient book, if taken appropriately, these fairy grasses can evolve the martial soul of the user, and even if they are not good, they can still be used. The qualifications have been greatly improved to make up for the defects of martial souls. Lai Changan explained. He didn't care about letting Dugu Yan and Dugu Bo know the preciousness of the fairy grass, because even if he knew that these fairy grass was very precious. But if you don't know the effect of the fairy grass, it's useless. Herbs should not be eaten randomly. If you accidentally take the fairy grass that conflicts with yourself, it will really kill you. Without knowing what role each of the immortal grass has, Dugu Bo can only guard the treasure mountain in vain, even if he knows that these immortal grasses are precious. These fairy grasses cannot be converted into actual benefits, and there is basically only one plant for each of these immortal herbs, which leads to the fact that they can't even try to catch people as testing effects. After all, there is only one fairy grass, and it will be gone after use. If you want to use people as experimental products to test the effect of the medicine, you must have tried it many times. A fairy grass does not have hundreds or thousands of experimental products, so don't even think about being able to test the effect of the fairy grass. After all, when different people take the same fairy grass, sometimes the effects they show are not the same. In addition, all factors such as dosage must be considered. So I want to use people as experimental products to test the effects of immortal herbs. It is simply impossible, and the actual conditions do not allow it at all. To be honest, Lai Changan was very curious when he watched Duluo Continent, that he was curious about the seniors who recorded the medicinal effects of the immortal herbs. How do you know exactly what effect does the fairy grass have? This kind of immortal herb with unknown medicinal effects has not been subjected to hundreds or thousands of experiments, and has the effect on different individuals. How do you know the properties of the medicine? There is basically only one plant in each fairy grass, and the growth conditions are particularly harsh. Basically, it eliminates the possibility of using people as experimental products to test the efficacy of medicine. So how do those who compile and record the effects of immortal herbs know? What? These herbs can make the martial soul evolve. Dugu Yan was shocked after hearing this, and then his face was full of disbelief, because this really goes against her common sense. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. These are not ordinary herbs, but rare fairy herbs in the world. Lai Changan shook his head and said, if it weren't for the unique environment of this treasure basin, it would be impossible for the outside world to grow fairy herbs. But it's too unbelievable to be able to evolve the martial soul or something. Although Dugu Yan wanted to believe him, years of education told her that this was simply impossible. Before seeing this ice and fire yin, I couldn't believe that there was such a treasure land in the world. As he said, Lai Changan glanced around and said with a dazed look, if that ancient book was not made up or exaggerated, to describe it, the fairy grass growing here does have the same medicinal effect as recorded. Yanzi, it's important. I'll inform Grandpa about the discovery here. Lai Changan turned his head and said, Dugu Bo was staying in the cave before, and he specially left the space for the two young people to let them stroll around and cultivate their feelings. When the two came to find him, he was having nothing to do and preparing some kidney-strengthening pills. Being guarded such a treasure land that can give birth to herbs, and it is a family of poisons. Since ancient times, medicine and poison have not separated. In addition to being able to use poison, he naturally also can configure some pills and prescribe prescriptions to understand pharmacology. So when he heard Lai Changan explain how precious those herbs he didn't know were, Dugu Bo also felt unbelievable. After all, with his knowledge, he didn't know that there was something like fairy grass in the world. How did this little guy Lai Chang'an know? In this regard, Lai Chang'an's explanation was that when he was a child, he accidentally found an old book on a street stall that was almost rotten, and most of the content on it was decaying and unable to see clearly. Only a small part records the treasure basin and the magical fairy grass. At that time, he only regarded this book as a book that records myths and legends, and did not take the contents seriously. Unexpectedly, I was fortunate to witness the ice and fire eyes and the true body of the immortal grass recorded in the book. This made him convinced the authenticity of the content of the book. When Dugu Bo heard what he said, he quickly asked where the old book was. Lai Chang'an said that the book may have existed for a long time, and the pages were almost rotten and poor, so he threw the book away after reading it. When Dugu Bo heard him say this, he felt extremely disappointed. Fortunately, Lai Chang'an then said that although he threw the book away, the contents of the book were kept in mind. Therefore, although most of the many immortal herbs grown by the ice and fire lying, eyes are not known, there are still some immortal herbs that are known. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone ice and fire, the eyes of the two spheres. Lai Chang'an was taking Dugu Bo to introduce the immortal grass he knew to him. Grandpa, this fairy grass is called 8-piece fairy orchid. It must be made of gold and jade. As long as it is put in jade utensils, it will not wither for thousands of years and will never be withered. According to ancient books, it has a soft medicinal property, but is mellow and long. It is easy to absorb, but it takes a long time to digest. Its function is to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence, remove impurities in the body, and to improve the qualifications of the soul master and speed up the cultivation speed. It is an immortal herb that any soul master can take. He pointed at said the 8-petal orchid. If the effect of the medicine is true, it is suitable for Yanyan to take it. Dugu Bo touched his beard and nodded. Although the cultivation speed of his granddaughter is not slower than his peers, it is still much worse than that of those top geniuses. If you have this fairy grass, you can make up for the gap. This fairy grass is called Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Product. In the range it is located, no poison has any effect. Its fragrance has the effect of neutralizing all poisons, and it can be called the nemesis of all poisons. Lai Chang'an pointed at one of the plants and released a pink light. The big flower covered said, "Can you detoxify, neutralize hundreds of poisons?" Dugu Bo's eyes lit up when he heard him say this. Seeing this, Lai Chang'an continued to explain. Although the Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Product is a nemesis of all poisons, it has the effect of neutralizing all toxins, but it cannot detoxify itself. It can only overcome the poison. The light pink light shield on the outer surface is exactly what it is. The range of poison can be overcome. In the light cover, any poison has no effect, and its fragrance has the effect of neutralizing all poisons. However, if you are poisoned before entering its fragrance range, then the Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Product will have no effect. It can be said that it is the best antivirus herb, but it's a pity that it cannot detoxify. What a pity I can only prevent poison, but I can't detoxify. Dugu Bo sighed. The poison of their family was brought by martial souls, and it can be said to be rooted in the bloodline and is innate. It is not an alien toxin at all, so it is still a little bit to say whether this fairy grass can work. Lai Chang'an continued to explain herbs. This fairy grass is called the coxcomb phoenix acre. It is the most young and strong. It is the fairy grass that the fire soul master dreams of. After taking it, it can greatly purify the soul power and flame effects. And if the martial soul is a bird, it may even be a scattered person. It may lead to benign evolution, he said, pointing to a fairy grass with leaves like a coxcomb. Good thing. Dugu Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then shook his head again, saying, "What a pity the effect of the medicine is positive, which is inconsistent with the characteristics of our blue-scale snake. Taking it rashly may even have a negative effect. This one is called." Lai Chang'an continued to introduce the next fairy grass. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Dugu Bo. "I recognize this plant, called Kaiyang Tongxianju." Dugu Bo looked at a big chrysanthemum and said, "I remember there is a martial soul with a titled Duluo, which is this thing." "Yes, it's called Kaiyang Tongxianju." Lai Chang'an nodded and continued, "This fairy herb is a neutral fairy-grade herb. It can help you eat the energy of the limbs and blood circulation to the 8 meridians. It can practice the indestructible body of Vajra." Dugu Bo was surprised after hearing this and said in surprise, "So powerful, isn't the devil? I feel that the old chrysanthemum is not very good. Could it be that I have been hiding my weakness? Lai Chang'an shook his head and said, Vajra indestructible is just an exaggerated statement. In fact, it can be understood as enhancing the toughness of the meridians in the body and the bearing of the body. Taking this immortal herb, according to what the book says, it is not just the speed of cultivation. It will be improved, and even the age of absorbing the soul ring can be appropriately increased. So amazing! Dugu Bo felt that the number of surprises he was surprised today exceeded the sum of the past 10 years. This one is called the snow-colored swan kiss. This plant is called the narcissus jade bone. This plant is called acacia broken heart red. This plant is called Lihuo Xingjiao Shu. After a while of wandering and telling Dugu Bo about the medicinal effects and how to take the immortal herbs they knew, the three of them returned to the cave and sat down in a place where they usually drink tea and relax. After recording the effects and treatment methods of the immortal herbs informed by Lai Chang'an, Dugu Bo looked at the thin booklet in his hand. I couldn't help but sigh. If all the records in this book are true, then the value of this book is incalculable. It can be regarded as a family heirloom. Although there are not many immortal herbs recorded in it and have certain requirements for the users, as long as each plant is taken properly, it is guaranteed to be a titled duoluo. It is conceivable how precious the knowledge recorded here is. Without the medicinal effects and methods of taking these fairy herbs, Dugu Bo would not dare to take them even though he knew that these fairy herbs were precious. I could only guard Bayashan and stare at me. At this time, Dugu Bo felt more and more happy with Lai Chang'an, and he became more and more satisfied with his grandson-in-law. After all, the preciousness of the immortal herbs recorded in the booklet in his hand is self-evident. As a result, the other party gave it to him without reservation. This trust really makes people feel warm, because if Lai Chang'an was greedy and wanted to swallow the immortal grass alone, he would not tell him how precious these immortal grass was, then find a reason to pull out all these fairy grasses. Even if Dugu Bo knows, he will not pursue it too much. After all, he didn't know how precious these fairy grass was at that time. Just consider it to be some rare herbs. Lai Chang'an could use information to take away the most precious treasure here without knowing it. But he did not do this, but instead told all this truthfully. This honest behavior completely made Dugu Bo accept this future grandson-in-law, and he had completely regarded him as his own. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Next, all the three of them had to do was to verify whether the effects of these immortal herbs were as recorded. After all, before seeing the actual situation, no one can guarantee whether what is recorded in ancient books is true or false. Therefore, although Dugu Bo has obtained the medicinal effects and usage methods of the immortal herbs, the authenticity of this information still can't believe it completely. In response, Lai Chang'an volunteered to say that he could try a fairy grass first. If he tried it himself, he found that the medicinal effect of the fairy grass was no different from the ones recorded in the classics. Then the content is true, and Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan can also be eaten with confidence. No, this is too dangerous. Dugu Yan refused his pharmaceutical test behavior because she still felt it was unreliable. After all, the effects of those immortal herbs are too contrary to common sense in the soul master world, and if the immortal grass is really so powerful, then why isn't there a single legend passed down? Therefore, Dugu Yan cannot trust the authenticity of the immortal grass. Third update, please vote and collect it. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone, the dream-loving fairy grass is right in front of you. Naturally, Lai Chang'an could not give up like this, so he began to move with reason and understand with emotion. It means there will be no problem. At the end of the day, even Dugu Bo helped him speak. It means that if there is any problem after Lai Chang'an takes it, he can help him expel the edible herbs from his body in time. Minimize the harm. After much persuasion, the two finally convinced Dugu Yan and agreed to Lai Chang'an to try taking the fairy grass. Dugu Bo took a huge chrysanthemum from the eyes of the ice and fire. This chrysanthemum is magnificent purple. What's strange is that every petal of the chrysanthemum looks furry and cute. The whole chrysanthemum is integrated, but there is no fragrance overflowing. The stamen in the center is half a foot higher than the petals. The top of the stamens shines with a faint golden glow. It is the neutral fairy grass, strange and chrysanthemum. Compared with other fairy grasses that have never appeared before, at least one person who actually exists has this kind of martial soul. If something goes wrong later and I really can't handle it, I might be able to find the person involved. Moreover, the medicinal properties of this fairy herb are also very suitable for Lai Chang'an's situation, and it will not repel any martial souls after taking the fairy grass. Lai Chang'an suppressed the excitement in his heart, sat cross-legged, then ate the stamens of the sky first, then ate the petals one by one and discarded the remaining rhizomes. Then close your eyes and start practicing, absorbing and digesting the medicinal power. Dugu Bao and Dugu Yan, the grandson, looked at him nervously, paying attention to his situation at all times. A faint golden light gradually illuminated. Lai Chang'an, sitting cross-legged, looked calm, and a faint golden light began to emerge on the skin all over his body. At the same time, there was a crackling sound inside his body, as if the bones in his body were being broken and reshaped by the medicinal force. Dugu Bao stared at him tightly, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became, because he found that the aura on the boy in front of him became more and more stable as time passed. At the same time, the fluctuations of soul power gradually became mellow. This shows that the soul power in his body has indeed been purified, and the sound of crackling on his body does not mean that the bones were really broken. It is the abnormal sound made by the body's bones, muscles, meridians, under the strengthening of the medicinal power. This so-called Vajra indestructible body is a bit interesting. Perhaps after this round of strengthening, it is possible to absorb super high-age soul rings. Dugu Bao had completely relieved when he saw this, because so far he could only find that Lai Chang'an in front of him was getting better in all aspects and did not find any worsening. This undoubtedly shows that the medicinal effect of the immortal herb is real. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful while being happy, because there are many kinds of fairy grass growing in the ice and fire lying in. What Lai Chang'an told me was only a small part of the information about the fairy grass, and the remaining most of the information about the fairy grass, which was in an unknown state. Perhaps the ancient book that was mostly decayed back then recorded the information about the other immortal grass. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to meet. Dugu Bao sighed in his heart, feeling a little regretful, because among the currently known immortal herbs, no immortal herbs would be helpful to his poisoning situation. At the same time, the soul beast clone far away in the soul beast forest, in a vast cave. I saw a huge green-scale snake emperor, and a faint golden light appeared on his body at the same time. Obviously, after eating the immortal grass in the original body, the clone actually benefited. From this point of view, the connection between the body and the clone is much closer than Lai Chang'an imagined. But thinking about it, since the clones can share soul power and even part of their physical fitness from a distance, why can't the original body affect the clone? After a while, the golden light on the body of the green-scale snake emperor disappeared. It slowly opened the dark golden snake eyes, feeling its body strengthened by the Kaiyang Tongxianju, and realized something. The strength of this body is at least going to a level. And there are many invisible benefits that make my future growth more smooth. Unfortunately, the fairy grass only strengthens my body and cannot make my bloodline evolve. In terms of bloodline level alone, I am not as good as God. The descendants of the pure blood dragon clan of the sky are at most the level of the two gates, Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python. The upper limit of strength can be seen almost. Soul beasts can be said to be a race that values bloodlines extreme. Because of blood, there is almost no bottleneck in soul beasts. As long as you eat and drink every day and practice it casually, you can become very strong. But because of blood, the upper limit of the soul beast was almost nailed to death. Let's take Emperor Tian as an example, as the pure blood dragon clan. And it was also the pure blood dragon clan of the dragon god's era. The upper limit of his bloodline is actually very high, and he can eventually become a first-level god. Unfortunately, because Duliuo's rules were tampered with by the god realm, he wasted hundreds of thousands of years in this continent, and he still couldn't even break through the god level. As for the bloodline of the soul beast of the level of the blue-scale snake emperor, even if the luck of the dog is gone, the upper limit is the level of the third-level god. In other words, if the Duliuo star rules have not been tampered with, then the ultimate achievement of this clan's snake emperor clone is a level 3 god. It is impossible to break through to the second level or even a higher level unless there is other opportunity. This is what is called success and failure. In comparison, although humans do not have the advantage of blood and have bottlenecks for every breakthrough in a small stage, they do not have that unbreakable layer of constraints. Breaking the limit is easier. It is not easy for the soul beast to break the shackles of bloodlines. Without the great opportunity to go against the sky, it will never be able to break through the upper limit of bloodline level in its entire life. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Lai Chang'an's original body is here. After a period of absorption, he also initially digested the medicinal power of Kaiyang Tongxianju, and his body has been greatly improved. Open your eyes slowly. At this time, his whole body was rosy, his eyes seemed to be shining, and his whole body's spirit was completely renewed. Stand up. Lai Chang'an's body became strong and well-proportioned by the immortal grass, and there were some muscle lines on his body. At the same time, the height has grown a little taller, making the whole person feel more secure. Brother Chang'an, how do you feel? Dugu Yan and the bird rushed into his arms like a human being, but they felt that the other party's arms became stronger and stronger, and the heartbeat also became stronger and stronger. It brings her an indescribable sense of peace. Yanzi, I'm fine. Lai Chang'an hugged the girl in his arms, gently stroked her back, and said, I feel that I am better than ever. This fairy grass is really effective. Chang'an, come here, I will help you check it carefully. Dugu Bo waved to him, although he did not find anything wrong through observation. But it is indeed better to check it with soul and mental power, which is safer. After all, he really regarded Lai Chang'an as his own, but I couldn't bear to let him have something unexpected like this. Fourth update. By the way, no one wants to invest, very little collection. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after some detailed inspection. Dugu Bo found that Lai Chang'an's physical condition was unprecedentedly good, and there was no problem in terms of soul power or other aspects. This undoubtedly proves that the immortal grass does indeed have the effect of reincarnating the soul master. However, to be on the safe side, Dugu Bo decided to observe him for a while and then make sure there would be no sequelae. Then choose the right fairy grass for your granddaughter to take. As for him, he would forget it. As soon as he is old, the effect of the medicine used by the immortal herbs on him will be greatly reduced. Secondly, among these magic herbs with known medicinal effects, there is no fairy herb suitable for him to take, or the fairy grass that solves his poisoning situation. So forget it, don't harm these treasures anymore. Keep these fairy grasses, and maybe they can have other uses in the future. Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan both returned to the college, which made the 3 education committees who received the news breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dugu Bo did not make things difficult for him. That's good. As for the 2 of them who looked obviously much closer, the 3 education commissions turned a blind eye and pretended that they hadn't seen it. After all, Dugu Yan is the granddaughter of Poison Duluo. Once that old guy goes crazy, his destructive power will be much more terrifying than that ordinary titled Duluo. Perhaps he is the weakest titled Duluo if he fights alone, but his poisonous skills can make his titled Duluo even dead. Even if there are thousands of troops, there is only one way to extinction when facing his poisonous fog. So if it is not necessary, no one wants to provoke him. What happened between Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan is actually big and small. The most important thing is that it depends on the situation. Generally speaking, being a prince consort cannot be flirting with the enemy, as it will damage the royal face. This refers to the fact that the prince consort is very weak and can only survive with the imperial power. And if the son-in-law's family is strong or has very strong strength, then it would be another matter. If Lai Chang'an is now a titled Duluo, then even if he wants to marry a few more openly, Emperor Tiandu would probably turn a blind eye and pretend that he didn't see it. Maybe he would even send gifts when he got married. This is the role of strength. Although Lai Chang'an is still very weak now, he is not a titled Duluo, but everyone can see his talent, and no one will doubt that he can become a titled Duluo in the future, become another pillar of the country. As for the strong, they always have privileges. Since the relationship between the 2 is now like this, if you force him to break it apart, it is forcing him to be separated from the royal family. So in the end, Emperor Tiandu chose to turn a blind eye to Lai Chang'an's romantic behavior. I didn't see it anymore, after returning to the college that day. Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan, two couples who had just confirmed their relationship, began a close-knit life. In addition to the necessary study and practice time every day, we basically stick together whenever we have time, entering the stage of passionate love. The relationship between the two also heated up rapidly during this period. In just 6 months, Lai Chang'an almost ate Dugu Yan, the seductive, beautiful snake, without taking the last step. Basically, everything that couples can do. The two of them have reached the point of being honest with each other. You know my strengths and weaknesses, but I don't know your depth. As for why he left the last step alone and didn't do it, Dugu Yan said, Grandpa said that they were too young, and if they did it too early, it would hurt their health. And it is also possible to be addicted to it and waste your practice. Grandpa doesn't let him go. Once this reason was expressed, Lai Chang'an, who was in a weak position, could only helplessly tie his trousers. After all, he is still greedy for other people's fairy grass now, so he still has to listen to what the old man said. Ice and fire eyes. 6 months later, Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan came here again. Dugu Bo had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw him coming, he couldn't wait to pull his hand and input his soul power into his body to check his physical condition. After a careful inspection, Lai Chang'an's physical condition is much better than 6 months ago, which shows that in recent times, the residual medicinal power of the fairy herb taken has been completely digested by him. At the same time, his soul power level has reached level 38. Before taking the immortal grass, he had just obtained the soul ring, and his soul power level was only 31. As a result, after taking the immortal grass, he directly improved his level 7 soul power in just 6 months. You should know that during these 6 months, in order to digest the medicinal power of the fairy herbs as soon as possible, Lai Chang'an did not increase his level by absorbing the soul power transmitted from his clone. This level 7 soul power was actually cultivated by him. Moreover, the improvement of soul power is second. The most important thing is that the immortal grass has strengthened his body, making his meridians more flexible and strong, and his foundations become stronger. There are countless benefits of invisibility. Seeing the benign influence of the fairy grass on Lai Chang'an, Dugu Bo finally felt relieved. After confirming that the fairy grass had no side effects, I finally decided to let my granddaughter take the fairy grass. He took a white flower and plant, which looked spotless like a green lotus and white couple. It was a fairy grass called the daffodil's jade bone. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. This immortal herb has the function of moistening the muscles and replenishing the bones, and the kai is connected to the 7 meridians and 8 meridians. It has the same effect as the Kilyang and the Tianqi chrysanthemum, but it is softer and more suitable for women. When taking it, only eat the petals and finally the stamens to absorb its effects. It needs to be activated with soul power and calm your mind to completely absorb its essence. After Dugu Yan took the fairy grass, he took it according to the method. Then she sat cross-legged and began to calmly digest the medicinal power. After a while, a faint jade color spread throughout her body, and she seemed to have turned into a jade man. Waited for a moment. Seeing that Dugu Yan's absorption had gradually improved and there was no situation, Dugu Bo nodded, then looked at Lai Chang'an, who was also looking at Dugu Yan, and said, "Chang'an, come with me." After saying that, he took the lead in walking out of the cave. Although Lai Chang'an was a little puzzled, he still followed. Walk out of the cave. Dugu Bo climbed straight up the mountain road. It seemed that he was walking very slowly, but every step was 10 meters away, and the distance between each step was extremely even. During the climbing process, he was like vertical rise is average. Lai Chang'an followed closely behind with his soul gathering power, no slower than him at all. But compared to Dugu Bo's calmness, his appearance seemed a little hurry. Soon, the two arrived at the top of the mountain. What caught my eye was an inverted cone-shaped valley. The top of the mountain where the two were located was the edge of the valley. The strong heat came out of the valley. The heat was very moist and had a bit of the unique smell of sulfur. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lai Chang'an couldn't help but begin to fantasize about the ice and fire dragon king that fell from the divine realm, which was entangled with each other thousands of years ago, like a meteor from the sky. It was like the falling sun, hitting this place heavily. The land surging, and finally this wonderland was formed, and the scene of sunset that day was also seen by people at that time. Then the forest was named Sunset Forest. Is it customary to ask for votes and collect them? End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. Dugu Bo unfolded his figure and jumped directly to the mountainside where he could not see the bottom. Lai Changan, who had experience, also jumped easily and fell into the bottom of the mountain with him. The wind was howling around him, and Lai Changan had no doubt that if he fell like this, he would be able to end up being broken into pieces. Fortunately, when he was still in midair, Dugu Bo released a huge soul power to surround him, and he fell to the ground lightly. The thick fog dissipated, and there was a valley in front of me. A hot spring divided into two colors came into view. The water vapor rolling up at the top of the mountain just now was generated by the location between the two hot springs and continued to rise until the location of the mountain pass. "Grandpa, who did you bring me here?" Lai Changan asked in confusion when he got here. "If you want to marry Yanyan, your current physique is not enough. You need a body that is invincible," Dugu Bo said, pointing to the ice and fire fairy grass growing in two lakes. The meaning is self-evident. Metaphor. The poison of their green scale snake family is not just about hurting themselves. Even people who are too close to them will be inadvertently poisoned after years of contact. After all, there are toxins hidden in one person's body, so when you have negative contact with another person, the toxins in your body will naturally be transmitted to the other party. Then the other party was poisoned. The principle is similar to infecting viruses. Therefore, whether Dugu Bo's family is marrying or marrying a daughter, the partner they choose is basically the owner of the poisonous and resistant martial soul. But even so, after years of contact, the toxins in the body accumulate heavier and heavier, and the partner often cannot last for too long. For example, Dugu Bo's wife, his son, and his daughter-in-law, they all died of the poison of the green phosphorus snake carried by the martial soul. At first, Dugu Bo thought that Lai Changan's martial soul was the same as himself as his, and he should not be afraid of Dugu Yan's snake venom. After understanding it later, he found that the kid's martial soul was not actually the pure blue-scale snake martial soul. It is a martial soul that belongs to half snake and half sword, an extremely rare benign mutation of martial soul. In essence, although it has a part of the snake, it is mainly based on weapon and martial souls, and cannot be possessed by martial souls. So Lai Changan would not be infected with his own snake venom like them. But in contrast, Dugu Bo thinks that this kid's poison resistance is probably only the level of an ordinary person. If he and Dugu Yan were going to be husband and wife in the future, Lai Changan would probably be poisoned. If he died young, it would be another tragedy at that time. So for the sake of her granddaughter's future happiness, Dugu Bo told her that she could not do that with Lai Changan for the time being. It's really hard to do it, and today, in his opinion, is the time to solve the problem. Lai Changan had told him before that, one ice and one fire, two immortal herbs growing on both sides of the ice and fire eyes, can be used together to refine the golden body that is invincible to all poisons. At that time, he was not sure whether it was true or not, but now he has confirmed the authenticity of the immortal grass. He decided to let him take these two fairy herbs. As for why he didn't take it himself, mainly, Lai Changan told him that after taking it, the medicinal power of the immortal herb may also transform the toxicity in his martial soul. By then, the biphosphine snake emperor will lose his poison, so won't he be over? So the only one who is most suitable to take these two fairy herbs is Lai Changan. But Dugu Bo actually didn't know that Lai Changan was the least afraid of poison. Because his unique mutated martial soul has the function of absorbing toxins. Therefore, no matter what poison he gets, he can decompose and absorb toxins through his martial soul. He can even solve the poisoning problem that has troubled their Dugu family for a long time. But this solution is to treat the symptoms but not the root cause, even if Lai Changan out all the poison in their bodies. But as long as their martial souls are still poisoned, they will start to get poisoned again as they are used. This method cannot solve the problem once and for all. It is like forcing poison into the soul bone. It is purely a treatment of symptoms but not the root cause. So Lai Changan did not say it, but thought about waiting for himself to become a before seeing if he could help them solve the problem completely. Unexpectedly, Dugu Bo misunderstood that he was afraid of toxins, so he wanted to create a body that is invincible to all poisons. I have to say that it was a coincidence. Lai Chang'an was worried that a fairy grass might not be enough to strengthen his body. As a result, before he could speak, Dugubo took the initiative to let him come over to eat the fairy grass and alchemy body. There is nothing to say, the benefits of delivering to the door. Rejection is a fool. Dugubo waved his hand, and a large octagonal white flower growing at the center of Eagle Spring fell in the distance. In an instant, a cold air filled with it, and a layer of faint white frost was hung on the surrounding herbs. Although this herb is also an immortal product, it is not beneficial. On the contrary, it is a rare and highly poisonous person. Even a strong man like Dudulyo Dugubo would never dare to be by its side all the time. This object is called the star anise black ice grass, a strange cold flower product, which can make people feel cold and feel irritated and frozen in the center. This grass has a strong air conditioning within 10 meters. If the time is over, the cold poison will hit the heart and have no cure. Not to mention eating, even if you are next to it, you will be unlucky. After Dugubo cut off the octagonal black ice grass with his sole power, he waved his hand to the center of the Kyra Yonquin on the other side of the ice and fire eyes. This time, his goal is a plant that looks like a cabbage, but is full of fiery red. The sole power turned into a rope, directly trapping the fiery red herb and pulling it out. This plant is the opposite of the extremely cold star anise black ice grass before. It is a highly poisonous immortal product with the top fire poison. Fire apricot sweet. This thing only grows in a hot place and can survive even in magma. All functions are exactly the opposite of the star anise black ice grass. Immediately afterwards, Dugubo closed his hands in the center. Suddenly, the ice, fire, and yin and yang fairy grasses picked on the left and right sides were pulled by soul power and collided together. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. A magical scene happened. Two fairy grasses that were extremely cold and hot before, but when they collided, the two auras of cold and hot disappeared at the same time. The star anise black ice grass was shrouded in a light red light, while the fiery apricot was shrouded in a light white air. It obviously affects each other. When Dugubo saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the method of taking these two immortal herbs is too evil and the risk is very high. If the record is incorrect, Lai Chang'an's life will be completely over. Now that I saw these two fairy grasses colliding together, they were indeed, as Lai Chang'an said, blending their breaths and temporarily neutralizing each other's toxicity. He finally realized that the method of taking these two fairy herbs should be fine. Chang'an, there is not much time, go and take it quickly. Dugubo urged him to look at the other party. After these two fairy grasses meet with each other, although they will be restrained by the other's breath, their effects will completely disappear after 10 breaths. And within these 10 breaths, it is the best time to take them. Lai Chang'an nodded, then quickly walked forward and grabbed two fairy grasses, ate them directly into his mouth, chewed them a few times, and finally swallowed them all. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone ice and fire eyes. Lai Chang'an, who was soaked in the extreme fetal and yang spring, suddenly opened his eyes slowly, and his consciousness had returned to his original body from the mysterious square. At this time, after he merged with the statue, he naturally obtained some information. This was the memory inherited in his bloodline, which made him fully understand the mysterious square and the ancient and vicissitudes of the statue. What the asterisk is going on. The square with many statues is actually not a real space, but an illusory existence similar to a dreamlike dream. The so-called squares and statues are just postures formed based on their inner subconscious cognition. In fact, if someone else is replaced, what they might have shown is something else. Lai Chang'an was actually in a state of dreams just now. As for the statues in the square, they represent the manifestation of many bloodlines that are rooted in his soul. The gray state is an inactive sign. Lai Chang'an couldn't understand why there were so many mythical beasts mixed in his bloodline in his previous life. However, he guessed that perhaps his ancient ancestors had swallowed the flesh and blood of these strange beasts by hunting and killing them. The blood of these strange beasts is integrated into the genes and then passed on to their descendants. After all, there are ancient books such as Shanhai Jing that introduce strange beasts, but in the eyes of modern people, they are just recipes that introduce the characteristics of food. It can be seen that the ancients did have records of hunting these strange beasts. Then it is reasonable to be able to obtain the bloodline of these strange beasts. As for his reincarnation, why can he still carry blood? The only explanation is that the bloodline of these mythical beasts is not only limited to the body, but also deeply embedded in the soul, forming a set of genetic templates. Lai Chang'an's soul originated from the previous world, so he brought the blood of these strange beasts over. If it were in the original Dharma-ending world, Lai Chang'an would never have activated these ancient mythological bloodlines in his life. But in the Duoluo world, there is the possibility of activate these ancient bloodlines. And just so happened that by swallowing the unique environment of ice and fire fairy grass and ice and fire, lying ei, a certain mythical gene in his body was unexpectedly stimulated. The statue that stood out like a flock of chickens among the many dead statues in the square was a symbol of the initial activation of bloodline. I didn't expect that eating a fairy grass or a hot spring can unexpectedly stimulate my hidden bloodline. I just don't know what the bloodlines of these strange beasts in mythology in the past life are compared to the divine beasts in this world, Lai Chang'an thought to himself. He did not blindly think that the mythical beasts in his previous life must be awesome and must crush the divine beasts in this world. After all, there is no actual comparison. Who knows who is stronger and who is weak, and myths are usually exaggerated. But no one knows whether it is really as strong as described. What's more, these strange beasts were hunted and eaten by their ancestors, and their qualities decreased again. Lai Chang'an was just an ordinary person in his previous life. If it weren't for time travel, or if he had happened to stimulate the ancient bloodline, he would probably think that the world he lived in his previous life was just an ordinary world of technology. So even though he knew that he had inspired the bloodline of ancient mythological beasts, he was not very excited. What's more, the bloodline is only initially stimulated, and it also needs to be awakened in order to truly gain the power in the bloodline. As for how to awaken your bloodline, very simple: energy, pure and huge energy. Though Lai Chang'an is in the ice and fire, spring water now contains very sufficient energy, but these energy is not pure enough and the mass is not enough to completely awaken his bloodline. So he turned his gaze down, deep in the bottom of the pond. After all, it is the corpse of a divine beast. It should be a basic operation without rotting and immortality. I don't know if the meat is delicious, as it contains much energy. And I remember that the divine beasts in this world seem to have settings such as inner alchemy. If I could find the inner alchemy of the ice and fire dragon king with the power of the divine beast, it would be enough to completely awaken my bloodline. Lai Chang'an looked at the bottomless passage below, without hesitation, turned over and swam deep down without hesitation. Now that he has absorbed 2 ice and fire fairy grasses, he can be described as like a fish in water in the ice and fire eyes. Lai Chang'an didn't even need oxygen, and the energy contained in the surrounding springs provided all the nutrients needed by his body. It's like a fish in the water, able to swim freely in this pool of water without restraint, diving straight down toward the bottom of the pond. The more Lai Chang'an dived, the wider the passage around him became. In contrast, the temperature and coldness in the water are getting heavier. The water in this lake contains the attribute energy of the water and fire dragon king who fell back then, and its power is extremely terrifying. If he hadn't eaten 2 ice and fire fairy grasses, he would have had special resistance. Let alone swimming here, his whole body would have been corroded just by touching a little. The more you dive, the greater the resistance to progress. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. This deep passage seems to lead to the 9 nether hell. Lai Chang'an felt a little furious, but when he thought of the possible benefits below, he still tried his best to dive down. The surrounding passages also became wider as they dived. He found that this passage was pointed conical, with the narrowest ground, and the wider it was. With such a strange scene, he could almost restore the scene of that year in his mind. The corpses of the 2 dragon kings fell from the sky and hit the ground like meteorites, and the terrifying impact force penetrated directly into the center of the earth, reaching a distance of thousands of feet. Then deep underground, the 2 forces of ice and fire clashed out loud. The principle is like a volcanic eruption, with huge space below and a small hole for catharsis above. Next, as many thousands of years passed, The small holes used for catharsis above gradually solidified and fixed, and the surrounding soil environment formed a valley, and the erupting force was gradually adjusted under the power of nature, and finally formed a mutually resilient ice and fire. Lying Ian, nature has to say that it is really amazing. Lai Chang'an was deeply moved. He found that the further down, the more pure the energy contained in the spring water became. Obviously, I was gradually approaching the core area, and the energy released by the ice and fire yin eyes on the ground was just some heavily diluted energy. But just a little bit of fur and miscellaneous created a feng shui treasure land. You can imagine how strong these two dragon kings were during their lifetime. According to the novels he had read in his previous life, the level of these two dragon kings is only the first level *** peak below the god king. The remaining power after death can form such a treasure land. It seems that the gods in this world are not that weak either. To talk about fantasy floor tiles is really insulting the world. I don't know if he completely stimulates the ancient mythological bloodline in his body. What if he compares with the gods in this world? Strong or weak? Please vote, collect, and invest. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. I wonder how long it has been downstream. Lai Chang'an gradually discovered that the scene in front of him gradually had a slight ray of red and icy blue. In addition, the surrounding environment suddenly became very wide, transforming from a narrow vertical cave into an extremely empty cave. He continued to dive for a while before finally seeing the true face of the light source. Is this dragon? I saw that the two dragon-shaped phantoms that were purely composed of energy bodies at the two ends were less than 1 meter long, but the layers of dragon scales, crystal-clear dragon horns, and majestic and domineering. The details that should be found on dragons, there is no shortage of both. Two dragon shadows slowly swam like swimming fish in this dark cave, where there are no sunlight. Only where they pass by can there be a few rays of red or blue light. Through the illumination of these lights, Lai Chang'an also blurred the scene at the bottom of the cave. It was a large area of steep rocks, with a shape like a mountain ridge with peaks. But if you concentrate and carefully, you can find that this ridge is not the same. It is the vertebrae of a giant beast, with a serrated, hideous bone spur on it. As the two dragon shadows continued to swim, the light illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to clearly see the stacked scales spread all over the giant beast. In the ups and downs, he could even glimpse its muscle curve full of explosive power. Lai Chang'an looked carefully and found that it was a giant dragon with two bodies worth more than hundreds of feet long. These two giant dragons seemed to have been dead for a long time, and their bodies were as quiet as two ancient stone statues, but they still had a nearly suffocating power. Is this the second of the 9 sons of the dragon god, the water dragon king and the fire dragon king? Lai Chang'an looked at the huge corpse below, and after a moment of loss of consciousness, his eyes gradually became hot. Because he found that although these two dragon corpses had been dead for many years, they were still full of flesh and blood. This means that if nothing unexpected happens, he can eat dragon meat today. Lai Chang'an carefully approached the corpses of the two dragon kings, and from time to time, he looked at the two aimless dragon souls in the distance, fearing that he would be attacked by them. After all, according to the original book, each of these two dragon souls has a demigod-level power. It's definitely not something he can compete with now. Fortunately, perhaps because of eating the ice and fire fairy grass, the whole person's breath has become integrated with the surrounding springs. Lai Chang'an's approach to the dragon corpse did not attract the attention of the two dragon souls. Floating on the scales, he found that even though so many years have passed, the touch from the scales under his naked feet is still extremely hard. If these scales can be used to create a set of armor, maybe it is surprisingly good, or maybe it is. Lai Chang'an mobilized his soul power to stabilize his body in the water and firmly absorbed the scales barefoot onto the scales. Then he bent down to look at the scales below and found that just a scale was about 1 meter wide in diameter. I don't know how many scales there are on the two dragons. Such a huge scale is obviously impossible to create armor that can be worn by people using the original forging method of this world. After all, this thing is too big. If you want to get rid of these scales, you may have to use the technique of refining magic weapons in the world of cultivation to turn these excellent materials into various tools. But Lai Chang'an did not have this ability, so he could only shake his head helplessly and give up that unrealistic idea. Next, he grabbed a scale with his hands, stepped on the other scales with his naked feet, and pulled it hard from the ground. Even though the corpse has not decayed, the scales have become particularly loose after years of baptism. He pulled it hard and pulled off a scale. A white and tender skin is revealed below. Lai Chang'an threw away the scales, then summoned his own blue scale sword and began to cut the flesh. But soon he found that even with the sharpness of the sword in his hand, it was extremely difficult to cut the flesh of the dragon corpse. The physical strength of this ancient divine beast is simply perverted. In desperation, he could only light up his soul ring and use his soul skills one after another to bless the sharpness of the sword. Finally, I barely cut through the skin and spent a lot of time to dig out a piece of dragon meat. The dragon corpse did not shed blood, and the flesh dug out showed a gem-like crystal-clear feeling. Lai Chang'an was a little doubtful if his teeth could grind the meat, so don't break all the teeth later. Carefully cut a small, thin piece of meat from the top. He put it in his mouth and ate it raw. I found that the dragon meat had no fishy smell, and it was dry at the same time, a bit like chewing cowhide. After chewing silently for a moment, Lai Chang'an spat and spit out the little silk dragon flesh in his mouth. Then he threw away the large piece of dragon meat left in his hand and cursed in his heart. Damn, these dragon meats contain no energy at all. He already understood at this time that although the two dragon corpses were not rotten, they had gone through hundreds of thousands of years. After years of soaking in the spring water, the energy contained in their bodies has long been integrated into the spring water and dissipated into the surrounding natural environment. The principle here is like soaking snakes in wine. The essence is integrated into the wine, and the rest is the shriveled and smelly skin. In fact, he should have figured it out long ago. How huge is the energy required to form a feng shui treasure land like the ice and fire lying in? It would be strange if the energy in these two dragon corpses is spared. What can I do now? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Lai Chang'an scratched his head. It was impossible to eat dragon meat to obtain energy. So where can he find high-quality energy now? Forget it. Find out if there is any inner alchemy left. He started searching around the two dragon corpses with a lucky mentality. As for the soul bones of the water and fire dragon king, the two dragon kings are divine beasts. How could there be something like soul bone? In ancient times, soul beasts did not have soul bones, and they would not even produce soul rings after death. The so-called soul ring and soul bones are just a product of the god realms twisted the rules of the Duoluo continent world. After some search, Lai Chang'an didn't even find any shadow of the inner alchemy. He suspected that the inner alchemy might exist in the corpses of the two dragon kings. The problem is that such a huge and tough corpse, when will he have to dig it? What's more, if you think about it carefully, even if there is really an inner alchemy, will the inner alchemy be dissolved automatically like a corpse? Or is there only one empty shell left? Oh, forget it. Lai Chang'an shook his head and finally gave up on the idea of finding the Dragon King's inner alchemy. He was just planning to go upstream, leaving this bottomless earthquake. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly glanced at the two aimless dragon shadows wandering in the distance, and his eyes instantly condensed. I had a bold idea in my heart. Dragon soul, can it be eaten? Do you want to fight? After passing this village, there may be no such store. Lai Chang'an stood there, looking a little hesitant. After initially stimulating his bloodline, even though he had not yet awakened completely, he could still feel his own huge changes at this moment. It is hard to imagine what kind of magical powers should be possessed if he is completely awakened. End of this chapter. Duoluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. If you want to completely awaken the mythical bloodline in your body, then huge and pure energy is essential. At least it is the power of the divine power in this world that is qualified to serve as the resource for his awakening bloodline. Energy below the **** level should not be diluted to provide help to awaken bloodlines. This made Lai Chang'an realize that the blood hidden in his body is probably also a very high-end one in this world. Once you can awaken completely, you will be more confident in becoming a *** in the future. Even after he awakens his mythical bloodline, he may not have to rely on any *** position and become a *** himself. This has an unparalleled temptation for him. After all, even though he has many advantages, Lai Chang'an still feels not very confident in whether he can become a god. As a time traveler, he has neither plug-ins nor any golden fingers. Even if he has the help of the Soul Beast clone, at most he can practice faster, and the ultimate duo will come to an end. It is impossible to become a god. If there is no plug-in, it is ruled out that the long road of collecting faith is to become a god, and you can only accept the test of the gods. The key is to test whether this kind of thing can pass. In fact, it depends on whether the gods will see you. Full of uncertainty. If the gods like you, they will open the back door for you everywhere and try to set the tests as simple as possible. Even if they fail, they will give you a chance to remedy them. I will be almost asking you to inherit the position of God. For example, the two guys, the sea god and the Shura god in the original work, treated Tang San as their own son and even resurrected him when he died. If the gods don't like you, then the **** assessment you face is at the *** level, and it is impossible to pass it. Even if you pass by luck, don't imagine being able to inherit the divine position. For example, Tang Chen in the original work wasted decades of hardships and finally completed the 8th exam at the moment of death, and was the last step away from inheriting the throne. As a result, my body couldn't bear it, and in the end, I had no choice but to pass the results to my great-grandson Tang San. He directly omitted the previous test, easily inherited the position of Shura god, and finally achieved the achievement of the double-headed position. Damn, this is obviously the Shura god who is secretly targeting him, because all this doesn't seem like a coincidence. It just so happened that he was one step away from inheriting the throne, and his body couldn't bear it. It just happened that the result could be transferred. It just happened that the person around him was Tang San, and it just happened that Tang San was also one of the testers and could directly inherit the result. And the most coincidental thing is that this guy is actually his great-grandson. It is a direct inheritance. Coincide. A coincidence of your sister. It's not as simple as coincidences when so many coincidences add up. From this, we can infer that even Tang San was reborn in the Tang family, perhaps because Tang Chen was conducting the Asura god assessment. He simply arranged him into this family. Everything was the calculation of the Asura god, which created a series of coincidences, and just used the subordinate Rakshasa *** as an excuse to fool people. Otherwise, the Rakshasa god could have a level 1 *** in the selection of the inheritance of the dignified god king. He was almost dead by the heir who could almost inherit the throne. Why are you so awesome, Rakshasa god? Is the god king that good? Many plots in the original work reveal unreasonable everywhere. If it is just a novel, it can be explained by the author's writing collapse. But now Lai Changan is in reality, then looking at the series of seemingly coincidence plots in the original work, it seems very intriguing. It's simply full of insidious operations everywhere. This world is too dark. Lai Changan felt that if he didn't have a trump card, even if he could get the 9th semi-death, 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 semi-death. After all, who knows if the sea god suddenly feels that Tang San looks more pleasing to the eye, or Shura threatens the sea god to change his heir and kick him, the tester who is still in the process of inheritance, away. Or use him as a tester, as a sacrifice to pave the way for Tang San to inherit the position of the sea god. Just like Tang Chen, who completed the 8 test of Shura gods, the results obtained by the 10 deaths and no life in the end were made for others. Although it is unlikely that the sea god will turn against each other according to the original plot, it is still possible after all, isn't it? It is not what he wants to place his own wealth and life on other people's good character and not harm you. Therefore, Lai Changan urgently needed a trump card, a chessboard that could break out of the gods created by the gods, become a chess player, and control his own destiny. In his opinion, the many mythical bloodlines hidden in his body are a possibility of transcendence. The premise is to completely awaken the bloodline. With his current situation, if he wants to obtain god-level energy, the 2 dragon souls in front of him may be the only chance. After all, the sea *** is full of too much uncertainty. Therefore, even if you know that the idea of fighting these 2 dragon souls is risky, you may not even gain even if you take risks. Lai Changan was still moved. Try it. The courageous ones are to death, and the timid ones are to death. Besides, the two dragon souls in front of me obviously have no intelligence, but they have instincts left. I took 2 fairy grasses, and the breath has been integrated with here. As long as I hide from a distance, I still have safety guaranteed. He cheered himself up in his heart. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Next, Lai Changan quietly hid in the corner, used the help of the dragon corpse to cover his body, and then summoned his martial soul, the blue scale sword, and his mind moved. The sword martial soul turned into a snake form. A green scale snake emperor about 10 meters long and the thickness of a bucket. Compared with the soul beast clone, the snake incarnated by martial soul is much smaller. Under his control, the green scale snake emperor, whose martial soul appeared in the form of a snake, twisted his body and slowly approached the 2 dragon souls that were swimming entirely on instinct not far away. As we get closer and closer, the 2 dragon souls still looked confused and just wandered around on their own. It seems that the existence of the snake emperor is not noticed at all. When Lai Changan saw this scene, he thought it was stable, but he didn't expect that the next moment, a sudden change occurred. When the blue scale snake emperor approached the 2 dragon souls about 2 meters, the somewhat illusory bodies of the 2 dragon souls, which seemed to be unaware of nothing, burst out with brilliant brilliance and then carried the waves. Tao Longwei attacked it. Lai Changan, who shared his vision with the snake emperor of green scale, was startled and had no time to react, so he was bitten by the snake's body by these 2 dragon souls. In an instant, a severe pain that penetrated into the soul came. Also accompanied by ice and heat, Lai Changan's body showed a painful expression, and the martial soul was originally part of the soul master's body, like hands and feet. Therefore, if the martial soul is attacked, the soul master will also be affected to a certain extent. The 2 dragon souls bit the body of the green scale snake emperor tightly, and the terrifying cold and hot power injected into his body along the dragon's teeth. It was clearly an illusory dragon soul. But at this moment, it seemed that it had an entity and could directly attack the snake emperor. Fortunately, after eating the ice and fire fairy grass before, Lai Changan's martial soul and body now have a certain degree of ice and fire immunity. If someone else was bitten by 2 dragon souls, even the extreme Duoluo would have to turn into ice ****, or ashes on the spot. End of this chapter. Duoluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. The 2 dragon souls bit the body of the blue scale snake emperor tightly, and the power of ice and fire continued to inject into its body, wanting to kill it. Fortunately, Lai Changan ate 2 fairy herbs and possessed a certain degree of ice and fire immunity because the martial soul is part of the soul master. Therefore, the blue scale snake emperor is also immune to ice and fire, and is also in pain even though the power of ice and fire invades the body. But it was just pain. The power of the 2 dragon souls could not kill the blue scale snake emperor, but instead injected power into it in vain. The body of the blue scale snake emperor is like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the power injected by the 2 dragon souls, and then sharing it with the body and clone. At this moment, although Lai Changan felt extremely painful because of the power of ice and fire, but deep in the soul, you can feel something wonderful, slowly reviving. This means that the ice and fire power injected by the 2 dragon souls belongs to the category of divine power. It is the best nutrient for awakening bloodline. The 2 dragon souls have no intelligence, they just have the instinct to attack. Therefore, even though the original power in their bodies is constantly losing, they don't understand what stop-loss is, they just want to kill the creature in front of them out of instinct. I will never give up. If someone else was replaced, even if he had ice and fire immunity, facing the continuous indoctrination of the 2 dragon souls, he would sooner or later be burst on the spot because of too much body energy. Lai Changan is different. The complete awakening of blood in his body requires a huge amount of energy. The power instilled in the 2 dragon souls is exactly what he needs most at the moment. So, he felt the pain and happiness in this way, feeling the bloodline that was sleeping deep in his soul revived little by little. On the other side, in the cave where the soul beast clone is located, the influence of the original body is also synchronized to the clone. The clone of the blue scale snake emperor turned into an energy cocoon. The pure white and vermilion red color on the case intertwined, merged and separated, as if it was undergoing some wonderful transformation. I don't know how long it has passed. At some point. The two-color light shining on the snake cocoon suddenly dimmed, gradually converged, and finally turned into an oval egg. Click, click. A crack suddenly appeared on the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, the entire oval snake egg suddenly trembled. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the eggshell, and the entire egg was shaking more and more intensely. Finally reached a certain limit. There was a bang. The huge eggshell turned into pieces and flew everywhere. Roar. It's like an ancient roar from the wilderness and ancient times. An ancient ferocious beast from other worlds finally broke out and appeared in this strange world. Take a closer look. This is actually a strange snake with 9 long snake heads. On the body of this strange snake, dense scales grow, with fiery red patterns in the darkness, and the whole body appears as a kind of black. It's a wonderful feeling. Is this the pleasure of breaking free from the shackles? Ha 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 ha. 9 identical voices came from the heads of the 9 snakes. At this time, Lai Changan, who completely awakened the ancient bloodline hidden in his soul, felt that his condition was unprecedentedly good. It's simply amazing. Now he will no longer be troubled by the heavenly tribulation that the soul beast has faced for 100,000 years, and there will be no limit for 1,000,000 years. Because he has awakened his bloodline, he is no longer a soul beast. Instead, it should be called a strange beast or a ferocious beast. The rules of Duo world can control the soul beast. Can they still control him, a strange beast from another world? Lai Changan's awakened bloodline is called Jiaying. According to the records in the ancient book, Huinanzi Benjingsu, Jiaying is a great beast that harms the world. The 9-headed monster and strange snake are monsters of water and fire. They can spit out water and spit out fire. Their screams are like babies crying, which can bewitch people's hearts and confuse their minds. In addition, there are 9-headed ones, so they are called 9 infants. Because of harming the world, this strange snake was shot and killed by day in the evil water of Beatty. In addition, there is another saying. It is said that the 9 infants were born at the beginning of the world. At that time, the spiritual energy of the world was as strong as the essence, and they did not know how many powerful spirit beasts and monsters were produced. This 9-life-old demon was born in the deep mountains and marshes, and the yin and yang vital energy intertwined and transformed into a new world. Because it is produced directly by heaven and earth, its body is extremely powerful and is an immortal body. It has 9 lives. As long as one life still exists, it can be recovered by collecting spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This means that it must be killed 9 times in a short period of time before it can completely end its life. Otherwise, even if there is only 1 life left, as long as you have cultivated the 9 infants, you can recover quickly as before. It's simply a foul. Also, one must be explained. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. 9 infants' 9 lives are not because they have 9 heads. This is just an appearance symbol, so don't think about cutting off its 9 heads, just think you can kill it 9 times. It must be killed once after it is actually killed, and after it is resurrected, it must be killed again. Only by killing it 2 lives. Only by repeating this 9-life monster snake can you completely kill this 9-life monster snake. Otherwise, if 9 life refers to him having 9 heads and chopping them together, he would be able to kill him. So what is the difference between this so-called 9 lives and 1 life? At this time, Lai Changan, who had completely awakened the bloodline of Jiaying, undoubtedly inherited all the abilities of Jiaying, including the 9 life who committed a foul. As long as the operation is done properly, the 9 lives are actually equivalent to infinite resurrection. After all, as long as 1 life is left, you can take some time to slowly recover the 8 lives consumed and have 9 lives again. Under such circumstances, Lai Changan was simply difficult to get over. The only thing to note is that after being killed, is it to be resurrected directly based on the dead body and to be resurrected in full blood? Or is it to recondensate a body in other places? If it is the former, then this resurrection will be somewhat defeated and the risk is also very high. We may not be sure that the enemy will attack me again when I am resurrected. Then, let alone 9 lives, 90,000 lives are not enough to kill. It would be fine if the latter was. I could pretend to die and escape so that the enemy would think I was dead. I just don't know if this resurrection is the former or the latter. And will you be resurrected with full blood after resurrection, or will you be in a weak state? Does the so-called killing mean physical death? Is resurrection just resurrected body? If someone targets the soul and destroys my soul, can I still be resurrected? Even if I can be resurrected, will I still be me after resurrection? How do you calculate the 9 life? Lai Changan had too many questions in his heart. Unfortunately, there is no inheritance memory in his bloodline, but only his talented instinct, which naturally makes him realize what kind of abilities he has, just like he can breathe in his life. That's all. Because he couldn't figure out what his abilities were, he found that the 9 lives brought by Jiaying seemed not as safe as he imagined. In comparison, perhaps other powerful beasts that represent absolute power may be more suitable for their own situation. For example, Yinglong, known as the ancestor dragon, or the Zhulong who controls time, or is it a Tiangu who can swallow the sun and the moon? Which of these bloodlines is not stronger than Jiaying? The key is that I don't know what the conditions are for stimulating the bloodlines of other alien beasts. The protagonist's real plugin appears end of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. What exactly is needed to activate the mythical bloodline in the body? Is it a unique environment or attribute energy? Lai Changan thought that Jiaying was a ferocious beast of water and fire, and before he happened to take the ice and fire fairy grass and bathed in the eyes of the ice and fire Liang. It is obvious that among so many bloodlines, the only thing that stimulated Jiaying's bloodline must be like this. There are connections in terms. The attributes of the two are similar. You have to consider this aspect if you want to activate the bloodlines of other strange beasts in the future. He was a little confused. The main reason is that many powerful beasts in their bloodline have attributes and characteristics that are rare in the world. Some do not even exist in this world. Where can he find it? This time, being able to completely awaken the bloodline of Jiaying can be said to be a great fortune. I guess there will be no second good luck like this. On the other side, the bottom of the eyes of the ice and fire. There was a cave where 2 ancient dragon kings' corpses were asleep. Lai Changan slowly opened his eyes. The complete awakening of Jiaying's bloodline did not make him transform from a human into a strange beast. Instead, it still maintains the human posture. However, as long as he wants, he can become the posture of the Jiaying real body at any time. It can perfectly switch between humans and snake bodies at will. In short, he has all the abilities that his clone has. Strictly speaking, both are actually the essence, and there is no one who is the master or the deputy. After all, both sides carry half of their souls and the same will. It is only because Lai Changan agrees with the identity of human beings that he feels that human beings are the essence. The snake is just a clone, far away. The blue-scale snake emperor transformed into the martial soul has now transformed into the 9-headed snake body 9 infant posture, and the 2 dragon souls that were originally biting on it were lost due to their origin. And at this time, it was already illusory like a bubble, as if the next moment, it's not surprising that it's shattered. Lai Changan thought with a thought, controlling the martial soul to absorb the last energy from the 2 dragon souls biting on his body. Now the 2 dragon souls completely disintegrated, leaving only 2 dim spheres in their original place. This is. He watched the 2 spheres appear after the dragon soul collapsed. I already know it in my heart. 80 mostly, this is the dragon ball of the 2 dragon kings. I'm afraid the 2 dragon souls are placed on the dragon ball to drive the surrounding power arbitrarily, and the body contains such pure ice and fire power. Unfortunately, with the 2 dragon souls completely disintegrated, these 2 remaining dragon have completely lost all their magic. Lai Changan controlled his martial soul and gently touched one of the dragon with one of the snake heads. Suddenly, dense cracks appeared on the dim sphere and finally turned into debris and dissipated like weathered stones. Sure enough. He nodded, his face as expected. After all the original power was absorbed by my awakening of my bloodline, and now all that was left was only 2 empty dragon balls. Since ancient times, there has been a legend in China that strange beasts have inner elixirs, and monsters also the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate inner elixirs. Now that I have awakened the bloodline of the 9 infants, can I also condense the inner elixir? It seems that I need to study this aspect more in the future. Lai Changan casually touched another dragon ball, causing it to be wiped out. I couldn't help but think of it in my heart. In this world, soul beasts obviously have no inner alchemy. There are soul cores, but it is obvious that the two may have similarities, but their essence should be different. Okay, it's time to go out. I don't know how long it has been. Lai Chang'an felt that this trip was really rewarding, and it was time to leave. A thought moves. The martial soul in the form of a hydra in the distance changed into a sword form again and flew back quickly. Lai Chang'an held the sword in his hand and looked carefully, and found that the shape of the sword had changed. It was originally a green scale snake coiled on the hilt of the sword, so it was called the green scale sword. Now it has become a hydra. Should it be called Hydra Sword? Or the Jiang Water and Fire Sword? Inappropriate, inappropriate. He shook his head, and then with a thought, the Hydra sword in his hand immediately began to change, and it actually changed back to the state of the blue scale sword. For him now, it is not difficult to change the appearance of the martial soul. What's more, although he awakened Jiang's bloodline, it did not mean that the original green scale snake emperor's bloodline disappeared. In fact, the blue scale snake emperor is still there, but he is tolerated and swallowed by Jiang, the more powerful bloodline, and has become a part. So he could switch out the bloodline of the green scale snake emperor and disguise it at any time. It makes it impossible for others to connect the clone to his original body. If the 9 infants of the clones go to make trouble and die in the future, even if they fail, they will not affect the original body. After all, Jiang is the one who does the bad things. What does it have to do with me, the blue scale snake emperor? Outside world, ice and fire, the eyes of the 2 spheres. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Du Guyan looked at the calm ice and fire lake with a haggard expression, and she had been here for nearly a month. In addition to necessary sleep, washing, eating and drinking, she spends most of her time here waiting for a miracle to happen. I hope that my lover will one day suddenly jump out of the lake in front of me and call myself a geese. Geese and goose. In the distance, Dugu Bo's figure walked over, looking at his granddaughter's haggard look, and said with distress, "You have been here for a long time today, leave quickly. Otherwise, your body will not be able to bear it. Around the ice and fire eye, there is a rich ice and fire spirit. Once humans or animals live next to the ice and fire eye, then their bodies will be impacted by the 2 extreme attributes of heaven and earth spirit. If they stay for too long, they will not leave in time. If it is, it will definitely explode and die." If Du Guyan hadn't eaten the fairy grass, her physical fitness had been greatly improved, and she had a certain degree of adaptability to this extreme ice and fire environment. With her original state, I am afraid that if she stays here for a few minutes, her body will explode due to the conflicting ice and fire spirit energy. But even though she ate the fairy grass brewed from the ice and fire environment here, she also has a certain adaptability to the environment here. But I can't stay for too long. At most, you have to leave here in a few hours, otherwise you will not be able to hold on. "Grandpa, I'm almost a month away, will he really come out?" Du Guyan kept staring at the Binghuo lying eyes and asked questions that he had asked countless times without looking back. Yes. It is normal to absorb immortal grasses at a short time of half a month, and at a long time of 2 or 3 months. Although Dugu Bo's tone was firm, in fact, after nearly a month in his heart, he had almost no hope for whether Lai Chang'an was still alive. However, facing his haggard granddaughter, he naturally could not tell the truth. I can only pick up nice words. But what fairy grass takes so long to absorb? Du Guyan almost cried when she said this. At the beginning, facing her grandfather's promise, she could still believe that her lover was fine. But as the day passed, the ice and fire in front of me were silent. Even if you dive, you can't dive in the water for a month. Even if it's just a fish, at least it's going to have to come out and bubbling right. In fact, there have been some speculations in her heart, and I'm afraid Lai Chang'an will be in danger. Perhaps the moment I jumped in, I was wiped out by the terrifying ice and fire lake. Du Guyan just couldn't believe it, nor did she want to believe it. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. I saw that many people were puzzled in the comment area, so I specially opened a single chapter to explain it here. First of all, the mythical bloodlines hidden in the protagonist's body are his real plug-in. Because if you rely solely on the biphosphan snake emperor, you will never be able to beat the group of people in the god realm, so the author must have cheated on him, otherwise it would be too cruel. Could it be that the protagonist can wait tens of thousands of years before the beast clone becomes a god? Some book friends asked why not let the biphosphine snake emperor turn into a dragon. First of all, there is nothing new about the snake turning into a dragon, and too many people have written this way. In addition, Dulyuo's dragon has no qualities. The highest level is the dragon god. What kind of character can a mere guy killed by the gods in the gods? It should be explained here that the settings adopted by Dragon God in this book are based on Dulyuo 123 and from outside the god realm. The setting of the fourth part is too nonsense, and this book will not be adopted. In the settings of Dulyuo 123 and the legend of the god realm, the dragon god belongs to the god king ascended from the lower realm. Because he was suppressed by the gods in the gods, he led a group of beast gods to resist and failed in the end. He was split into two by the Shura god and split into the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. It is precisely because of the rebellion of the dragon god that the god realm has since set the rule that beasts cannot become gods. Dulyuo 1, 2, 3 basically revolves around this setting. The conflict between the beast tribe and the gods is actually good and quite reasonable. Tang San has no problem in suppressing the soul beast after all, it is politically correct. As a result, in the fourth part of Dulyuo, the author directly overturned the previous setting and set the dragon god as the creation god. Even the god realm has become the one he created, and the beast tribe has obtained epic strengthening. The most nonsense is the provision that soul beasts cannot become gods. The fourth part directly becomes the owner of the beast tribe, the dragon god himself before he died regulations. Okay, the whole pot has fallen on the soul beast itself. The soul beasts became self-inflicted, and those gods became pure and innocent with no problem at all. Because soul beasts cannot become gods, it is stipulated by the dragon god, not theirs. This setting is obviously to whitewash the divine realm, and it is too exaggerated and unreasonable. Therefore, this book only uses the first three parts and the setting of the god realm extraordinary legend. The fourth part will not be used. Let's talk about the protagonist. The many mythological bloodlines in his body can be regarded as decorations except for the awakened Jiaying. Because the author sets the awakening conditions, it is very harsh. This is mainly because after Dulyuo has finished writing it, he may switch to the heavens to other worlds. At this time, the rest of the mythological bloodline will be available. Of course, it is also possible that Dulyuo will not write it after finishing writing it. It depends on the grades here. In short, the other mythical bloodlines can be regarded as none for the time being. The bloodline of Jiaying alone is enough to make the protagonist hang out in Dulyuo. End of this chapter. Dulyuo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone well, Dugubo sighed, and he didn't know how to comfort him. After all, the facts are right in front of you. Even with his title Dulyuo's cultivation level, it is impossible to dive for a long time, for a full month. After not moving for such a long time, I'm afraid that kid has already integrated with this spring water. Yanyan, no matter what, you have to leave here first. Your health is important. You don't want to wait until that kid comes out, but you will destroy your body first, right? Dugu Bo helplessly brought Lai Changan out as a reason. After all, in Dugu Yan's state, you really can't stay in this place for too long. However, in the face of his persuasion, Dugu Yan shook her head gently and said, "Grandpa, I'm fine. With its protection, I can stay here as long as I want." While talking, Dugu Bo noticed that she was holding a flower in her hand. It was a white flower that looked ordinary. The flower was the size of a palm, shaped like a peony, with a few amazing red spots on it, and it looked like blood, giving people a thrilling feeling. Lovesickness is broken red. You actually took it off. Dugu Bo looked at the flowers in his granddaughter's hand in disbelief. Of course he knew about this king of fairy grass. I understand that if you want to pick this king of fairy grass, you must think about your lover when picking it, be sincere and spit out a mouthful of blood on the petals. If you have any slightest thought, even if you vomit blood and die, you will not want to pick the flowers. After this flower is taken down, it will never wither as long as it is around this owner, and when encountering a crisis situation, they will automatically protect their master. Dugu Bo never dreamed that his granddaughter was so affectionate to that boy. He could even pick this king of fairy grass for him. Faced with this situation, he had nothing to say. The only thing I can do now is praying that the kid is really safe. It could suddenly jump out of the pool. Otherwise, if your granddaughter can pick up the lovesickness for her, I'm afraid I'll die alone in this life, just as he shook his head and turned around and planned to leave. Suddenly, Dugu Bo's body paused and he turned around almost instantly, and his eyes turned to the ice and fire lake that had been calm for the past month. I saw it in the center of the ice and fire lake. A small bubble emerged. Puff! Immediately afterwards, the second and third, many bubbles rose up. Dugu Yan couldn't help but come forward and stared at the lake. The dead silent heart regained its vitality at this moment. Finally, under the eager gaze of the grandfather and grandson, a black shadow quickly approached the lake. Bang! The water's surface broke open. The fiery red and frosty white spring water splashed high, and even a few drops of spring water were about to splash on Dugu Yan standing by the lake, and she was about to dissolve her body into several small holes. A light red protective cover wrapped around her body, but it is the lovesickness that recognizes the Lord, who protects the Lord, and emits a slight light. But Dugu Yan no longer cared about anything else at this time, but just stared at the person breaking out of the water. The eyes were completely wet at this moment. Nearly a month later, the lover who thought he would die appeared again in front of him. Dugu Yan's inner excitement is simply indescribable. At this time, Lai Chang'an, who had just broken through the water and exposed his upper body on the lake, had not had time to take a breath and noticed a strong line of sight. Subconsciously looking along the line of sight, I immediately found that I was looking at my girl with tears in my eyes. When he was about to say hello with a smile, he suddenly realized that the world in front of him had changed. For a moment, the world changed its style in his eyes. Countless silk threads appeared. The whole world seems to be made up of countless silk threads. Everything, whether it is a living or a dead person. As long as it still exists in this world, there will be silk threads around the body to a greater or lesser extent, which will influence and entangle each other, and ultimately form the entire world. Lai Chang'an was stunned by this sudden change. He subconsciously moved his gaze to Dugu Yan not far away, but saw that there were a large number of silk threads lingering around the other party, including an extremely conspicuous red silk thread, and the extension target was himself. This silk thread is the thickest and largest of the many silk threads on Dugu Yan's body, and it is as thick as a hemp rope. There is an orange silk thread linking Dugu Bo next to it, not even 1/10 of the thick one. As for the rest of the thread, it is basically thin like hair and has a light color. What exactly are these lines of different colors? Why did I suddenly see these things? Lai Chang'an felt a little dizzy and was frightened by these colorful silk threads spread all over the world. It feels like all living beings are like puppets with threads, and all their actions are controlled by these threads. It's so terrible. What the asterisk is this? Lai Chang'an felt a little confused at this time, so he was stunned. Dugu Yan and Dugu Bo noticed that his originally dark pupils had changed their color at this moment. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Brother Chang'an, your eyes. Are you okay? Dugu Yan looked at him worriedly. I was afraid that something went wrong with his body because of the past month of soaking. Lai Chang'an subconsciously touched his eyes, thinking that he had accidentally revealed the posture of a snake. For example, snake scales grow at the corners of your eyes. Your eyes have changed color, Dugu Bo reminded. Did it change color? Lai Chang'an seemed to have some understanding and waved his hand. Water molecules in the air gather. Finally, a water mirror formed in front of him. After awakening the 9-infant bloodline, controlling water and fire was a breathing instinct for him. Dugu Bo couldn't help but be shocked when he saw him raising his hand and actually controlled the water flow. He remembered that before eating the fairy grass, this kid did not have the ability to control water. Could it be that those 2 fairy grasses gave him such ability? Or maybe the nearly month-long immersion has caused his martial soul to mutate in the water mirror. Lai Chang'an looked at his eyes silently. The left eye appears in a festive fiery red color. The right eye is gloomy water blue, revealing an ominous feeling. His eyes turned into a pair of different colored pupils with red left and blue left. Could it be that the world I see as abnormal now is all because of these eyes? Is it because of Jiaying who has any hidden abilities that I don't know? Lai Chang'an guessed in his heart. In addition, these strange colored eyes look good, but they are too conspicuous. I wonder if they can close it and turn it back to its original state. This thought arose. In the water mirror, the red and water blue colors in Lai Chang'an's eyes gradually faded away and eventually turned into a deep paint black. Sure enough, I still feel this color is pleasing to the eye. Black hair should be paired with black pupils. Explain some book friends' questions. The mythical bloodline hidden in the protagonist's body is his real plug-in. because if you rely solely on the Snake Emperor, you can't beat the God realm. So the author must make a fool of him, otherwise it would be too abused. As for why the Snake Emperor was not allowed to walk on the path of transforming into a dragon, it was mainly because it was too ordinary and too many people wrote it. No new ideas. Moreover, Duilio's dragon has the highest level of dragon god. It is just a dragon who can be killed by the gods in the gods, and it has no qualities. This book uses the first three Duilio and outside the divine world end of this chapter. Duilio Dalu, I have a soul beast clone after changing his eyes back to their original color. The world also changed back to their original appearance in his eyes. The silk threads covering the world disappeared. Lai Chang'an waved his hand to disperse the water mirror. Now is not the time to study these eyes. The the shore is the key, so he thought, and the surrounding springs suddenly fluctuated, then pushed his body and quickly approached the shore. Brother Chang'an. Dugu Yan looked at the lover who was approaching quickly, after the joy of reunion. Only then did I realize that the other party was not wearing clothes yet, so I quickly took out a men's clothing from the storage soul guide and handed it over. After all, although there are no outsiders here, I still feel embarrassed to expose my body in broad daylight. As for why Dugu Yan has men's clothing, because they have been honest with each other for a long time, it is only one last step away from the relationship. It is very reasonable to help each other prepare some clothes. After reaching the shore, Lai Chang'an jumped out of the water with all his might, and the spring water stained on his body automatically fell off and flowed back to the lake. He stepped on the ground barefoot, took the clothes, and quickly put them on. Then he looked at Dugu Yan, who looked much haggard, and opened his arms silently. The girl suddenly fell into his arms like a moth to the fire, hugging his body tightly and breathing the familiar breath greedily. Yanzi, I'm back. Even though there were thousands of words in his heart, Lai Chang'an finally said this. Dugu Yan didn't say anything, but just hugged his arms and tried harder. Dugu Bo, who was standing beside him, felt relieved in his heart as he looked at the scene of everyone's joy. Instead of disturbing the two young couples, they moved silently and left the place and gave the space to the two young people. Lai Chang'an was holding Dugu Yan at this time, and his heart was particularly complicated. He had noticed the heartbreaking redness of Dugu Yan's hand a long time ago, and understood how sincere feelings it would be necessary to pick this flower. To be honest, while he was moved, his conscience felt a little ashamed. He naturally liked Dugu Yan. Even though he first sought her out of greed for fairy grass, Lai Chang'an was not a stern heart after getting along with her later, so he gradually fell in love with this girl. But his love is definitely not as good as the level of being able to remove the redness of lovesickness. It was far from the point where he could sacrifice his life for her without any effort. So after seeing Dugu Yan picking this love fairy grass, Lai Chang'an was both ashamed and moved. I just feel that if I let this girl down in the future, I would have to be struck by lightning. At the same time, he also made up his mind that he would treat her twice as well in the future and would never let her fall into the same way as the original work. After the death of his only backer, he was ruthlessly abandoned by Yu Tianheng, who was deeply believed in. In the end, the martial soul poisoned the end of the lonely and miserable death. Yanzi's martial soul is still too bad after all. Even if you eat the immortal grass, your martial soul is still just a blue-scale snake, and even the green phosphorus snake emperor has not reached it. At most, your qualifications in practice have reached the level of innate full soul power. It seems that we have to find a way to help her improve her qualifications. It is best to completely sublimate the martial soul, or even surpass the biphosphorus snake emperor. At least it must be the bloodline of the first-level divine potential like Dai Tian. Lai Chang'an held Dugu Yan in his arms. I made up my mind to help her improve her martial soul qualifications completely. In this world, if you want to improve your martial soul, you can only start from the soul beast except for the immortal grass. If you can absorb the appropriate soul ring and soul bones, Yanzi's martial soul will inevitably evolve. It's just that the green scale snake is already the top among snakes, and there is no snake bloodline among the soul beasts that is higher than the green scale snake emperor. If you follow the snake-turning dragon route, your bloodline will be restrained by the higher dragon clan. It's better to go all the way to the black. If you really go to the extreme, the snake will not be worse than the dragon. But the question is, Where should I find a snake soul beast that can sublimate her martial soul? Should I use my own? But how do I give it to something like Bloodline? What's more, I'm not a soul beast and I don't have a soul ring soul, the thing like bone. Wait. Isn't there a 10 rays of rays in the capital of killing in the original work known as the prehistoric alien species? That guy's bloodline is not simple. It is not a native creature from Duluo continent. In the original work, Dugu Bo was suppressed so much that he faced the inner alchemy he left behind. There is no doubt that this guy's bloodline level is definitely in above the green scale snake emperor. It will not be worse than the true dragon's bloodline. In the original work, Ma Hongjian's turkey swallowed its inner alchemy. Its race can make the martial soul evolve, let alone a snake of the same kind as Yanzi. Even Yanzi's martial soul will only gain greater benefits. It seems that I will go to the city of killing in the future. Whether it is studying the formation of inner alchemy or the value of this guy's inner alchemy itself, it is worth my visit. It's just that the soul skills cannot be used in the city of killing, and there is also the risk of being targeted by the Shura god. It seems that we need to make a long-term plan. For a moment, Lai Chang'an thought a lot. Even planning for the future is well thought out. After completely awakening the bloodline of 9 infants, Lai Chang'an's soul power level did not reach the sky in one step because of his bloodline, but only reached level 40. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. It is not like the bloodline in some worlds. After awakening, its strength surges directly, and there is no inherited martial arts to practice. At present, the Jiaying bloodline has only changed his talent and physique and given him some special abilities. Lai Chang'an's original body is still in the way of a soul master. And unlike the snake clone, if you want to break through the level, you still need to obtain the soul ring. Otherwise, there will be no breakthrough. He felt puzzled. Why is there no limit on the breakthrough of the soul beast clone? However, the body still has to honestly follow the rules of the soul master and break through the absorption of soul rings. The two are obviously the same. If you want to talk about the only difference, it is probably that there is a martial soul on the main body and it absorbs the soul ring. Is it related to this? Could it be that because his body is still within the framework of the soul master, he is bound by the soul ring? So how can we break this framework? Wouldn't it be better if you don't become a soul master? When Lai Chang'an thought of this, he shook his head. This idea was rejected. Can you not be a soul master if you don't want to be a soul master? From the moment he possessed the martial soul and absorbed the soul ring, he was already bound in the framework of the soul master. If you want to break this framework, unless there is the power of another system, for example, fighting spirit or immortal magic to change cultivation. Otherwise, even if you break the soul ring and the martial soul, you will still be a soul master. It still cannot break through this framework. So in the absence of other better power systems, it seems more promising to continue to be a soul master. Anyway, he has a beast clone as a backup plan. There are so many powerful bloodlines hidden in the body. As long as you continue to work hard and practice. In the future, I will definitely not be like the people in this world, and I can only walk one way to the darkness on the path of the soul master. His future is bright. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after discovering the ability to grow bigger and shrink, may have great potential. Next, Lai Chang'an began to test in various ways to study the effects and limitations of this ability. Finally, the following conclusion is drawn. First, reducing the size does not require energy consumption. Currently, the smallest can only be reduced to the size of an earthworm. And in this state, there is no difference between body strength and speed in all aspects and normal body shape. Secondly, restoring from a shrinking state to a normal state does not belong to an increase, but to a recovery. It is equivalent to untying the tightened rope, and therefore there is no need to consume extra energy. But if you want to grow larger under normal body shape, you need to consume energy in your body to fill in the shortfall, so the more you consume, the bigger the body shape will become. It will be restored to its original form after a period of time. This ability has no cooling time, and as long as there is energy in the body, it can be activated at any time. As for the duration of the effect, it is usually only a few minutes, but this duration can be extended by consuming energy. After experiments, Lai Chang'an found that he could control how big his body size became by controlling the energy consumption in his body. In this way, He can only consume one part of his energy in his body to control his body length, to only grow to a few dozen meters without using up his energy in a short time. When the time for increasing the effect is about to come, he can consume energy again to extend the duration of increasing the effect. Therefore, as long as the body has enough energy, theoretically, it will be as effective as you want to last as long as you want. Energy is the key, Lai Chang'an couldn't help but murmur. After awakening the bloodline of Jiaying, he could feel that the power in his body was still soul power. At most it became more pure and strong because of the influence of the bloodline. However, compared with the divine power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King that he had felt, in terms of quality still far inferior. From this, we can see that bloodline and strength are completely different. His strong bloodline does not conflict with his own weak strength. It is impossible to become a top-level powerhouse just because of awakening the powerful bloodline. So he is still far from here. The awakening of Jiaying's bloodline just gave him better qualifications and stronger talent and ability. If Lai Chang'an wants to make himself stronger, he still has to work hard to practice, find ways to become stronger. Otherwise, if you just rely on your instinct to accumulate energy in your body. He felt that he was just like Du-Er's fat ice silkworm, and in the end, he was just a fat man full of fat, just become a fat meat in the eyes of others. It seems that the concept of inner alchemy should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He couldn't help but murmur. Among his known cultivation knowledge, most animals' practice basically follow the path of condensing inner alchemy. But he had no idea about how to condense the inner alchemy. After all, inner alchemy is not simply condensing the energy in the body into a sphere, it is called inner alchemy. If you really do this, that thing should be called a stone, and it is far from being called an inner alchemy. In his opinion, the formation of inner alchemy should be a deeper reason, not that shallow. Gu-tilde at this time, a loud, thunderous sound came from the snake's belly. Lai Chang'an came to his senses and realized that he was afraid he hadn't eaten for a long time. So he twisted the snake's body and drove his huge body to march along the area where there were a large number of prey within the breath-sensing range. Walking along the way, countless weak soul beasts fled in the wind. What's worse, he was scared to death by the aura he exuded. My breath is so conspicuous. Lai Chang'an stopped, his huge body stood still, and then his 9 heads and 18 snake pupils were closed in unintentionally, controlling the fluctuations of the aura emitted inadvertently in his body. Snake itself is a species that is extremely good at hiding. Concentrating your breath is like instinct. Soon, he restrained the aura he emitted so much that he could not miss it. Open the snake's eyes again. Continue to walk forward, when the surrounding trees are generally tens of meters or even hundreds of meters high. Even though he is more than 30 meters long, he is actually not very conspicuous in terms of height. Not to mention that there are many people larger than his soul beasts. So as long as you do not exude your own aura of higher life, Lai Chang'an's existence will not attract the attention of those powerful soul beasts that have been more than 10,000 years old in this forest. After walking for a while, I noticed that there were many prey gathering in front of me. In order to better hide himself and avoid prey from panic and running away, Lai Chang'an thought, and his huge body began to shrink, and in a blink of an eye it shrank to a few meters long. Then he twisted his body and sneaked forward without making a sound. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Soon, a huge lake appeared in front of him. Many soul beasts gather here to drink water and rest. There are wild boars, reindeer, hedgehogs, and even rabbits and birds. These animals, which are not natural enemies, gather together peacefully. The strongest one is a reindeer with crystal-clear antlers emitting blue light. Judging from the soul light emitted by the body, it is about 1,000 years. The second is a few wild boars, which also have an age of nearly 1,000 years. As for the other small animals, such as hedgehogs and birds, this basically only hovered in 10 or 100 years of cultivation. Looking at the harmonious and happy look of the beasts, Lai Chang'an couldn't bear to break this quiet. It was the first time since he was born that far away from his nest. In the past, I just hunted nearby and didn't dare to go too far. This is also the first time I have seen this kind of scene of harmony between beasts and nature. I stared blankly for a long time. In a trance, the world suddenly changed in his eyes. In all directions, endless silk threads enveloped the entire world. All sentient beings in the world influence and relate to each other because of these silk threads. This then forms this wonderful world. This time, Lai Chang'an, who had experience once, was not panicked, but the 9 snake heads looked at each other with their heads. Sure enough, they found that the originally blood-red snake eyes had all turned into red on the left and blue on the right. It seems that this should be some unrecorded hidden ability of Jiaying, so what exactly is it that I see in front of you? He was puzzled. It was really that this bloodline from the soul was not like in other novels. Like bloodline, there are things like inheritance and memory. So Lai Chang'an could only rely on himself to explore and guess what kind of abilities Jiaying had or what hidden abilities he had. And what do these ubiquitous silk threads represent? Lai Chang'an felt a little puzzled. Wherever you see, the many soul beasts in front of me who were drinking water, whether they were thousands of years or 10 years of soul beasts, were connected with silk threads of different thicknesses and colors without exception. Can I affect these threads? With this idea, he began to try to aim at the thickest line on the strongest 1,000-year-old deer soul beast among them with his mind. A sudden explosion occurred in my mind. The spiritual power began to be consumed wildly. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone when trying to touch these ubiquitous silk threads with your mind. Lai Chang'an's mental power began to be consumed wildly. At the same time, scenes began to appear in his mind. He learned about the past life of this 1,000-year-old soul beast almost instantly. After living for 163 years, he became a 1,000-year-old soul beast with his noble bloodline, and by chance eating some plants that can improve his cultivation. That's it. Lai Chang'an finally understood that the silk he saw in his eyes was actually a manifestation product representing destiny. It is the invisible, qualitative, and ubiquitous fate in his mind. In essence, these silk threads are actually products he imagined. He believed that fate should be like this, and subconsciously believed that sentient beings were like puppets, controlled by invisible fate. So the fate presented to him is that the ubiquitous silk thread covers the world. If someone else is replaced, it might be a different person. Lai Chang'an believes that these silk threads can be called the silk of destiny. My eyes can actually see fate. Is this really the ability that Jiaying has? Or because it is a bloodline in another world, after entering this world, some kind of wonderful chemical reaction with the rules here, and then a benign change occurs. In the original work, the auspicious beast has the power of fate, which can also affect the fortune of the soul beast clan. Could it be that after I awaken my bloodline, I will be automatically considered auspicious beast by the world? For a moment, many speculations emerged in his mind. However, due to the lack of reliable basis, it is impossible to determine which guess is the truth. Never mind. He shook his head and decided not to worry about how the ability of these eyes came about. Anyway, as long as your ability is easy to use, no matter how he came about. Since you can see the past, can you see the future? Lai Chang'an stared at the 10-year soul beast again, and his mental power began to be consumed wildly. At the same time, scenes poured into my mind. He actually saw the future of this soul beast. He was eaten by a human-faced demon spider who suddenly broke in. Time is 6 minutes later. After receiving this message, Lai Chang'an couldn't help but be stunned. You can actually see the future of others. So the question is, can the future be changed? He decided to experiment. A few minutes later, a strange sound came. The sound was as if someone was changing clothes, and it was like the friction of leaves. The many animals present who were resting and drinking water seemed to feel something, and their bodies were tense in an instant. Then he ran away without thinking. When he saw the prey was about to escape, the guy in the dark knew that he had been exposed, so he rushed out in an instant. I saw this a spider with a main body diameter of more than 1.5 meters and 8 spear-like strange big spiders with long legs of more than 3 meters. It has a black carapace all over the body, shiny tiles, and the front end of its long legs is slender. Every step forward silently pierces into the ground, which shows its sharpness. At the same time, there are some white patterns on the lower abdomen, forming a ferocious human face. Lai Chang'an recognized this guy as a human-faced demon spider at first glance. It is known as the nightmare of a small soul beast. At this time, the spider's 8 long legs were moving rapidly, even bringing a series of phantoms. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the 1,000-year-old deer soul beast with the highest cultivation level on the scene. 2 of the front legs were instantly raised and stabbed directly on their heads. the thousand-year-old deer soul beast, is not a vegetarian. Facing the fiercely faced human-faced demon spider, he knew that he could no longer escape. The wild instinct burst out, and an armor-like stream of light appeared on his body. Then he rose up his sharp antlers and pushed towards the spider fiercely. However, the gap between the strength of the two sides was too large. The age of this human-faced demon bead is nearly 2,000 years old, much taller than this deer. Coupled with the advantages of bloodline, facing the fierce attack of the thousand-year-old deer, it just spit out the spider web that had been ready to brew for a long time. The spider webs of ordinary spiders are made of silk, but they are different. The spider webs are spit out directly. Not only is it extremely sticky, but it is also extremely tough. It comes with a terrifying neurotoxicity. It suddenly covered the entire body of the thousand-year-old deer like a big net. It made its body lose balance and directly turned into a rolling gourd. At this time, the other soul beasts had already escaped in the chaos. Now only the human-faced demon spider left at the scene, as well as the thousand-year-old deer soul beast that was bound by the spider web. Of course, there is also a 9-headed snake hidden in the dark. The human-faced demon spider moved 8 long legs and slowly walked towards the thousand-year-old deer struggling on the ground by the spider web. Its struggle has gradually become weak, and the neurotoxins of the spider webs quickly invade its body. If there were no accidents, the outcome of this thousand-year-old deer could be foreseen. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. But fortunately, it was Lucky and met Lai Changan who wanted to have the ability to experiment. Rumble. A terrifying pressure like the sky collapses and the earth collapses. It suddenly came here. The human-faced demon spider, who was walking slowly and preparing to enjoy his prey, suddenly stiffened his body and stood there motionless. The ground was originally struggling slightly in the spider web. The thousand-year-old deer also stopped moving instantly. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Only the rippling waves on the lake and the breeze blowing around the leaves indicate that time has not stopped. Lai Changan, who was hiding in the dark at this time, finally no longer concealed his own aura. Terrifying blood pressure from the ferocious beasts in another world was released without reservation at this moment. The suppression of higher life on lower life is undoubtedly revealed here. A huge creature twisted its sturdy body and slowly marched out from the darkness. It went straight to the 2 soul beasts not far away, looking down at the 2 little guys who were shocked by their majesty and dared not move. Finally, he set his sights on the thousand-years deer. One of the 9 snake heads opened its mouth and spit out a small wisp of flames, falling on the spider webs that bound it. In an instant, this small flame spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the spider web was burned out. However, even though the spider web that bound itself disappeared, the thousand-year-old deer still dared not move and closed her eyes and looked willing to wait for death. It's really His Majesty is so scary. Lai Changan thought this guy was infected with a neurotoxin, so he couldn't move yet. So I decided to help him again. The fire-breathing snake opened its head and mouth, but this time it was a stream of clear water. He directly poured the deer into a cool heart. This is a kind of water with detoxification and purification effect. It was naturally understood after he awakened the ability to control water and fire. Of course, if necessary, it can also spit out poisonous water. In short, whether to save or kill someone depends on his intentions. End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu. I have a soul beast clone spray a mouthful of water. The neurotoxins on the thousand-year-old deer were quickly removed, but he still dared not move. Seeing this scene, Lai Changan finally realized that it was His Majesty that made this guy dare not move. So he controlled his breath and concentrated it on the human-faced demon spider. Now the thousand-year-old deer finally dared to move, but he still didn't dare to escape, but just stood up tremblingly and stood there blankly. He looks like he is at slaughter. Lai Changan was a little impatient. He used his mental power to convey the meaning of driving away this soul beast. In an instant, the thousand-year-old deer was ashamed of amnesty and quickly turned around and ran away without looking back. Soon, he ran away and disappeared. Lai Changan, who had been paying attention to it, could clearly see through his eyes that the deer's fate, which had originally been dying, had changed. As for the future, the mental power required will be even greater. He was not ready to continue looking back. After all, there is a more interesting guy right now. At this time, Lai Chang'an's snake had 9 heads on its body and 18 pairs of eyes staring at the human-faced demon spider who had a stiff body and did not dare to move. Through the silk thread of fate, he could see the fate of this guy. It shouldn't have stopped today. Scenes surged into my heart. About 4 years later, this human-faced demon spider was killed by a guy named Tang San with a hidden weapon and contributed an external soul bone. Destiny has come to an end. It turned out to be you guys. It's a coincidence. Lai Chang'an was happy to see this scene. Seeing the future will only show some important futures, and some unimportant parts will be omitted directly. Of course, if he wants to know, he can also spend a lot of mental energy to check it out, but there is no need. Since he knew that the human-faced demon spider in front of him was the one who contributed the 8-spider to Tang San in the future, Lai Chang'an naturally would not keep this guy and do things to help the enemy. What's more, Dugu Yan needs this soul bone even more. You should know that this pair of external soul bones has the ability to absorb toxins and become stronger. If Dugu Yan can merge this soul bone, the problem of martial soul poisoning that troubles him will be greatly improved. And it can also in turn use the toxins that it continuously produces to nourish this external soul bone. It's a perfect match for her situation. What's more coincidental is that Dugu Yan has absorbed the relationship between the immortal grass, so she just reached the stage of upgrading the level of the soul hunting ring. The two of them are planning to get the soul ring together recently. Originally hesitating about hunting what soul beast, but now Dugu Yan doesn't have to choose the third soul ring. He is the guy in front of him. Not only is the age suitable, but the characteristics of the soul ring are also in line with the blue-scaled snake. The key is that it also has an external soul bone. Why does Lai Chang'an feel the more he thinks that this spider was born for Dugu Yan? Just when he decided to secretly guide Dugu Yan to hunt this human-faced demon spider, he suddenly found that the spider's fate had fluctuated, and the originally destined fate had changed. Lai Chang'an clearly saw the future of this guy through his red and blue eyes. From being killed by Tang San 4 years later to being killed by Dugu Yan half a month later, and a soul-attached bone was given. Ha, sure enough. As long as you know the future, your destiny can be changed. He couldn't help laughing to the sky, feeling that the pressure accumulated since traveling to this world was completely gone at this moment. What he has always feared the most is not the Shura god or Tang San, but will there be so-called world correction power in this world? That is, when the plot shifts from the original script, there will be an invisible power to correct the offset plot. It seems that the destined fate can never be changed. But now I saw the 8-spider spear that I would have obtained by Tang San. Because of one of my own thoughts, it changed directly. Only then did he completely convince that there was no so-called world correction power in this world, or even if there is, the existence of oneself, an outsider, is not in his original destiny. So as long as many things are involved in their own activities, they will inevitably be changed. Since that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as he does not have the unreasonable world correction power that cannot be changed, he knows the plot in advance and has the ability to understand fate, he himself will never think that he has a reason to fail. Other side. After realizing that his eyes had special abilities, the first thing Lai Chang'an thought of was a certain immortal herb that could enhance his eyes' abilities. If you take this fairy grass, can your eyes change again? This is a question worth exploring. Moreover, even if the eye abilities cannot evolve, this fairy grass has the effect of greatly strengthening mental power. No matter what happens, it will never be wasted. Ice and fire eyes. After Lai Chang'an came here, he walked straight to a herb that looked inconspicuous. This herb is all green, and the strange thing is that it is in the center of the herb with 3 snow-white leaves and a few drops of water in the center of the leaves, just like the dew left in the early morning. Mortal grass looking through the autumn water dew, eating it can help you train your golden eyes and see through all kinds of strange things. Of course, the medicinal effect of this fairy herb is an exaggerated description. In fact, it is a kind of fairy grass specifically targeting the eyes, and it also has the effect of enhancing mental power. It's just right for his current situation. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Lai Chang'an felt that even if this fairy grass could not evolve his eyes, it could greatly improve his mental power. No matter what happens, it will not be wasted. After picking the Wangzhai Q water dew, he held the fairy grass in front of him, tilted slightly, and the few drops of transparent liquid like dewdrops in the center of the leaves suddenly dripped into his mouth. When these few drops of transparent liquid representing the essence completely left the grass leaves, the entire plant looked through the autumn water dew instantly withered in Lai Chang'an's hands, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into dust and drifted in his hands. After drinking the essence of the dewdrops on the fairy grass, Lai Chang'an sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes and began to practice, digesting the medicinal power. He could feel a chill spread from his abdomen to his whole body, traveling through the meridians and finally gathering in his brain. Under the influence of this chill, my mind became clearer and clearer, and even many things that had been forgotten in my mind were recalled again at this time. To the end, the remaining medicinal power gathered in both eyes. Lai Chang'an felt that there were many blocked meridians in his eyes, which were blown away by this medicinal power, and the flow of soul power was unobstructed at this moment. He himself didn't know that there were so many hidden veins in his eyes, and those hidden veins were still not connected. No wonder I always feel something strange when I open my eyes. It seems a little unsuccessful, as if it is a little bit short. Now, with the meridians that accompany the eyes being completely penetrated, the flow of soul power is smooth and unimpeded. Lai Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, and his originally dark pupils automatically turned into fiery red and water blue colors. At this moment, he could feel two more power in his eyes, very strange power. It represents good and bad luck, or rather, it is the power of blessing and misfortune. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. Lai Chang'an finally understood what kind of abilities his eyes had besides being able to see fate. That is the ability to control good and bad luck. The left eye is red, which contains the power of good fortune. The right eye is water blue, which contains the power of disaster that represents great danger, and he can use these eyes to bless others or bring disaster to others. Those who are blessed by him will become very lucky within a certain period of time. Until this gift of lucky luck is consumed, the parties can almost receive the treatment of a son of luck. Failure turns good and disaster brings good luck. Of course, this luck is not infinite. After the lucky fortune given is consumed, it will be knocked back to its original form. However, what you have obtained will not disappear. For example, what treasures or other opportunities will not disappear because of the consumption of good fortune. After all, this is something obtained by consuming good fortune, which is equivalent to equivalent exchange. As for those who are surrendered and have caused disaster, as the name implies, it will become very unlucky for a period of time. For example, when practicing, you may be out of breath and go astray. When absorbing the soul ring, you may explode and die. In short, your luck will become very bad, but it's not necessarily dead. Just increase the probability of an accident. During this period, everything will go wrong and all kinds of unlucky things will come to you and everything will fail. The probability of encountering danger has increased significantly, but as long as it is stable enough, try not to do something that may happen. And the most important thing is that you have a strong life and good luck. Then, after suffering the disaster caused by the disaster, everything will return to normal. And if you choose to do something risky during your unlucky period, then the probability of unlucky may increase from 1% to 60 or 80%, or even 100%. For example, if you dare to hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest during the disaster, even in the peripheral area, you will inevitably be attacked by soul beasts for a very high age. Or it would be that they would encounter evil soul masters, dislike them, and attack them. It's so unlucky. The ability to control fortune and fortune is called good luck and bad luck. After Lai Chang'an understood what abilities the eyes have through some mysterious instinct, he named them. These eyes have to be said to be really awesome. To be able to control illusory luck, to some extent, is almost equivalent to being able to manipulate destiny. Just imagine if he was willing to spend a lot of money. It can even create a son of luck in a short time. Of course, everything is not without a price. The key to the good and bad pupils that can bless others and bring disasters is that each of these eyes stores the power of blessings and disasters. It's not that he can control luck and bad luck himself. Every time he gives blessings and brings disaster to others, he achieves it by consuming the power of blessings and disasters. This is used to transform it into corresponding good fortune and misfortune fortune. And the amount of power of good and bad in these eyes is linked to his strength. The stronger his strength, the more power of good and bad will be contained in his eyes. Correspondingly, the luckier or more unlucky the person who is blessed and misfortune will be. Now my strength is still too low. The power of good and bad in my eyes will not have much impact on those who have great luck, not to mention directly reducing the luck of disaster and putting the other party in debt. Lai Chang'an could clearly feel that the power of good and bad things contained in his eyes was an energy that would recover independently after consumption, etc., since it is energy that will be restored after consumption. So can I store this energy and wait until it accumulates to a certain amount, then release it uniformly to a certain selected target. In this way, even if I am still weak, I don't have much power of good or bad luck. But as time goes by, the power of good and bad will accumulate to an extremely huge extent. The more Lai Chang'an thought about it, the more he felt that he was having trouble. If the power of good and bad fortune contained in his eyes is assumed to be 200 points, then there are 100 points in your eyes. The effect of just 100 points of blessing or disaster on a person can at most make the other party a little unlucky, such as falling a big bottom and knocking off a few front teeth. Or let the other party go out and find money and make a fortune. But if there is a certain way to store these powers of good and bad fortune and accumulate them bit by bit, reaching 1,000 points or even 1,000,000 points, then if 1,000,000 pieces of good and bad power are destroyed, the consequences will not be just small fuss. Is there just a way to temporarily store the power of good and bad luck? Lai Chang'an began to frown and ponder. The first thing he thought of was the storage soul guide. Since you can store items, can you store the power of good and bad luck? Do it if you want. He raised his wrist and was wearing a bracelet-shaped storage soul guide on it. A red light radiated from the red jigwang in his left eye. Only he could see this auspicious red light, and others could not see the red light. They could only see his eyes turning into red and blue. He didn't even know that he was silently blessed and brought disaster to him. A small ball of red cloud-like gas appeared in shape along the red light and began to rotate around the bracelet, but it was unable to be stored in it for a long time. Lai Chang'an used his mind to control the bracelet's soul guide, thinking about storing it, but it did not work at all. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. After all, the soul guide cannot even sense the existence of this blessed aura. What are you talking about storage? As it really doesn't work. Lai Chang'an frowned and put down his hand, and the festive blessed aura automatically flew back into the auspicious pupil of his left eye, transforming it into the power of blessing again. Etc. Maybe I'm complicating things. He suddenly thought that since this force can be attached to a person, why can't it be directly attached to an object? So Lai Chang'an began to take out many debris from the bracelet's soul guide, including jade, crystal, gems, iron ore, plants, clothes, jewelry, and other things of different materials. He first picked up a piece of pure iron that had been forged for 100 years. The pupil of the left eye emitted a red light. This time, the aura of blessing actually drilled in unimpededly and locked firmly in the ore. It's really possible, Lai Chang'an said in surprise. I immediately decided to try other things and see if it would be the same. Soon, after trials one by one, he found that all dead objects, even clothes, jewelry, etc., could become containers for hosting the power of good and bad luck. As for why the previous soul guide bracelet could not be boarded, he guessed that it might be because of the interference of the space magic array depicted above that the power of blessing could not be boarded. Please vote and collect it. End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu, I have a soul beast clone after some tests. Lai Chang'an found that among the many debris, jade has the best storage effect, followed by crystals, gems, and then gold, silver, copper, iron, plants, etc. In the end, the effect of the rest of the things cannot be said to be lacking. They can only be said to be very poor. In addition, any item has an upper limit to energy storage. So far, he found that jade has the best storage effect, and the higher the purity, the more precious the jade it is, the better the storage effect of good and bad luck. The second is crystal and gemstone. These two things have a slightly worse storage capacity than jade, but their prices are comparable to jade. After this comparison, Lai Chang'an naturally chose the most cost-effective jade as a container of the power of good and bad luck. Top-level jade is not only rare, but is basically monopolized by those top-level nobles. Ordinary people have no way to be rich. Fortunately, Lai Chang'an, a marquis, also happened to be a member of the great nobles. Soon, he got a top-grade jadate rough stone based on his connections. Uncarved jadate is only the size of a fist. Just such a small thing cost him tens of thousands of gold soul coins, but there is a reason why this thing is expensive. It is said that jade can support people, but he doesn't know whether jade in the real world can support people. But the jade in Duoluo world can really protect the body. Therefore, it has always been the favorite of the aristocratic class. Made into jade pendants or other jewelry to wear on the body, which not only reveals elegance, but also can nourish the body at all times. The price is naturally high. Lai Chang'an first cut this top-level jadate rough stone in half, then held the reduced blue-scale sword in his hand, aimed at one of the pieces, and began to cut and carve. The process is as simple as cutting tofu. Finally, he carved 4 jade pendants. The shapes of these 4 jade pendants are all yin and yang fish shapes that resemble magma. Every 2 jade pendants are combined together to form a complete Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. After the carving is finished, Lai Chang'an first picked up 2 jade pendants and held half of the crochet jade in each of his left and right hands. Then he held his breath and concentrated, and his dark eyes turned into auspicious and evil pupils at this moment. He stared at the 2 jade pendants on his palms, each radiating red and blue light that only he could see. The left eye is festive and fiery red. The right eye is gloomy and water blue. The fiery red power of blessing and the water blue power of disaster were poured into the jade pendant continuously, under the influence of these 2 forces. The colors of the 2 jade pendants on his left and right hands also changed accordingly. From the originally clear emerald green, it gradually transforms towards red and blue. Finally, it completely turned into a piece of red jade and a piece of blue jade, after the power of good and bad luck stored in the good and bad pupils is exhausted. Lai Chang'an weighed the jade pendant in his hand and silently sensed the capacity. It was discovered that the maximum storage limit for each jade pendant was about 1 million points, and he can mobilize the power of good and bad things stored in it at any time and use it. It will not cause any wear and consumption over time. However, if it is carried by others, the power of good and badness contained in the jade pendant will naturally be passed on to the wearer bit by bit, achieving an effect of enhancing luck or bad luck. Lai Chang'an discovered that he seemed to have created something extraordinary. Isn't this equivalent to a treasure of luck? As long as you get it, you can enhance your own luck. If he wants to give gifts in the future, he will give him a good weapon containing the power of blessing. And if you want to be a slut, you will give you a misfortune containing the power of disaster. If you let your opponent die, you don't know how to die. The problem of storing the power of good and bad fortune is solved. Lai Chang'an tied 2 jade pendants together to form the shape of Tai Chi yin and yang fish, and then hung them around his waist. With his slim and noble suit, his white clothes and black hair show a sense of elegance and nobility. I have to say that he is still very good at playing in terms of appearance. It is definitely not better than Tang San, who has been reborn after awakening the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Even in terms of temperament, after awakening the Jiang bloodline, he is even better. Next, let's see how long it will take to recover after using it. If it takes a long time to reply after each consumption. Then, in the early stages when his strength was still low, the power of good and bad fortune that he could accumulate was pitifully less. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he thought. Lai Chang'an discovered that in just one day, the power of good and bad luck in the good and bad eyes returned to full status. Based on the power of 200 points of blessing and misfortune in a day, 2,000 points can be accumulated in 10 days, 20,000 points can be accumulated in 100 days, and 200,000 points can be obtained in 1,000 days. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. And this is just a theoretical value, and in fact there will definitely be more. Because during this period, his strength was not static. As his strength improves, the capacity of the power of good and bad in both good and bad pupils will continue to increase. The power of good and bad that can be accumulated in the end will reach a very terrifying level. It seems that we need to prepare more jade in advance to serve as a container for the power of good and bad luck. Lai Chang'an put away 2 blank pieces of geek jade and said in his heart, although it takes a long time for these 2 jade pendants, with a capacity limit of 1 million points to be filled so far, preparing more containers in advance will still be prepared. And he had a premonition that these stored powers of good and bad luck will definitely have a great purpose in the future. Whether it is used to enhance one's own luck or to plot against enemies, it will play a decisive role. Just imagine it. If he was in a difficult position to fight an enemy that was originally comparable, he quietly mobilized the huge disaster power accumulated in the Jade Pendant, and directly forced the opponent to reduce his luck and make the opponent unlucky. Then use the power of blessing to in turn strengthen your luck and make yourself full of luck. One rises and the other falls below. So is there still suspense in the outcome of this game? Sometimes at critical moments, a little luck is the last straw that overwhelms the camel. It is worth mentioning that luck is actually an omnipotent power in some ways. It is not just as simple as turning one's misfortune into good fortune, but also bringing one's good fortune when one dies. Applications also play a huge role in other aspects. For example, if he wanted to create a martial art, he had no idea and could not create it at all. At this time, you can enhance your luck by consuming the power of blessing. Make yourself full of inspiration or get some inspiration. And finally, because of various chances, you are lucky to create this technique. Or maybe he wants to learn some kind of skill or supernatural powers, but he can't learn it at all. What should he do? It's very simple. It's better to use the power of blessing to enhance your luck. Let yourself be as if you have opened your mind, and suddenly you will realize it. Learn the skills and supernatural powers that you could not have learned at all. All of this is closely related to luck. Of course, the power of blessing is not to create something out of nothing, but to enhance your luck and enable you to achieve the goals you want to achieve within a reasonable range. Therefore, the more difficult it is for the parties involved, the greater the blessing power it needs to be consumed. All of this follows the principle of equivalent exchange. You have to pay as much as you want. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after injecting today's power of good and bad fortune into the yin-yang fish jade pendant, Lai Changan said with regret. It's a pity that my body and the snake body have the power of good and bad fortune every day, and it won't be too much. A body doubles the yield of the power of good and bad. Whether it is a human body or a snake body, both are essentially one person. Therefore, they all have both good and bad eyes and can control the power of good and bad luck. If the body uses up all the power of good and bad luck today, then the snake body will be useless. The two good and bad pupils are connected and share the power of good and bad. Then, Lai Changan looked at the remaining two jade yin-yang fish jade pendants. He decided to find an opportunity to hand them over to the snake body so that the snake body could also store some good and bad power with him in case of emergency needs. The Stardew Forest is located in the south of the Tiandu Empire. The forest spans two empires. Because there are many soul beasts here, it is also the most indistinguishable place in the two countries' borders. Judging from the map, most of the Xingdu Forest is within the Xingliu Empire. Of course, the Tiandu Empire has never recognized this. As one of the largest settlements of wild soul beasts, this is naturally the place where soul masters hope to come most, because every time they come here, it means that they will advance. At this time, under the leadership of Dugu Bo, Lai Changan and Dugu Yan came here to hunt the soul beast and obtain the fourth and third rings. The reason why we don't hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest is mainly because compared to the Star Fighting Forest, the Sunset Forest is much smaller. Moreover, the age of soul beasts is relatively low, and even the species are not that rich. Therefore, if you want to choose the right soul beast, Stardew Great Forest is undoubtedly the best place. After a group of grandparents and grandchildren walked into the forest, the dense trees covering the sky were enough to tell people how long it existed. Tall trees are at least dozens of meters above, which is just the outermost. It can be imagined that the closer they get to the inner, the taller the trees will grow. The dense forest has no paths at all, and the shadows of trees are everywhere, and the real scene cannot be seen. The terrain in the forest is very complex, and it is even more covered with thorny vines, and there is no way for people to walk, so the soul master needs to open the way by himself. And this work of opening the way naturally fell on Dugu Bo. Using his soul power, Dugu Bo walked ahead, and the surrounding thorns and shrubs seemed to be pushed away by invisible force, and he was forced to clear out a path. Lai Changan and Dugu Yan walked behind and followed the path he cleared out, unobstructed along the way. In today's peripheral area, with Dugu Bo's title-winning Duluo level strength, there is no need to worry about anything. because those powerful soul beasts are all staying in the inner area. Soul beasts they hunted in this trip did not need to go deep into the inner enclosure area. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. Chang'an, have you figured out what soul beast to hunt this time? Dugubo walked leisurely in front of him, asking without looking back. As for the choice of his granddaughter's soul ring, he had already planned it for her. Grandpa, the fourth soul ring, I want to chase the soul ring of the wind and shadow wolf. Lai Chang'an thought for a while and said. After awakening Jiaying's bloodline, he has made timely changes in his original plan for his soul ring. I no longer focus on enhancing the origin of martial souls, but prefer functionality. Because after awakening the 9 infant bloodline, his martial soul was so powerful that even if the soul beast sacrificed for 100,000 years, it would have a slight increase in his original origin. Since this is the case, it is better to tend to be functional. Is it a wolf chasing the wind and shadows? This kind of soul beast is relatively rare. I remember that there seems to be a group of forests near the inner area. I hope there is a suitable age. Otherwise, I can only venture deep into the inner area. Dugu Bao, after hearing his needs, he murmured to himself. Next, under the leadership of Dugu Bao, the titled Duluo, it took about a day to travel and finally arrived at the destination when night fell. The soul beast forest in the dark is often more dangerous than during the day. However, with Dugu Bao, the titled Duluo, they do not go deep into the inner area and only in the outer area, so they don't have to worry about safety issues. Unless you are unlucky to encounter a soul beast with a very high age, come from the inner enclosure to the outer enclosure. But this is unlikely. Au tilde, the long roar of wolves sounded one after another. A group of black wolves about 3 or 4 meters long were roaring at the silver moon in the sky. The number is about 30. Judging from the soul light emitted on the surface of the body, these black wolves are generally around 100 years, and a few are thousands of years. The Wolf King in the lead is a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and unlike the same tribe who are all black, this Wolf King has black body hair mixed with silver stripes, which looks particularly unique. The body length is close to 6 meters, much larger than other similar ones. Dugu Bao hid in the dark with Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan, staring at the group of black wolves that were roaring at the moon and saying, "I'm lucky." Among these wolves chasing the wind and shadow, there are many thousand-year-olds, suitable for you to absorb. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. However, at this time, Lai Chang'an's eyes did not stare at the 1,000-year-old soul beasts, but instead stared at the tall Wolf King who stood out among the crowd of wolves. "Grandpa, I want to absorb the soul ring of the Wolf King," Lai Chang'an suddenly said. "What, you're crazy." Dugu Bao was shocked and shook his head repeatedly and said, "The Wolf King's age is at least about 12,000 years, and it is not something you can absorb now. Don't be stupid." Dugu Yan, who was standing beside him, also held his hand and advised, "Yes, Brother Chang'an is too old. At least he can only absorb it with the Soul King. If you really like it, we will wait for your Soul King. Could you come and hunt again?" "Grandpa, Yanzi, don't worry. The reason why I want the 4th ring to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring is absolutely sure." Lai Chang'an shook his head and explained. "In fact, the time the Soul Master absorbs the soul ring is affected by the impact is nothing more than physical fitness and mental strength. And my physical fitness has been tempered and strengthened by many fairy herbs, and it has long surpassed the same level. In addition, not long ago, I ate another fairy herb that strengthens my mental power, and my spirit has been combined with many factors. Only then can I have absolute certainty that I can absorb the 10,000-year soul ring in the 4th ring." And seeing him look so confident, Dugu Bao and Dugu Yan were both silent and hesitated. Although what he said is reasonable, the 4th soul ring has been absorbed for 10,000 years, which is really shocking. Even if there are examples of fairy grass before, it is related to his life. Both of them dared not make a decision rashly. Seeing this, Lai Chang'an knew that the two were shaken, so he hurriedly continued to play his silence and repeatedly promised that nothing would happen. In addition, if you can't do anything, with Dugu Bao by your side, you can interrupt the soul ring to absorb it in time. In the end, he finally reluctantly convinced the two of them. However, Dugu Yan's eyes were still full of worry. After all, the 4th ring absorbs the 10,000-year soul ring, and there has never been a precedent for this kind of thing. Even as he said, it is safe to absorb this time, but there is no practical example to support her, and she should still worry. End of this chapter. Dulyuo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone after determining the target you want to hunt. Dugu Bo directly released the pressure of his title Dulyuo and then possessed his martial soul and flew towards the group of black wolves in the distance with a terrifying power. The target is directly aimed at the Wolf King in the lead. Ah! The wolf's sense of smell and ears have always been sensitive. Almost as soon as Dugu Bo appeared, these group of wind and shadow-chasing wolves immediately discovered its existence. They began to open their mouths and howl. They were full of wildness and did not fear escape because of Dugu Bo's titled Dulyuo's strength. Instead, they began to attack him under the organization of the Wolf King. I saw a 100-year-old soul beast with a low age, opened its mouth and gushed out of its mouth. The 1,000-year-old soul beast with a height of age flashed into black shadows, launching an attack on him without fear of death. As for the biggest Wolf King, he was sitting in the rear, his limbs were tight, and he was posing as an attacking position. With sharp eyes staring at Dugu Bo, it seems to be looking for his flaws. Strive to defeat the enemy with one blow, however, in the face of absolute strength. All strategies are in vain. The wind blades emitted by the 100-year-old wolf could not even break the barrier formed by the soul power outside Dugu Bo's body. As for the 1,000-year-old wolf that was rushing towards him, they were directly bounced away by the explosion of soul power. The minions cannot break the defense at all. Dugu Bo did not kill them. After all, meaningless killing is meaningless and is a waste of soul beast resources. His goals are clear. That is the Wolf King who is in charge of the rear. Ah! After a long howl of wolf. On the surface, the Wolf King has no other moves. But Dugu Bo suddenly looked like a move, and then his body, which was still in midair, turned around directly. A huge phantom of the Snake Emperor appeared around his body, and he suddenly slapped in the direction behind him with one palm. Bang! There was a dull sound. I saw a dark, wolf-shaped shadow that quietly wanted to attack him from behind. Unfortunately, the strength gap between the two sides was too large, and they were replaced by other people of the same level. Maybe this shadow wolf will really succeed. I actually have the ability to clone. Dugu Bo's eyes lit up when he saw this. The wolf of chasing wind and shadow is a kind of soul beast with wind attribute, and speed is the characteristic of this soul beast. But occasionally there will be some wolf, awakening a unique talent ability, the Shadow Clan. The wind and shadow chasing wolf, who has this talent, is in one place and can separate a shadow clone. This clone has 100% of its own strength. And even if it is destroyed, it will not affect the safety of the original body. This Wolf King actually has the talented ability of the Shadow Clan, which Dugu Bo did not expect. It's really an unexpected surprise. After being slapped, the Shadow Wolf was not broken up, but was knocked away from afar. Then he was still in midair and rushed to attack him again. At this time, the Wolf King, who had been accumulating for a long time, finally couldn't help it. It turned into a strong wind and rushed towards him like lightning. The sharp wolf claws flashed with a terrifying cold light like a dagger. No one would doubt the sharpness of these claws. The Wolf King and Shadow Clan acted in two ways and launched an attack on him at the same time. If someone else is replaced, I'm afraid there will be more misfortunes. But unfortunately, he was facing Dugu Bo, the titled Dulyuo. The gap in strength is destined to make all the attacks of the Wolf King futile. Even if the Wolf King and Shadow Clan attack at the same time, it is still not worth mentioning for a titled Dulyuo. Dugu Bo just kicked out and kicked Shadow Wolf away. At the same time, the other hand sprinkled out poisonous fog. When the Wolf King came into contact with the poisonous fog, he whimpered instantly. It seemed as if I had lost my sense of direction all of a sudden and flew to the side directly. The last one hit the tree. Bang! A big hole was directly smashed into a tree with a diameter of 1 meter. The Wolf King's head has to be said to be really hard. Even the hair was not rubbed off. The Snake Emperor of the Blue Scale is the best among the soul beasts. Although Dugu Bo is a soul master rather than the Snake Emperor of the Blue Scale, when he reaches the titled Dulyuo level, the toxins that come with it will not be as good as the real snake. The Emperor is too different. Of course, it is not something that a single 10,000-year-old Wolf King can resist. After inhaling the poisonous fog, the fierce toxicity made the Wolf King unable to stand up. Even the wolf shadow clone that had not yet dissipated in the distance was shaking and tilted due to its own body. Bang, click! Dugubofai directly repaired the Wolf King's waist in front of him. The sound of bone shattering came. The so-called copper-headed, iron-mouthed tofu waist is basically the weakness of any wolf or dog. Once hit, the most part will be weak and the worst part will be paralyzed. Dugubo's powerful kick directly caused the Wolf King, who had been deeply poisoned to almost half his life on the spot, completely lost resistance. Everything happened very quickly. The other wind-chasing shadow wolf saw that the boss was settled so easily, but did not escape. Instead, he launched a fierce attack on Dugubo. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Sometimes the loyalty of soul beasts is not something humans can imagine. Or in the hearts of most soul beasts, once they surrender, there is no concept of betrayal at all. Facing this group of soul beasts who were ignorant of life and death and dared to attack him, Dugubo just waved his hand, and immediately a large area of poisonous fog spread around him. Bang, 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 bang. Those rushing wind and shadow-chasing wolf, facing the almost overwhelming poisonous fog, could not hide, and could only fall to the ground by poisoning one by one. Dugubo did not intend to kill these soul beasts, and the poisonous fog released was just a paralytic smoke. The function is to make these soul beasts unconscious. After all, it is quite rare to see the soul beast like the wind and shadow wolf if this wolf pack is exterminated. It is almost impossible to find such a soul beast in the peripheral area. Under normal circumstances, except for hunting the soul beasts they need, soul masters will not slaughter a large number of soul beasts. After all, it may be possible that when you or someone who has something to do with you, you need to use some kind of soul beast, so there is no need to do so you don't kill it indiscriminately. It was almost a consensus among advanced soul masters, far away. Lai Chang'an and Dugu Yan, who had been watching the battle, saw that all the soul beasts were settled, so they quickly approached here. Chang'an, I'll ask you the last time, have you really decided to take the risk of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring? If you regret it now, you can choose the wind and shadow-chasing wolf, which has been nearly 5,000 years since then. Although that soul beast, it is not as strong as the Wolf King, but it is also the strongest under the Wolf King. Dugubo pointed to a Feng Jiangying wolf with a body length of nearly 5 meters in the distance and asked again. Duguyan also turned his attention to him, as if he wanted him to accept the proposal. After all, the fourth ring of 10,000 years is still too risky after all. However, Lai Chang'an shook his head and said without any slightest expression, "Grandpa, I think it's very clear. It won't matter, don't worry. Since you dare to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, you must be 100% sure. I will never joke about my life." "Oh, okay." Dugubo sighed and said, "Since you insisted on doing this, I won't stop you. Go and bear it." Lai Chang'an nodded and finally gave Dugu Yan a reassuring look. He raised his hand to summon the Biskel sword, looked at the Wolf King who was lying on the ground not far away and slowly approached, and stabbed it with a sword. End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu, I have a soul beast clone laugh. Lai Chang'an easily pierced the Wolf King's hard head with a blue scale sword in his hand. The whole process was as easy as cutting tofu. Oh, that's what it is. Seeing that Lai Chang'an had no soul power at all, he easily pierced the hardest head of the Wolf King just by relying on the sharpness of the sword martial soul itself. Dugubo couldn't help but feel very surprised, this incredible sharpness. He felt that it was probably not much weaker than Giant Dulio's 7-killing sword, right? But in fact, after the sword in Lai Chang'an's hand was tempered by many immortal herbs and the most important awakening of the Jiang bloodline, all aspects were already incomparable to the past. He dares to pat his chest and guarantee it now. The Biskad sword is definitely stronger than the 7-killing sword after being pierced by a sword. After the Wolf King twitched all over, he stopped moving, after a while. A circle of black soul rings condensed into shape and floated above the Wolf King's corpse. Lai Chang'an looked at the soul ring that represented 10,000 years of cultivation and took a deep breath. Although he was very confident in himself, he felt that he should add another layer of insurance to himself at this time. Be careful, there is no big mistake. A thought moves. I saw him hanging in the red and blue yin-yang fish jade pendant on his waist, and the red jade pendant shined with light. Only he himself could see this light, and others could not see the light emitted by the jade pendant. Under his control of his thoughts, The power of blessing accumulated in the jade pendant over the past few days quickly turned into good fortune and blessing on himself. This time, the lucky purpose of his blessing is very clear, that is, the safety of absorbing the soul ring this time. But soon, Lai Chang'an discovered that good fortune could not work, or it cannot work for the purpose of safely absorbing soul ring. It's not that the risk this time is too great, and the fortune is not enough to allow him to survive this disaster. But this time he absorbed the soul ring, so he could not use good luck to absorb the soul ring safely, so luck cannot work. This unexpected discovery gave Lai Chang'an a deeper understanding of the use of the power of good and bad luck. I want to achieve a certain goal, but I am not sure whether it can be achieved. Is it difficult? I can know the difficulty of this matter by doing this now. Because the more difficult this purpose is, and the more difficult it is to achieve, the more luck it will take. On the contrary, the simpler it is and the easier it is to achieve, the less luck it will consume. I can do this to avoid bad luck and predict the future. Wonderful. It's so wonderful. Lai Chang'an was overjoyed. After confirming that there was no risk in absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring this time, he walked directly to the Wolf King's corpse and sat cross-legged. With a thought moving, the soul power pulled the black soul ring and merged into the whole body from the top of the head. The moment the soul ring merges into the body, he only felt like he was pressed on a heavy object on his body. Obviously, this was the weight of the 10,000 years of soul ring. Fortunately, with his physical fitness, he can just stand it. After all, he not only had some of the physical qualities shared by the snake body, but also ate many fairy grasses. After being tempered by the ice and fire eyes, he also awakened the bloodline of the 9 infants. With so many advantages, if it lasts for 10,000 years, it's too terrible to even absorb the soul ring. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. The energy of the 10,000 years of soul ring was extremely smoothly integrated into his body. There was no slight turmoil at all. Dugu Bo, who was standing beside him, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this and knew that his absorption was stable. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel very surprised by his strong physical fitness. Is the strengthening of the human body by fairy grass really so exaggerated? Dugu Yen stared at his sweetheart tightly, seeing that he was in a stable state and did not show any painful posture because of absorbing the soul ring. I also breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if it's okay. It is really not a happy thing to watch your lover take risks. Lai Chang'an's eyes were closed, and his body slowly and smoothly absorbed the Wolf King's 10,000-year soul ring. At the same time, the remnant soul of the Wolf King in the soul ring also came to his spiritual world. This is the most difficult level to absorb soul rings for more than 10,000 years. It is called the soul beast's remnant thought. When a soul beast that has been in the 10,000 years, the soul ring after death will contain the soul ring, which will constantly impact the soul master's spirit and interfere with the soul master's absorption of the soul ring. Therefore, in addition to physical fitness, strong mental power is also the key to absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring in the 4th ring. Otherwise, even if the body can withstand the erosion of the soul power in the soul ring, it will be mentally hit by the remnant soul. This leads to the failure of absorption and is supported by the out-of-control energy in the soul ring and explodes and dies. Fortunately, the remnant soul of the Wolf King is not a threat to Lai Chang'an, especially after awakening Jiaying's bloodline. The remnant soul of the Wolf King who had just arrived in the spiritual world had not had time to act in a monster, but he found himself staring at by 18 pairs of fierce blood-red snake eyes. What appeared in front of me was a huge 9-headed monster snake. The remnant soul of the Wolf King was so scared that he stood there. I was confused inside. Isn't this guy a human? Why is the soul so big? At this time, Lai Chang'an's spirit manifested the posture of Jiaying. On the thick body, 9 long snake heads stared at the tiny Wolf King's remnant soul below, and one of them spitted out a ray of light. The remnant soul of the Wolf King was dispersed into a pure mental power on the spot. Then the snake opened its mouth, and one of its heads sucked this pure mental power into its mouth. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. To Lai Chang'an, the soul of the soul beast, which is extremely dangerous, is just a small snack. You are not afraid of you when you are alive, and you can still be a demon even if you die. Outside world. After destroying the remnant soul of the Wolf King, The process of Lai Changan absorbing the soul ring was smoother. The 10,000-year soul ring that ordinary soul masters need at least several hours to completely absorb, and it took him only half an hour to completely absorb it. Slowly open your eyes. A fierce blood red flashed across the dark and deep pupils, and the pupils turned into the unique vertical pupils of snakes, and then quickly returned to their original state. The speed was so fast that Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan, who had been paying attention to him, almost thought it was an illusion. But the majesty of that moment. It is ancient and wild, and in a trance, you can see a snake shadow covering the sky and the sun. The flashing scene was briefly like an illusion, but it made both grandparents and grandchildren know that it was definitely not as simple as an illusion. Some unknown change must have occurred in Lai Changan. Brother Changan, how do you feel? Are there any discomfort? Dugu Yan looked at her sweetheart, who returned to her dark color and was no different from the past, as if the ancient wild and majestic vertical pupils were just an illusion. Yanzi, I'm very good. What's wrong? Lai Changan asked in confusion. Nothing. Dugu Yan shook his head since he didn't feel anything strange. Then let's take what you just saw as an illusion. She turned and asked, what did you gain from your fourth soul skill? End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu. I have a soul beast clone at this time. The snake's body shrank, and the snake's tail was tightly coiled on a branch, blocking its body with the help of leaves. The aura around it is extremely restrained if it is not observed with the naked eye. If you only rely on your breath to sense it, anyone will only think that it is a dead tree. Lai Changan's feeling was very subtle at this moment, and he looked at each other through the perspectives of his body and the snake body. In reality, the first time we met, there was no magical feeling. Some are just plain. After all, although there are two bodies, there is only one consciousness from beginning to end. How could there be any awkward feeling when it is equivalent to the relationship between the left hand and the right hand? The process of Dugu Yan absorbing the human-faced demon spider soul ring was very smooth, and it was not as as Tang Sen absorbed the soul ring in the original work, and it was in great pain. The reason for this is that she has taken the fairy grass, and the king of the fairy grass she carried with her. The most important reason is that Lai Changan quietly used the accumulated blessings to improve her luck. The process of absorbing the soul ring, which would have been a little twists and turns, became extremely smooth. After a while, the swelling aura around Dugu Yan gradually stabilized, and Dugu Bo was relieved when he saw this scene. To be honest, if Lai Changan's pearls and jade were not in front, the fourth ring would have absorbed the precedent of the 10,000-year soul ring. He would never let his granddaughter take the risk of absorbing this 2,000-year-old soul ring. You should know that the Soul Master world has its own set of summarized experiences about the soul rings of which stage and age of soul masters absorb. Generally speaking, the maximum absorption period of the third soul ring of the soul master is about 1,700 or 800 years. Like this human-faced demon spider, this time, it only took 200 or 300 years to go. But for the soul master who is on the verge of limits, these 200 or 300 years are sometimes the last straw that will overwhelm the camel. If I hadn't personally tested that my granddaughter had absorbed the fairy grass, not only her qualifications, but also her physical fitness would have been greatly improved. He would never dare to let his granddaughter take the risk of absorbing the high-age soul ring. Now that Dugu Bo was relieved when he saw his granddaughter absorbing the soul ring so smoothly. At the same time, I understand the value of the fairy grass in the medicine garden more and more. It's indeed a baby. If given to the right person, it is the treasure that can change your destiny at this moment. Dugu Yan suddenly let out a muffled groan, and then the sound of the fabric being torn from behind came from behind. Dugu Bo was shocked and thought something happened to his granddaughter. He quickly looked carefully. I saw 8 sharp objects with deep purple and dark purple growing up behind Dugu Yan with eyes closed suddenly, with their fists behind them. These 8 deep purple objects grew from their backs, and in the blink of an eye, it grew more than 1 meter long and extended at an astonishing speed, growing for more than 3 meters before stopping. This is. When Dugu Bo saw this scene, his pupils shrank and there was a flash of lightning in his mind. A noun came to my mind, soul bones outside. At this time, Dugu Yan's back had his clothes pierced 8 holes, and 8 spider legs grew out of them, which looked very similar to the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider. It's just to be more beautiful. It looks better and even has a faint sweet fragrance. Dugu Bo, who was knowledgeable, suddenly realized that the 8 spider legs behind his granddaughter were a strange external soul bone. This kind of thing is even more precious than ordinary soul bones. As compared to ordinary soul bones, external soul bones have a kind of growth potential. It can be improved as the host's strength increases. In other words, don't look at the current 8 spider legs that are only 2,000 years old soul bones. But in the future, as Dugu Yan's strength becomes stronger and stronger, such as practicing to the title Duoyuo, then this external soul bone may eventually become a 100,000-year soul bone. And most importantly, the external soul bone does not occupy the position of the 6 soul bones in the human body. It is equivalent to others having only 6 soul bones, but you can have 7. There is no need to say more about the advantages. Dugu Bo never expected that the human-faced demon spider whom he delivered to his door would bring him such a big surprise. Soul bones are attached to the outside. Even though he doesn't know what functions this external soul bone has, it is just a growing external soul bone. The value of this thing is definitely not comparable to that of other soul bones. It is even comparable to 100,000 years of soul bone in a sense. Could it be? This is the soul bone attached to the outside. Lai Chang'an next to him also looked surprised. Although he had known this a long time ago, he even made it happen, but he couldn't have looked like he was not surprised at all. It's time to act. Well, it's indeed an external soul bone. Dugu Bo glanced at him without hiding it. He nodded and admitted directly. They are all their own people, so he doesn't have to worry about Lai Chang'an getting greedy. After all, compared with the immortal grass that can be transformed, this external soul bone is just like that. It seems Yanzi is lucky. After being surprised, Lai Chang'an quickly recovered from calmness and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that I could get a treasure like the soul bone from a soul beast that was only 2,000 years old." As the two of them talked, Dugu Yan slowly opened her eyes, looking like she was waking up from a dream. The 8 long spider legs behind her were swaying unconsciously, and she seemed to have not noticed that 8 spider legs grew behind her. "Yanzi, how do you feel?" Lai Chang'an walked up and asked with concern. "No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Me, I'm fine. When this soul ring absorbs it, it feels much smoother than my first 2 soul rings. I don't even feel anything difficult at all," Dugu Yan said, unable to help laughing. "I just feel that my back seems to be itchy." A spider leg suddenly reached in front of her, which scared her and couldn't help but scream. "Don't be afraid of Yanzi." When Lai Chang'an saw her panic, the 8 spider legs behind her were waving wildly because of the excitement of emotions. He quickly comforted her. "That's not a soul beast. It's the external soul bone you obtained. Calm down." Soul bones attached to the outside. When Dugu Yan heard him say this, he was stunned for a moment and finally became less excited. The 8 spider legs behind them were originally waving wildly, and they gradually slowed down. At the end, he stopped completely. "I'll make a mirror to show you how I look now," Lai Chang'an said, waved his hand. The water elements in the air condensed. In front of Dugu Yan, it condensed into a large water mirror, allowing her to clearly see the appearance of her whole body. Looking at the 8 long spider legs behind him, Dugu Yan couldn't help but turn slightly curiously, and found that these 8 spider legs extended from his back and stabbed 8 of them whole. Fortunately, the overall clothes are not broken and will not be exposed. Is this the external soul bone? Dugu Yan took advantage of the reflection of the water mirror and looked at the 8 spider legs that appeared on her body curiously. "It feels so strange." End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone Yanyan. Although this soul bone looks a little strange, it is unquestionable. Hearing his granddaughter's comment, Dugu Bo said, "Grandpa, teach you how to put it away first. I will help you integrate it completely after a while, so that others will never be able to take away your external soul bones." The difference between the external soul bone and ordinary soul bone is that once the external soul bone and the soul master are completely integrated, even if the soul master is killed, the external soul bone cannot be used by a second person. There is no need to worry about other people coveting the bones on their bodies and killing people and catching treasures like ordinary soul bones, because you can't take this thing off. This is equivalent to the external soul bone being attached to the soul master himself being priceless, but it is worthless to other soul masters. On the other hand, if it is an ordinary soul bone, then when the soul master is killed, the soul bone will be exploded. Then any soul master can choose to fuse this soul bone. Therefore, soul masters who have soul bones basically hide it and will not reveal to others that they have soul bones. Under the guidance of Dugu Bo, Dugu Yan began to retract the 8 spider legs behind her. She condensed her soul power and sent it to the spine behind her and used her mind to send a recycling order to the 8 spider legs. A strange scene appeared. The stretched 3-meter-long spider legs slowly folded, the 2 curved sections fit together, and then merged into the body bit by bit. Dugu Yan just felt a little itchy behind her back, and there was no discomfort. During this process, all 3 soul rings on her body lit up. At the same time, you can clearly feel that your soul power is rapidly consumed. Obviously, putting away these spider legs requires soul power to support it. When Dugu Yan consumed 1/6 of his soul power, all the spider legs finally penetrated behind him. She could clearly feel that the 8 spider legs did not disappear in her body, but turned into 8 strange energy, starting from the spine and fitting on her 8 ribs. Very good. Remember not to mobilize it for the time being. Dugu Bo nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is not a place to study. Let's talk about everything when you go home. There is time to study it slowly." "I understand, Grandpa." Dugu Yan nodded obediently. She didn't understand this at all, and it was absolutely right to listen to the old man. Since the purpose of coming here has been achieved, the 3 of them are naturally ready to go home. Wait until the 3 of them completely disappeared. The Hydra, hiding among the branches, slowly appeared, and then her body expanded, extending its huge body and returning to its original posture. It twisted its body and came to an inconspicuous grass where 2 emerald green jade pendants fell, and the shape was like a yin and yang fish magma. These 2 jade pendants were specially left by Lai Changan. The jade stone carved out 4 jade pendants, 2 of which were hanging by him at his waist. He decided to keep the remaining 2 pieces in the snake body and store more power of good and bad luck, and wait for something that might be useful in the future. One of the snakes opened their heads and sucked them. These 2 jade pendants immediately fell into its mouth, down its throat, and finally came to its stomach. Since he awakened the Jiang bloodline, his body structure has become different from that of an ordinary snake. The stomach is a vast space, up and down, vertical and horizontal, and a foot of 100 meters. It is equivalent to having a storage space in nature, and this space will expand with the increase of the strength of the snake. This stomach space can not only digest food, but also temporarily store some things. Because the space is very large, he divided the stomach space into 2 areas. One piece is used to eat and digest food, and the other is an area specially used to store things. If you put things here, you don't need to worry about being corroded by stomach acid, because there is no such thing as stomach acid in his stomach, and it is replaced by a kind of Kai relief. Can digest and decompose everything in. Lai Changan once tried to swallow stones and iron ore, but found that no matter what stubborn thing swallowed, it would not escape the end of being dissolved and decomposed into energy when it encountered the digestive Kai in the stomach. So as long as you control the digestive Kai and do not touch these things, there will be no problem no matter how long the things are left in the stomach space. His stomach seemed to be a natural storage space. It's time to get out of here. After Lai Changan swallowed the jade pendant, he felt that there was nothing else to do here. Then he narrowed his body and restrained his breath. Slowly marched out of the forest. His birthplace belongs to the outer area of Stardew Forest. The soul beasts here are generally rare for 100 years and thousands of years. It is therefore very suitable for early development. With the blood level of the Snake Emperor is enough to be immune to most dangers. And when he reaches 10,000 years, if he wants to go further, he needs more resources. Normally, it gradually migrates to the inner enclosure area, because the energy concentration of the outer area is not as good as that of the inner enclosure area, so various growth resources are not very good. Not as many as the inner area. Only by going to the inner area can you achieve better growth. However, Lai Changan, who is familiar with the plot, did not intend to enter the inner enclosure area at all, because he clearly understood what was in the inner area. On the surface, there are only 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts on the sky blue cow python and titan giant ape. In fact, there are hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts over 100,000 years. It's just that those high-level ferocious beasts are now protecting the sleeping Silver Dragon King, so they are hidden in the core area and are unknown to the world. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The two guys, Tian King Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, are small minions who are watching the gate, and they are not even qualified to enter the core area of the Soul Beast. If you don't know the existence of the Silver Dragon King and those ferocious beasts, Lai Chang'an might really choose to develop in the core area and then become stronger little by little and take over me, until he finally became the boss of the Soul Beast. But he knew the origin of the Soul Beast, as well as the contradiction between the Soul Beast's common master of the Silver Dragon King and the God Realm, and clearly understood that he would stay in the core area of the Stardew Forest to develop. There is no need to think about becoming the boss of the Soul Beast. What is waiting for you is nothing more than having enough strength. Dai Tian and others will appear and invite themselves to join the family of ferocious beasts. Contribute your life to the Silver Dragon King who has a hidden love-brain tendency. Devote all his life to it, and only after death. And if he doesn't follow, then what is greeted will probably be the beating of many ferocious beasts, so the benefits of developing in this place are not gained much. There are a lot of disadvantages. It is also possible to expose the secrets of your growth without bottlenecks and the heavenly tribulation. Lai Chang'an thought about it and finally decided to leave here. Go to other places to develop. All the goals have been chosen. That is the extreme north. Once that place was not under the jurisdiction of the Silver Dragon King, Dai Tian and others could not reach out. It can develop as you wish, attract younger brothers, and strengthen its power. Secondly, due to the harsh environment in that place, few people went there. Even if he formed a soul beast force, he would not have been discovered by humans so early. After all, the extremely cold environment of ice and snow is not something that anyone can tolerate. Even if the Soul Master hunts the Soul Ring, it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, no one would choose to go to the vast glacier land, risking being frozen to death just to hunt a soul ring of soul beasts. It can be said that with the environment of the extreme north, the risk of Soul Master hunting soul rings is several times that of ordinary forests. In addition, the soul beasts there are generally ice attributes or ice attribute-related attributes, so during this period, almost few soul masters went to that dangerous place to hunt soul rings. Of course, in addition to the above reasons, the most important thing is that there is a fat ice silkworm that is nearly 1 million years old. This thing is a big boost. If he can eat this fat ice silkworm, then he will definitely be able to make great progress in his cultivation. So in the end, he chose his place of fortune in the extreme north end of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. The external soul bone obtained from the human-faced demon spider was eventually named the 8-spider spear. Because these 8 spider legs look like 8 spiders when they are waving, this name is given. After returning home. After testing, Dugu Yan found that while this external soul bone itself was extremely penetrating, it also inherited the toxicity of the human-faced demon spider. Its toxicity is so fierce that it can easily pierce a tree, causing the whole tree to melt like ice and snow, quietly turning into purple powder. And it's more than that. This external soul bone also has the ability to swallow. It can not only swallow and absorb the opponent's energy and vitality, but also swallow toxins. Even the toxins in your body can be swallowed and absorbed. Because of the martial soul, Dugu Yan would accumulate toxins every time he used the martial soul. As a result, with the appearance of this 8-spider spear, the toxins in her body were absorbed. The problem that should have troubled her throughout her life was solved in a confused manner because the external soul bones were solved. This surprise came too suddenly, which made Dugu Bo feel confused. He was originally worried that his granddaughter would be unable to suppress the toxins like himself when she became strong to a certain extent. As a result, the appearance of the external soul bone completely solved the problem. Even the toxins that used to threaten her life have now become the help of the external soul bones. No matter how much toxins are, they will only become nutrients to promote its growth. In addition, Dugu Bo was also inspired by the characteristics of this external soul bone. I thought of a way to force toxins in my body into my soul bones. Although this method cannot completely solve the problem of the poisonous nature of the martial soul, it can also greatly delay its lifespan. After all, Although toxins can be forced into the soul bone, the toxins that the soul bone can store are obviously upper limits, and it is impossible to store toxins infinitely. Unless it is the kind of external soul bone that can grow with the soul master. Or it is a soul bone that has the ability to swallow toxins to grow. And just so happens that while the 8-spider spear itself is an external soul bone, it also has the function of swallowing toxins to grow. It perfectly fits the situation of the Dugu family. This 8-spider spider with soul bone outer is like a creation created by God for Dugu Yan. Even Dugu Bo couldn't help but sigh at his granddaughter's good luck. But he didn't know that, if Lai Chang'an had not taken action secretly, this precious soul bone would not have fallen on Dugu Yan. To be honest, Lai Chang'an always had a question when he was reading the novel. Why is the external soul bone obtained by Tang Xin so in line with the situation of the Dugu family? Is it really just a simple coincidence? Is there such a possibility? If it weren't for the outsiders arranged by the Shura god Tang San to disrupt the situation, the 8-spider spear should have been obtained by Dugu Yan. Then Dugu Bo may also get inspiration from this soul bone and think of a way to force toxins into the soul bone. The problem of Dugu's family's short-lived and premature death was completely solved. Not to mention, Lai Chang'an actually thought it was quite reasonable when he thought about it this way. The Tiandu Royal Academy. Lai Chang'an returned here alone. As for why Dugu Yan didn't come back, it was because she wanted to stay with her grandfather and receive training for a period of time. Only after you learn to use external soul bones and completely fuse external soul bones will you return to the academy. It probably took at least 2 or 3 months, so Lai Chang'an came back alone, back to the dormitory. Lai Chang'an sat down cross-legged on the cushion where he usually meditated, with a solemn expression. He is only 8 years old and 2 months to 9 years old. As a result, his strength has reached the level of the 4th ring soul sect. This speed of strength improvement cannot be exposed, otherwise his life would be difficult to protect. Because he had just broken through to level 30, Soul Lord a few months ago, but after just a few months, he even jumped to level 10 and reached the soul sect. Damn, this level of improvement is no longer explained by talent. He must have some kind of big secret. Faced with this secret that can improve a large level in a short period of time, I believe no one will be uninterested. Once exposed, even Dugu Bo cannot protect him. Because there are too many people who are targeting him. At that time, even the royal family would probably be a member of the persecution of him, so Lai Chang'an would never dare to reveal the fact that he had reached the soul sect now. It's just that this kind of thing can be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. He just needs to use his martial soul to reveal his soul ring. Then you will reveal the fact that you have reached the soul sect. So, is there any way to hide your soul ring? Lai Chang'an began to think hard. What is the principle of the appearance of the soul ring? Why does the soul ring always appear uncontrollably whenever the soul master uses his martial soul? Is there a way to control the soul ring to hide? There is no doubt that it should be possible to hide the soul ring. It's just that no one studies this aspect. After all, for normal soul masters, hiding the soul ring is not necessary at all. I don't know if it's difficult to hide the soul ring. Try to see if I can use the power of blessing to improve my luck, so that I can get inspiration and create the method of hiding the soul ring. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Thinking of this, Lai Chang'an's dark pupils turned into red and blue, and the Jai Tong on the left lit up a red light that only he could see. There was still a lot of blessing power stored in the jade pendant before, and it didn't consume much to help Dugu Yan absorb the soul ring. Because it is a risk-free thing for her to absorb the soul ring. At most, there were some minor twists and turns, which was not difficult for her, and she consumed very little luck. Now there is still some blessing power left in the jade pendant. Lai Chang'an tried to mobilize the blessing power to give himself good luck, so that he could understand the method of hiding the soul ring. But soon Jai Tong from his left eye came to a warning. The power of blessing is insufficient to achieve the goal. The amount of blessing power stored in the jade pendant is about 5 days left, about 500 points. According to the warning from Jai Tong, it takes at least more than 1,600 blessings to achieve the goal of understanding the hidden soul ring method. After breaking through from level 30 Soul Lord to level 40 Soul Sect, the power of good and bad luck produced by his eyes every day has increased from 200 to 400, and both eyes have both good fortune and misfortune. This means that the power of blessing has become 200 o'clock every day. In other words, he would have to save about 5 or 6 days before he could have enough luck to achieve his goal. It's a pity that the power of blessing and the power of misfortune cannot be transformed into each other. The two are two completely opposite forces. It would be great if I could convert these two forces at will, Lai Chang'an thought, a little greedy. If the power of blessings and misfortunes can be transformed into each other, then the application will be much more flexible. For example, sometimes when there is an emergency and the power of blessing is insufficient, he can turn misfortune into good fortune by transforming the power of misfortune into the power of blessing. Unfortunately, he can't change his fortune now. Maybe it's because his realm is too low, right? I don't know if he can fully understand the essence of the power of good and bad luck when the realm is higher in the future and switch these two powers at will. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone 6 days later. The power of blessing finally accumulated enough. Lai Chang'an did not delay and directly spent his blessings to bless himself with his blessings. Goal: create a way to hide the soul ring. With luck, in an instant, his thinking became extremely active at this moment. Memories surged in my mind, many inspirations emerged, and many things I had never thought of and couldn't figure out before seemed to have all the answers at this moment. The knowledge hidden deep in my memory was discovered, and Lai Chang'an felt that he was enlightened, like a help from God. This knowledge was not obtained out of thin air, but the memory he already possessed and existed in his mind. In the past, I just forgot or ignored it, but now with the added luck, all knowledge that is helpful to the hidden soul ring method has emerged one by one. Lai Chang'an's brain automatically summarized and sorted out this knowledge and combined it with his own situation. In the end, it took about half an hour and finally, lucky, to understand the method of hiding the soul ring. So the hidden soul ring is so simple, he suddenly realized. Then the thought moved and 4 yellow, purple, and black soul rings appeared around the body. The 4th black soul ring gradually became dim and disappeared completely in the end. Of course, this just looks missing on the outside. In fact, the 4th soul ring still exists and does not disappear because of its concealment. When hidden at the same time, it will not affect his soul skills of the 4th soul ring. That's all foolproof. Lai Chang'an looked at the 3 soul rings around his body and nodded with satisfaction. Next, he can improve his strength as much as possible and no longer have to worry about his strength growing too fast. This led to others having negative thoughts on him. Once he let go of his hands and feet to improve his soul power level, becoming a titled Dulyo before the age of 20 is simply a pediatric department. Because the most difficult accumulation of soul power for ordinary soul masters is precisely the easiest for him who has the snake body to share soul power. In the past, he had to take into account the opinions of outsiders and did not dare to improve his soul power without restraint. But now, he has the method to hide his soul ring. Then he can completely improve his strength secretly, and on the surface, he only shows some of his strength to confuse others. The security is very guaranteed, since I can use my good fortune to forcibly understand the method of hiding the soul ring. Then if I want to create the monster inner alchemy method, how much good fortune do I need? Lai Chang'an thought with a thought, trying to mobilize good fortune and make himself achieve it this purpose. As a result, I was instantly scared. Many. The method to create monster inner alchemy actually requires such a huge blessing. Lai Chang'an felt the massive amount of blessing consumption tips that came from Jai Tong, and at first felt unbelievable. But thinking about it makes me feel normal. After all, the method of hiding the soul ring and the method of monster inner alchemy that can be called creating a new system are not at the same level. The former is just looking for loopholes in the soul master system and finding ways to hide the soul ring. The latter is equivalent to creating a brand new system, and the blessings required to consume are of course not the same. The problem is that with so much luck, what year and month does he have to save? It seems that the city of killing must go to the city of killing in the future. Lai Chang'an thought of the 10 fiery suns snakes in the city of killing that were born with inner alchemy. If you can check this ancient beast that is born with inner alchemy from the inside out, observe its internal structure and the way energy is running in the body. Then I believe that he will not be as dark as he does when it comes to how to condense the inner alchemy. As long as the difficulty of creating the method of condensing inner alchemy decreases, the fortune it needs to consume will inevitably decrease. After all, the more difficult the things you have to achieve, the more blessings you will consume. On the other hand, the simpler it is, the less consumption will be. From that snake, he must be able to gain inspiration. The luck that needs to be consumed at that time will probably not be as scary as it is now. After comprehension of the ability of the hidden soul ring, he can no longer worry about anything and improve his strength without any scruples. Lai Chang'an was in a good mood and was a little annoyed when he stayed in the dormitory. I decided to relax. Don't get me wrong, relaxing here is not about going to some places that are not suitable for children. Although Lai Chang'an has no obsession with cleanliness, he still feels very repulsive to those women who do flesh and blood business. After all, just thinking about the fact that there were hundreds or thousands of men in the same place, I immediately lost all my interest. Lai Chang'an's so-called relaxation place is just the sole fighting area of the academy. He usually watches other people fight and drinks tea in the audience. I feel quite relaxed in my senses, just think I'm watching a monkey show, Soul Fighting Arena. After Lai Chang'an entered here, he went straight to the viewing area and sat down. At this time, someone was fighting souls on the ring, all of whom were not familiar with the students, and their strength was generally not strong. They are all around the 20 level, and there are no ones above the 30 level. Not long after he sat down, a person came not far away from the opposite side. Looking at this person, a cold light appeared in Lai Chang'an's eyes. A murderous intent quietly emerged in my heart, because the person who came was Yu Tianheng. For this guy, if he hadn't been afraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, he would really want to kill this turtle boy on the spot. After all, he heard from Dugu Yan that it was this guy who secretly called the report, and he is still pursuing Dugu Yan with a lingering face. Although Yanzi had clearly refused many times, she still came to pester with shamelessness. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Moreover, Lai Chang'an still remembers that in the physical book of the original author, Dugu Yan clearly wrote about the final outcome. After the finale, Yu Tianheng was wiped out by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. In order to revitalize the sect, he had to take a large number of concubines. But if you want to take a concubine, you must pass the level of the wife Dugu Yan. Therefore, Dugu Yan happened to have an accident when she was pregnant, causing a miscarriage, and she also completely lost her ability to give birth. It can no longer be able to spread branches and leaves for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. He could only agree with Yu Tianheng's request to take a concubine with tears in his eyes. Even Dugu Bo couldn't say anything about this matter. After all, it was a fact that his granddaughter could no longer have children. He left no children for the other party. Is it possible to let the other party lose his son and grandson? So Dugu Yan could only watch Yu Tianheng start taking concubines with her, while she was gradually neglected. Afterwards, because the accumulated toxins were too heavy, the soul bones in his body suddenly exploded without warning, which caught him off guard and was killed by his own poison. It's really ironic. After Dugu Bo's death, seeing that she had no backer completely, Yu Tianheng finally showed his ugly face and completely neglected Dugu Yan. I only care about having fun every day and become a pile driver, work hard to revival the sect. Dugu Yan was discouraged when she was suffering from repeated blows, and finally chose to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and live alone to live her old age. The martial soul of the blue-scale snake is cut off from now on. This is the final outcome of Dugu Yan after marrying Yu Tianheng. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect has never been a good thing. This family is famous for its arrogant and domineering nature. Under this kind of education, you can imagine how true Yu Tianheng is. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. Lai Chang'an's hostility was not concealed at all. Yu Tianheng naturally noticed it at a glance, and he also knew clearly why the other party was so hostile to him. After all, when facing a love rival who wants to break into his own corner, a man will not have a good face. Looking at the hostile gaze that Lai Chang'an cast, Yu Tianheng had a plan, and then he looked at him with disdain on his stiff face. It's like saying that I'm going to beat me, stupid. This obvious provocative behavior is obvious. Yu Tianheng wants to use this to make Lai Chang'an unable to bear it. Then he will have a reason to fight back and can take action against him. If the process is accidentally ruined, he can only blame himself for doing it first. Yu Tianheng's abacus was jingling. The problem was that he misjudged the gap in strength between the two sides. Lai Chang'an's age and cultivation were intentionally hidden by the royal family. In addition, he acted in a low-key manner on weekdays, so Yu Tianheng didn't know what level Lai Chang'an's current strength had reached. But in his opinion, he could be almost the same as himself at most, and he might even be weaker. With the strength of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex, the advantage lies in me, Yu Tianheng thought confidently. There are still people who are rushing to get beaten up. It's so long to see. Lai Chang'an looked at his provocative look and his expression of beating, and his eyes gradually became calm. He will let this guy know how serious the consequences of provoking him are, after a while. On the ring, Lai Chang'an and Yu Tianheng were 10 meters apart, standing face to face, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the game. At this time, the duel between the two attracted a large number of people. The main thing is to see Yu Tianheng. After all, Lai Chang'an is very low-key in the academy and basically never clashes with others. Compared with Yu Tianheng, who is domineering, he is not famous. Yu Tianheng, level 32 Soul Lord. Lai Chang'an, level 31 Soul Lord. Two reported each other's level. Come to the end, the battle begins. After reminding the referee, the teacher announced that the two of them could start, as soon as the words fell. A dazzling blue light suddenly lit up from Yu Tianheng's eyebrows, forming a blue lightning sign, followed by his right arm. It expanded rapidly and covered with blue-purple scales, and the human hands turned into the claws of wild beasts. 3 soul rings also surround the claws. Compared to the amazing momentum of Yu Tianheng's martial soul possession and using soul skills, Lai Chang'an on the opposite side performed mediocrely. He just raised his hand and showed a long sword like a work of art in the void, and was held in his hand. At the same time, 3 soul rings surround the body. If he hadn't learned the method of hiding the soul ring, he would probably have exposed the fact that he had reached the soul sect. However, even if you can only show your strength at level 31, it is still a matter of pediatrics when dealing with a mere Yu Tianheng. After all, after many evolutionary awakenings, he has long since become different from the past. Be careful, Yu Tianheng seemed kind-hearted to remind him. At the same time, it soared into the air. The lightning flashed on the thick dragon arm. Before the person arrived, the blue lightning had already condensed into claws in the air and shot straight to Lai Chang'an. How fast the lightning was. Almost as soon as Yu Tianheng finished speaking, the thunder dragon claws formed purely condensed by lightning had already arrived in front of Lai Chang'an. This is Yu Tianheng's first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, and the effect is simple and crude. It is to condense lightning into a claw shape and attack the opponent at a long range. To be honest, in Lai Chang'an's opinion, his soul skill is purely a fart when taking off his pants, because the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex itself has the talent for lightning. If you want to condense the lightning control into a claw-shaped air, you need not weak control. But it is not impossible. It's not worth wasting a soul ring for such a simple, skilled soul skill. This kind of soul skill is useful in the early stages, and when the later stage skills are improved, it is purely a waste. It's better to choose a soul skill that can gain percentage. Even if you go to the title Duoyuo, it will be useful to you. If a person does not consider becoming a god, there will be only 9 soul rings in total. In his opinion, choosing this skilled soul skill is the most cost-effective choice. Because the later stage, the more use of this soul skill becomes, the more unnecessary it becomes. As his mind turned around, facing the thunder dragon claws that were almost stuck on his face, Lai Chang'an's way of dealing with them was very simple. That is dodging, but because of the speed, the result was that from the viewer, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. So fast. Yu Tianheng's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. He never expected that Lai Chang'an's speed was so fast. Facing his unexpected thunder dragon claw, he could avoid it so easily. You should know that even if his thunder dragon claw is not as fast as the speed of real lightning, it can be said to be amazingly fast. Under the same level, he was confident that no one could escape. As a result, when facing a person with a lower level than himself, he was unable to hit the other party. This guy's speed is too fast, right? Yu Tianheng put away his contempt. He admitted that he probably underestimated this rival. After underestimating this son-in-law of Tiandu, it seems that this kid is not useless to be recruited as a son-in-law. Next, I'm going to be serious. He looked at Lai Chang'an and said in a condescending tone, "If you are afraid, just admit defeat as soon as possible." It seemed that one of the previous claws was just warming up, and he was simply it's the same as not serious. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. I hope you can still stand and talk to me in such a tone. Lai Chang'an retorted without hesitation. Snort. Yu Tianheng snorted coldly, then roared lowly, and the third soul ring shone. An extremely dazzling blue lightning flashed on his body instantly. Accompanied by the crackling lightning, the whole person almost became an electric lighter. The third soul skill, Thunder Wrath. Effect. For a certain period of time, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master will be in a state of rampage. The power of lightning is increased by 100%, and the soul power is increased by 50%. If you do not actively stop the skill, it will be until the soul power is exhausted. Every time you launch the Thunder Wrath, it will not only consume a lot of soul power, but also cause a considerable load on your body. If it weren't for feeling the pressure from Lai Chang'an, Yu Tianheng would never have released his third place so easily, Soul Skill. After using the third soul skill, Yu Tianheng roared immediately, "Thunderous!" At the same time, the second soul ring lit up. I saw the countless snake lightning coiled around his body, amplified at the same time, and the next moment, it turned into countless thunder and lightning arrows flashed out. This was Yu Tianheng's full-strength attack. With the increase of 100% thunder power of the Wrath of Thunder, his second soul skill, Thunder and Thunder, burst out with unparalleled attack power. At the same time, it also has a large-scale killing cover, blocking almost all the directions that Lai Chang'an could move and avoid. After realizing Lai Chang'an's super-fast speed, Yu Tianheng made a quick decision and chose to use his ultimate move, trying to defeat him in one wave. After changing to an agile opponent of the same level, he might have really fallen in the face of such an overwhelming move. But unfortunately, his opponent is Lai Chang'an. P.S. I saw many people complaining that the protagonist's martial soul name was too long and fancy, so the author decided to follow the advice to change the protagonist's martial soul name and change it to the Biscad sword. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. The dense arrows of lightning almost enveloped most of the ring. He covered all the possible dodging directions of Lai Chang'an, so that he had no other way except to take it head-on. This range of soul skills is indeed very lethal. If you change to a similar level, you may not be seriously injured after this wave and your body will be affected. But unfortunately, Yu Tianheng is facing Lai Chang'an, and he has many ways to resolve the threat of this move. For example, with its strong soul power. However, in order not to reveal his strength, he decided to choose the easiest way, which is to dodge. Although these raindrop-like thunder arrows are dense, there are certain gaps between them. As long as you follow these gaps, you can easily avoid the attack of the thunder arrows. Lai Chang'an's eyes narrowed, and the time around him suddenly became slower in his eyes, and the arrows of lightning shots also became slower. This is not a soul skill that slows down time. It is just because he is very fast and has extremely high agility. This led to the rapid arrow of lightning, which seemed to outsiders, becoming very slow in his eyes. After all, this thing doesn't have the speed of real lightning. Lai Chang'an moved his steps. The whole person seemed to be strolling in the garden. In this slow time, through the gap between the thunder arrow and the thunder arrow, it fully explained what it means to pass through the flowers and not touch the leaves. None of these dense thunder arrows could touch his body. Boom, 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 boom. When a round of thunder arrows erupted, most of the arena was in a mess and gravel flew everywhere. Lai Chang'an himself was unscathed, and even his hairstyle was not messy. Hide it. How is it possible? Yu Tianheng was unbelievable. The opponents he encountered in the past were basically defending against this large-scale skill. The few that can be avoided is also because of precautions and room for dodging. But this time, he seized very precisely and released his angularity. Logically speaking, Lai Chang'an could not avoid it at all. Before Yu Tianheng could think carefully about the reason, Lai Chang'an had already flashed and came close to him, raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed him straight. This sword fully interprets fast, allow, ruthless. Without any skills, just a simple straight stab. However, because of the speed, Yu Tianheng was caught off guard and almost failed to react. Fortunately, his years of on-site experience made him subconsciously wave the dragon claws and want to grab the sword that was stabbed. Click! The ferocious dragon claws covered with scales tightly pinched the sword that was stabbed. The smug smile on Yu Tianheng's face just appeared, and in a blink of an eye, a severe pain came from his claws. Blood quickly overflowed from the clenched dragon claws. Lai Chang'an looked at Yu Tianheng like an idiot and dared to grab his sword blade with his bare hands. You think his sword is a piece of ragged iron. As soon as his wrist shakes, the Biscad sword also shakes. Yu Tianheng quickly let go, fearing that several fingers would be cut off. After letting go, I saw that there were several deep wounds on the palm of his dragon claws, and the blood flowing out of the wound has turned into an unusually black and purple color. Poisonous? Yu Tianheng felt his dragon claws that had completely lost consciousness. He watched his entire arm turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face changed drastically. He never expected that Lai Chang'an's sword was poisonous. And it's still so violent and toxic. You should know that, as the sole master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, in addition to having a strong body, he also has great resistance to toxins. The easy toxin cannot hurt him at all, but anything that can work against him is a fierce and severe poison. Feeling the numbness that spreads from his arms to his whole body quickly, Yu Tianheng immediately activates his soul power, trying to suppress this extremely poisonous. However, he soon discovered that it was useless, because the toxins spreading from the arms were amazingly fast. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his entire body had lost consciousness. Even the operation of the soul power in his body became particularly stagnant, and at this time he had no power to fight. Even standing is extremely reluctant. I lost. Yu Tianheng looked at Lai Chang'an, who was standing with his sword a few meters away, and he was extremely unwilling to speak out these 3 words. He didn't expect that his opponent's sword would actually carry poison. The most overwhelming thing was that this poison was so sharp and so fast, it almost made him lose his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. The winner has been decided. The battle ended so quickly that the referee teacher was stunned. As for the audience, they also started to talk about it at this time. No, Senior Yu Tianheng actually lost. It's okay if you lose, you actually lose so quickly. Who is that kid? It seems like a marquee. It seems to have something to do with the royal family. What a lucky boy. This time it was because of his poisonous sword that caught Yu Tianheng off guard. He wouldn't be so lucky next time. Yes, once you have vigilance, this poison is actually easy to be wary of. Many students were talking about it. Although they were a little surprised that Yu Tianheng lost, they were not unbelievable. After all, the two have similar strengths, and it is normal for them to lose if they catch them off guard. However, they generally believe that Lai Chang'an just took advantage of the poison. Once he knew his background, he would not be able to win so easily next time. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading, on the ring. Teacher, can you announce it? Lai Chang'an turned his head and looked at the referee's teacher and said. The teacher in charge of the referee then came to his senses, nodded, and then announced loudly. In this battle, the winner is Lai Chang'an. After announcing the victory or defeat of the battle, soon 2 teachers in charge of treatment walked onto the ring and began to treat Yu Tianheng. One of the teachers had 5 soul rings around his body. After chanting a spell, an apple appeared on his hand. Obviously, this is a food soul master. But at this time, Yu Tianheng was numb all over his body, and toxins were all over his body. His whole body showed a strange black and purple color, and he didn't even have the power to bite the apple. The teacher had no choice but to crush the detoxification apple by himself and squeeze out the juice and drip it into his mouth. But even so, Yu Tianheng's appearance still did not change at all, and the symptoms of poisoning were still the same. There is no sign of relief. What a strong toxin. Wuhan's apple's teacher was surprised. What he fed Yu Tianheng was the apple produced by his 5th soul skill, called detoxification apple. It is specially used to detoxify. Even if it is a poison of the Soul Emperor Soul Saint level, his detoxification apple can be removed. But now facing the poison in Yu Tianheng's body, it cannot achieve any effect at all. What's going on? What's going on? The referee came over. My apple cannot detoxify the poison in him. The apple's soul master shook his head and said truthfully. Even you can't even untie the poison he was in. The referee was surprised and turned his head to scan the surroundings, but he found that Lai Chang'an had already left the ring. "It seems that I can only go to the poisoned classmate to detoxify him," he said helplessly. "That's all." Apple Soul Master nodded. Seeing many people complaining that the protagonist's martial soul name was too long and fancy, the author decided to follow the advice to change the protagonist's martial soul name, remove the word Snake Emperor in the green scale Snake Emperor's sword, leaving only the green scale sword. The previous chapters have been revised, and the subsequent protagonist's martial soul will only be the blue scale sword. End of this chapter. Duoluo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone when Yu Tianheng, who had fallen into a severe coma, was carried to him by a stretcher. Lai Chang'an looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that it was just a little toxin. No one in the academy can solve it. Should it be said that his toxins are too sharp, or is the people from the academy too naughty? Looking at the two teachers who were looking at him, Lai Chang'an naturally would not refuse treatment. After all, Yu Tianheng is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Even if he wants to kill him, he will not be able to blatantly kill him. Lai Chang'an let go of the Biscad's sword with his hand raised. The released blue-scale sword immediately trembled, and the snake-shaped pattern on the hilt instantly changed from a dead object to a living object. It was as if a small snake had grown from the sword. The little snake stretched out its neck and bit it directly on Yu Tianheng's neck. Two poisonous fangs pierced into his blood vessels. In an instant, the black-purple on Yu Tianheng's skin began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two teachers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene and were very grateful. Before coming, what they were most worried about was that Lai Chang'an could not relieve the poison he released. At that time, as teachers, they would not be able to save the students. That is a complete dereliction of duty, and it may also be subject to the anger and persecution of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Now that they saw that Lai Chang'an easily relieved the poison he was infected with, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Yu Tianheng's entire skin returned to its flesh color. There is no sign of poisoning anymore. The little poisonous snake biting his neck let go of his mouth, retracted to the hilt of the sword, and wrapped it in a carved pattern again. Okay, the poison has been relieved. Lai Chang'an took back his martial soul and said lightly, "Two teachers can check it to see if there are any toxins left." After a simple inspection, after confirming that Yu Tianheng's poison had been lifted, the two teachers thanked him and left with Yu Tianheng, who was in a coma. Lai Chang'an watched Yu Tianheng being carried away in a coma, and a faint light flashed through his dark pupils. He wouldn't let this guy up to plot against him so simply. Just now, he seemed to have eliminated all the poisons of Yu Tianheng, but in fact he took the opportunity to give him another poison, hidden deep in his bone marrow. That is the poison from 9 infants. One feature is that it is hidden and extremely difficult to discover. This poison will not occur normally, it will only lie dormant. Wait for his instructions. If you want to discover this hidden ghost, unless the divine consciousness of the God-level powerful person is scanned in detail, or the poisoned person is very strong, at least the title Duoluo. You also need to have a deep control over yourself, otherwise don't imagine what you can discover. And most importantly, this poison can be controlled from a distance. It can be said that there is such a poison hidden in Yu Tianheng, and his life is already in Lai Chang'an's hands. Whenever I want to kill him, I just need to control this dark poison, sneak into my brain, or something other important. It is very simple to create the illusion of his destiny while practicing. Yu Tianheng, if you didn't come to provoke me, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. But who told you to dare to take Yanzi's idea, and you were stabbing me secretly? Humph, then I can't blame me. Lai Chang'an's eyes were stern. He didn't plan to kill Yu Tianheng just like this, because this is too abrupt. The practice of soul masters is nothing more than meditation to absorb external soul power. There is no specific practice method, so the probability of being possessed by the evil is very low, unless your own martial soul itself has defects. Yu Tianheng was so good that he suddenly became obsessed with the process of cultivation. Anyone with normal IQ will find that there is a problem. So if you want him to die reasonably, you either take advantage of his battle to secretly control Yu Po and interfere with him, so that he can be beaten to death by his opponent for a mistake of distracted mistake. Or he would control the remaining poison to interfere with the absorption of the soul ring while he was absorbing the soul ring, so that he would fail to absorb the soul ring directly and die if he exploded. The above two methods are the most foolproof. But Lai Chang'an didn't plan to use it, because when he recalled what Yu Tianheng did to Yanzi in the original work, he felt that he could not let this guy get rid of it so easily. Dead, but it's all over. Let him suffer alively is the best punishment for him. So, Lai Chang'an decided to let the dark poison lurk in Yu Tianheng's body first, and then slowly grow and grow through daily devouring his life energy and soul power. As time goes by, the faint remaining poison will continue to erode. His origin shortens his lifespan and his talent. The increase in soul power is as slow as a turtle crawling. This dark poison will continue to absorb everything from Yu Tianheng to strengthen itself like a parasite. In this way, Yu Tianheng, who was originally a genius, would experience what despair is, from being gifted to being mediocre, is the best punishment for him. Hey, it seems that I can prevent my subordinates from betraying me or train them through this method of poisoning others. Lai Chang'an suddenly had a whim. Jiaying's poison is a very special poison, like an independent living body, not only controlled by his master. And they can also consciously devour others' vitality, soul power, etc. to strengthen themselves. Once parasitized in the human body, it will strengthen itself like a parasite by absorbing the nutrition of the host, and this process is controllable. As the master, Lai Chang'an can completely control the poison to lurk without attack. Wait for the right time to detonate again. In this way, isn't it equivalent to installing a time bomb in the other party's body? Once the other party is confirmed to be betrayal, Lai Chang'an can let the poison lurking in the other party's body explode and kill him. Thinking of this, Lai Chang'an touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "It's very confusing. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading." In addition, the magical use of poison is actually more than that. As mentioned earlier, poison can devour the host's vitality and soul power to strengthen itself. Then, conversely, poison can naturally sacrifice itself to replenish the origin of life for the host, strengthen soul power, etc. In short, whether it is harmful or beneficial, it all depends on Lai Chang'an's intention as the master. There is too much room for operation. Lai Chang'an discovered that if the Jiaying poison is used well, it will be of endless use. It can not only serve as a magic pill to reward your subordinates, but also the knife that can take human life at any time on your neck. Being developed under the human side, with my current age and identity, it is not suitable. It is better to try the waters on the soul beast first and cultivate a group of soul beast brothers first. Lai Chang'an thought about it and found that the human body was with his identity. It is really hard to develop the power here, because it is too easy to attract the attention of Emperor Tiandu and Cayenne Rengsu. Instead of trying hard to deal with major forces and gaining a hard time developing forces, it is better to focus on improving your strength. When he becomes stronger, he will have greater say. If you want to recruit me, it is not a simple matter to form a force. Why bother doing these things that are easy to put yourself in danger when you are still weak? First develop lewdly and be a low-key person. In the future, he became a titled dueluo and even became a god. You just do whatever you want. It is too reckless to have no need to develop any power now. End of this chapter. Dueluo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone the far north. As the name suggests, it is located on the north side of the mainland. This place can be regarded as a forbidden zone for humans, and few humans set foot here, because the environment here is so unfriendly to humans. The terrifying low temperature and poor environment prevent this place from being invaded by humans on a large scale. Because compared to coming here to hunt soul beasts from afar, human soul masters are more willing to go to the soul beast forest to hunt soul beasts. What's more, due to the special natural environment in the extreme north, the soul beasts in this place are basically all soul beasts with ice, snow, and cold attributes. The biased subject is too serious. The soul rings that can be produced by the soul beasts here are basically ice, snow, and cold attributes, so unless they are forced. Otherwise, there would be no human soul master who would come here from afar to hunt soul beasts, because efforts and rewards are not proportional at all. The risk of hunting soul beasts is also far higher than that of normal soul beast forests. In comparison, people naturally prefer to hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest. At this time, in this extremely rare and northern place, an uninvited guest came here. The scales, with fiery red patterns in the dark, are particularly eye-catching in this white world. It's like a little ink on white paper, incompatible with the surrounding environment. 18 blood-red snake eyes looked at the white world in front of them, and the coldness everywhere around them could not affect him at all. Logically speaking, snakes will hibernate when they encounter cold environments, but Jiaying is not an ordinary snake. As a strange beast of water and fire, it can naturally adapt to the environment related to water and fire. The so-called ice and the so-called cold are just a characteristic of water. Therefore, Lai Chang'an naturally would not be afraid of such a little bit of cold. The ice resistance point is full. Is this the extreme north? It's really cold enough, no wonder no one comes here. The 9 long snake heads scanned all directions, feeling the biting coldness around them, and couldn't help but sigh. You should know that he is still in the outer area of the far north and has not penetrated deep into the core area. You can feel the low temperature in this place, which is enough to freeze ordinary people to death. Even if this ordinary person is fully armed, he will not be able to wear a cotton coat. The cold air everywhere in this place cannot be resisted by a piece of clothing, and can only be held back by a soul master with soul power. Lai Chang'an didn't know how cold it was in the far north, nor could he be accurate to how many degrees below zero. I can only know that it's very cold. The soul master who set foot here needs to activate his soul power to resist the cold at all times. If his cultivation is low, he will inevitably be freezing to death. In such a cold and harsh environment, no wonder there are almost no soul masters here to hunt soul beasts. But no one comes, it's just my wish. Lai Chang'an's 9 snakes grinned neatly, and he just liked the quiet place. There will be no human beings to disturb you, be able to develop subordinates unscrupulously. There is no need to worry about a master suddenly appearing on your head, and you can be the boss yourself. Of course, the premise of all this is strength. If you want to become the master of this far north, you must first have strength. With his cultivation level of about 10,000 years of soul beasts, it is still billions of difficulty to fight the invincible hand of the Great Northern and becoming the boss of this acre of 3-point land. After all, the real boss of the Snow Emperor in this place has a cultivation level of up to hundreds of thousands of years, and he is not able to compete with it. Therefore, the most urgent task is to improve your strength. First, find the local soul beast to fight the tooth sacrifice. Lai Chang'an began to sense whether there was a breath of prey around him. The 9 snakes twisted their long necks in different directions, sensing and receiving information from the outside world. After a while, the 9 giant snakes identified a certain direction and began to twist their bodies forward, but soon stopped again. No, my color is too conspicuous. Although my breath can be restrained very well, my black and red outfit is too eye-catching in this white ice and snow. I'm afraid the prey will run away as soon as I see me. Lai Chang'an pondered for a moment, and suddenly he was shocked. If you have some enlightenment, then the scales on the body began to change. Soon, the 9 black and red giant beasts that were originally extremely conspicuous in the white snow disappeared. But if you look closer, you will find that it has not actually disappeared, but the scales on the giant snake's body have turned into a snow-like white. From a black-scaled snake to a white snake, completely integrated into the surrounding environment. I didn't expect that Jiaying actually has abilities similar to chameleons, which can change its own colors and perfectly integrate into the surrounding environment. I really don't know how many abilities this bloodline still has, which is unknown to me. Lai Chang'an felt himself. The changes were a little emotional. He was just worried, but found that his body began to absorb the cold energy from the outside world. Then the scales on his body began to change and eventually turned into snow-like white, perfectly blend into the snow around you. Okay, everything is ready. The hunting begins. Lai Chang'an restrained his breath and began to march towards the prey he had just sensed. After a while, the 9 giant snakes were lying down and perfectly integrated into the surrounding snowy environment. The 18 snake eyes, which also turned snow-white, stared at a group of snow-white direwolves in the distance. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. These dire wolves are generally around hundreds of years old, and the wolf king led by him is a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Now this group of wolves are catching a few wild boars with ice thorn manes, and the age is also hundreds of years. However, Even if the age difference is not large, the tonnage of these ice-thorn wild boars is too much higher than that of direwolves. The relative combat power is naturally stronger. More than a dozen dire wolves sieged these wild boars, but they still couldn't catch them for a long time. As a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the Wolf King did not participate in the siege, but squatted aside to prevent these wild boars from escaping, and was also guarding against soul beasts that might come out to seize the spoils. Lai Chang'an carefully sensed it and confirmed that there were no powerful soul beasts around him. He finally decided to show up. He had no intention of waiting for these soul beasts to come out and find a bargain after both of them were injured. No need. These soul beasts in front of him, which are only 1,000 years old, are too weak for him now. The breath that has been suppressed has been released without reservation. In an instant, the ice wolf and the ice pig, who were still attacking and looking at each other, suddenly froze. The suppression of the breath from higher living bodies completely made these soul beasts lose their ability to resist. Even the 1,000-year-old Wolf King could only sob and crawl on the ground, trembling and waiting for the slaughter. Lai Chang'an slowly showed his body from the dark, and his huge body shape was unconcealed. After a few simple swings, he came to the group of soul beasts crawling on the ground. Ignore the trembling direwolf. The 9 giant snakes pointed their eyes at the fat ice-field wild boars in the center. Several of them lowered their heads slightly, opened their mouths and bit them, then tilted their heads to swallow them. Several wild boars were swallowed into their stomachs along their throats and came to the vast stomach space. The digested Kai quickly covered it, wrapping up several struggling wild boars, decomposing them and transforming them, and finally reducing them into several asterisk of energy. Please vote, please collect it. In addition, this book will be available on the shelves around the 1st of next month. I hope everyone supports it. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone. Several ice-field pigs that had lasted for hundreds of years were decomposed by digested breath in just a few seconds, but the energy provided made Lai Chang'an frown secretly. What a thin energy. Sure enough, the soul beasts with low years have very limited effects on my current improvement. Lai Chang'an's 9 snake heads glanced at the trembling direwolf around him, and his eyes were finally focused on the 1,000 years. One of the Wolf Kings had his head stretched out, and his neck directly bit it and swallowed it. During the whole process, the Wolf King showed no sign of resistance, as if he had accepted his fate. After all, the gap between the bloodline and cultivation of the two sides is too big, and resistance is meaningless. After swallowing the 1,000-year-old Wolf King into his stomach and digesting and decomposing it completely, the energy obtained is stronger than that of the 100-year-old soul beast, but it is also limited in strength. There is no such qualitative change. Lai Chang'an understood. Now the soul beasts under 10,000 years have already improved themselves very weakly. Unless it is consumed by a large amount, make up for the mass by quantity. But the time spent in this way is not worth the loss compared to the gains. Instead of doing this, he might as well hunt the 10,000-year-old soul beast directly. But it's not absolute. If it's a soul beast with high bloodline, such as the Titan giant ape, the sky blue cow python, then even if it's only 100 years old, the energy it provides may be enough to be pure. In terms of energy, it is comparable to a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Lai Chang'an thought. So he set the standard for the next hunting goal. A soul beast with high bloodline, or a soul beast with a height of age. Soul beasts with high bloodlines and high age are the best prey. After determining the future hunting target, Lai Chang'an turned his huge body and left here. As for the remaining direwolves, he chose to let them go. After all, these low-level soul beasts cannot provide him with the energy needed to grow. There is no point in hunting, so I am too lazy to talk. The far north is vast. In the endless snow plains, some icebergs and hills can be seen occasionally. Lai Chang'an didn't know how far he had walked, but he only knew that, as he went deeper into the core area, the originally soft snow on the ground had now turned into thick ice, and the ubiquitous chill became more and more terrifying. Ordinary people may take a breath here, and the wet breath will instantly freeze into ice in the air, right? This shows how cold this place is. After half a month of exploration, he found that the extreme north is vast and rare, and the number of soul beasts is pitiful compared to the soul beast forest. Even 10,000-year-old soul beasts are rare in the peripheral areas, let alone those soul beasts with higher bloodlines. As a last resort, he could only continue to go deeper into the core. There is no doubt that I should be in the core area now. I can vaguely feel the powerful aura in all directions, and the 10,000-year-old soul beast is no longer as rare as the outer edge. It's just that although there are more prey, the danger level has also increased. With my cultivation level of a soul beast of about 10,000 years, you must be careful in this core area. If you are caught by those powerful soul beasts, you can do it. It's over. Lai Chang'an thought to himself. To be honest, if it weren't for the outer area that there were really not many 10,000-year-old soul beasts. He would not have entered the core area when his cultivation is still low, but would have stayed in the peripheral area and developed silently. He would not have come to the core area for less than 100,000 years. Unfortunately, there are too few soul beasts with high age in the peripheral area, and it is meaningless to continue to waste time there. He could only take risks and go deep into the core area to develop and advance. Anyway, let's find the head soul beast to fight the tooth sacrifice first. The nine-headed giant snake opens its perception and explores the breath of prey. Soon, his eyes locked in a certain direction. What a mellow breath. It must be a soul beast with advanced bloodline. Following the direction of breath sensing, Lai Chang'an couldn't wait to twist the snake's body and start moving forward. At the same time, we don't forget to try our best to restrain our breath to avoid scaring our prey away. After a while, Lai Chang'an finally saw the true body of the prey. It was a big scorpion with a body of 6 meters long. Unlike ordinary scorpions, the scorpion in front of me has an extremely graceful figure, narrow and long body, smooth outline, and the proportions of the head and torso, and the 6 limbs of the 2 cephalic limbs have reached a very coordinated level, and it also has a diamond-like hexagonal pyramid. The crystals reflect intoxicating and dazzling light in the sun. But what is even more eye-catching is that its high-rise, sharp scorpion tail, whether it is its rugged joints or ferocious tail hooks, all present a magnificent and precious color like an ice jade. This is Bingbai scorpion. Seeing this, Lai Chang'an's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he had just entered the core area and encountered such a rare, high-level soul beast. Among the soul beasts in the extreme north, there are 3 most powerful soul beasts, and they are named the 3 heavenly kings in the extreme north. They are Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King. Among them, the race of the Ice Emperor is Bingbai Scorpion. Because it is the strongest person in the clan, it is respectfully called the Ice Biddy Emperor Scorpion, with nearly 400,000 years of cultivation. Of course, the information here refers to the Duliu-Roman II period 10,000 years later. He doesn't know how many years the Ice Emperor in Duliuo's first period is. After all, that's 10,000 years later. I don't know how much improvement this Ice Scorpion can bring to me. Lai Chang'an's 9 snake heads and 18 eyes stared at the ice scorpion that was basking in the sun leisurely and was almost greedy. Sighing. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Through the black soul light emitted by the appearance of this ice-green scorpion, it can be judged that the age should be 10,000 years. As for the tens of thousands of years, it is unknown. Anyway, Lai Chang'an did not feel any threat in this Wanyan ice by scorpion. From this, we can see that the age should not be too high. It is absolutely impossible to be a powerful soul beast that has been around for more than 90,000 years. Since that's the case, there's nothing to hesitate. It's over. It's still the same old trick, release the pressure of breath first. Wow. The Wanyan ice by scorpion, who was originally resting leisurely in the sun, suddenly made a sharp roar with high frequency. Humanized panic appeared in the yellow diamond-like scorpion eyes. It shows a considerable intelligence, but it's normal to think about it. After all, Ice by Scorpion is not only one of the 3 major races in the extreme north, but also a soul beast with the ultimate ice attribute. It is definitely the top race among soul beasts. It is normal to have high intelligence in just 10,000 years. Having a high level of intelligence means that this ice scorpion will not be so scared that it can only be slaughtered by others like an ordinary soul beast. When facing an opponent that cannot be defeated, the first reaction of any living being is to escape. This ice-green scorpion is no exception. Just a moment. It turned into a green afterimage and fled like crazy. It made Lai Chang'an, who had just appeared, stunned. Since he awakened the 9 infant bloodline, This is the first time he has seen a soul beast that can pluck up the courage to escape under his majesty. And he escaped so decisively. Don't try to run. Lai Changan thought to himself that he was wrong and quickly twisted the snake's body and chased after him. He wouldn't let such a good prey go. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu. I have a soul beast clone, even a top-level soul beast race like Bingbai Scorpion, when facing the pressure released by Lai Changan, felt the aura of the ferocious beast 9 infants. He was frightened and had no intention of fighting. Flee in panic. An ice by scorpion ran in front like crazy. A 9-headed giant snake was chasing behind. The two chased and fled, constantly going deeper into the core area. Damn, why do those short legs run so fast? Lai Changan looked at Bingbai Scorpion running wildly ahead and couldn't help but say in his heart, if I hadn't adapted to the environment here, you've been caught. However, after observation, Lai Changan discovered that the reason why the ice scorpion that ran away in front was so fast was not because it had a few more legs than him, so he ran faster. The main reason is that this guy actually knows how to skate. As a local creature in this place, it can actually slide rapidly with the help of the ice surface. Its legs are very flexible, and it can also adjust the direction extremely smoothly to maintain balance, etc. In comparison, Lai Changan is not good. With his snake body state, even if he tried to skate with him, he would not be able to master the trick for a while. Instead, it will be caused by the slippery ice surface, which will drag down speed. Fortunately, he had the advantage of body shape, and his body was more than 30 meters long, twisting and parading. The speed is definitely not slow either. If it were on land, it would not be a slippery ice surface. The ice scorpion would have been caught and eaten by him. It won't work if this continues. Looking at the ice scorpion skating forward in front of him, Lai Changan began to mobilize the energy in his body. Then he opened his mouth and actually spit out a ball of fire. The shell-like fireball roared in the air, and the target pointed directly at the Bingbai scorpion running wildly in front. Boom! The fireball fell to the ground and exploded with a bang. The solid and heavy ice ground was melted into a big hole, and the ice that had not melted for thousands of years instantly vaporized into water vapor. But unfortunately, although this fireball is powerful, it is quite fast. But it is not that easy to hit the flexible Bingbai scorpion during high-speed movement. Can you hide from one? Can you hide from 9? Seeing Bingbai scorpion easily avoid the attack of the fireball, he spit out and continued to rush forward. Lai Changan felt a little angry. So while twisting the lower half of the snake body and parading forward, the 9 snake heads on the upper body began to spit out fireballs in an orderly manner. Fireballs like shells roared out, burning the surrounding ice surface one after another. And under such a dense bombardment, even if Bingbai scorpion can hide, it will inevitably be wiped and touched. Some remaining Mars fell on it and soon saw signs of burning. This is a very incredible thing for Bingbai scorpion, which has the ultimate ice attribute. Wow! The burning pain from the body made the ice scorpion keep making sharp, whistling sounds. Finally, a fireball fell next to it. This time, one of Bingbai scorpion's hind legs was directly blown off by the power of the fireball. The entire 6-meter body was directly lifted away. But in midair, Bingbai scorpion endured the severe pain, twisted his body, and quickly landed on the ground and suddenly rushed into the narrower ice cave and disappeared. This TND is okay too. Lai Changan was dumbfounded, and he was even a little suspicious of whether this Bingbai scorpion was a time traveler. Why are you so lucky? When it was hit, there happened to be an ice hole that allowed it to penetrate and run for life. But I thought I could avoid me in this way, and I thought it was beautiful. The diameter of the ice hole is at most half a meter. Normally, with his body of more than 30 meters and his majestic body, he will definitely not be able to get in. But who gave him the ability to grow bigger and smaller? The huge 9-headed giant snake suddenly began to shrink and soon shortened to a suitable size. Then it turned into an afterimage and ejected, followed by it and rushed into the ice hole. The inside of the ice hole is very narrow, and the passage can be said to be bent and bent. Fortunately, Lai Changan narrowed his body, so this narrow passage has no effect on him. Following the remaining breath of Bingbai scorpion, he followed behind him tightly. Although the channel is tortuous, it can be sensed and basically goes downward. And the further down, the narrow and rugged passage becomes wider and wider. It was not until he dived about 100 or 200 meters deep that Lai Chang'an finally broke away from the passage and came to a wide ice cave. It can be seen that this place should be formed naturally. The steep ice walls around it are completely different from the ones he had seen in the past. They have a jade-like texture and are shining with a faint light blue luster. This place seems a bit unusual. Could it be that there are any treasures in nature? Lai Chang'an looked at the naturally formed ice cave and keenly felt that there seemed to be some pure energy source in this place. But now, the most urgent task is to pursue the escaped prey. So he followed the breath left by the Bingbai scorpion and began to track the Bingbai scorpion, which was as slippery as a loach. As a result, just as he moved forward not long ago, the scene in front of him made his snake body stiffen, and he shouted in his heart, "My life is over." This is breaking into the scorpion's nest. Lai Chang'an complained secretly in his heart. I saw that what appeared in front of him was an extremely vast ice cave, and here, dozens of ice scorpions are crawling here, as if resting. Among them, those with a low age are only 100 years old, but those with a high age are emitting red light. It is undoubtedly a 100,000-year-old soul beast. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. At this time, the Bingbai scorpion with burns on her body was lying beside a special Bingbai scorpion, making a frequent whistle in her mouth, as if she was complaining. The reason why this ice scorpion is special is that its size is the smallest here, only 1.5 meters long. However, the gorgeousness of the ice crystal carapace on the body is the most beautiful here. Especially the body inadvertently exudes a suffocating and powerful power, which further shows that it is extraordinary. Damn, I won't win the jackpot anymore, right? As soon as we come to the core area, will we encounter one of the strongest soul beasts here? Ice Emperor. Lai Chang'an, who felt something was wrong, carefully twisted the snake's body and slowly retreated, praying in his heart that the other party would not discover him. However, since he appeared, all Bingbai scorpions present had noticed him, and they all stared at the uninvited guest with their crystal yellow eyes. At this time, the burned Bingbai scorpion had already complained. The most beautiful ice scorpion, suspected to be the Ice Emperor, also slowly rose up and followed by a terrifying aura, crowding towards him. There is no doubt that this is a force that has absolutely surpassed 100,000 years. I dare to hurt my people and chase them here. You little snake is so brave. A crisp sound echoed in the ice cave. At the same time, Lai Chang'an could feel that a powerful aura had locked himself in. He knew that he would be in danger this time. The only hope now is that 9 lives are a little more powerful, and they can really be resurrected from the dead. Damn it, I'll fight. Lai Chang'an made up his mind to take life and death lightly and do it if he didn't accept it. The breath flowed in the body, and the breath that was originally trying to hide was finally released without reservation at this moment. Boom. Just like a volcano erupting, the blood aura of peerless ferocious beasts from another world, as soon as it was displayed, all the ice-bird scorpions on the scene were affected to varying degrees. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone boom. After Lai Chang'an released the aura belonging to the ferocious beast 9 infants without reservation. On sight, the ice scorpion below 10,000 years old crawled directly on the ground, trembling and losing its ability to resist. The Bingbai scorpion, which is less than 100,000 years old, can only barely stand up and lose the courage to attack Lai Chang'an. Only those 100,000-year-old Bingbai scorpions on the scene can rely on their deep strength to forcibly suppress the influence of their bloodline instincts and have the courage to attack Lai Chang'an. But even so, the performance of its strength will be affected to varying degrees. At this moment, even the Ice Emperor, who had an age of up to 300,000, had a deep sense of horror in his eyes. This is the first time since she was born that she has felt such unattainable suppression. You know, Bingbai scorpion can be said to be the absolute top bloodline among soul beasts. Even this way, when she faced the strange snake with 9 heads in front of her, she was still under extremely severe blood suppression. That is derived from the suppression of the lower soul beasts by higher soul beasts. In the past, they were the ice by scorpion suppressing other soul beasts, but now the situation is reversed. If there is any level of blood in this world, which is even higher than that of Bingbai scorpion, there is probably only the legendary divine beast. Could it be that the 9-headed snake in front of me is a divine beast? No, the Ice Emperor quickly denied this speculation again, because although the aura emitted by this nine-headed snake is very terrifying and unattainable, but it is not very powerful. At most, it is just equivalent to the level of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. What is powerful is not the nine-headed snake itself, but the bloodline contained in its body, so terrifying, so unattainable. It is definitely the bloodline of the divine beast, the blood of the divine beast. A fiery emotion appeared in the crystal yellow eyes of the Ice Emperor, which looked like a gem and a strong desire. If we can eat the strange snake with the bloodline of the divine beast in front of us, then she will definitely get huge benefits herself. Even the next few 100,000 years of heavenly disasters may not be difficult. The current Ice Emperor's age is about 310,000 years. If you really have to practice hard and supplement it with some treasures of heaven and earth, it can reach 400,000 years in less than a few thousand years. But it did not dare to improve its strength unscrupulously, but instead tried its best to suppress its own strength progress. Because the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation of the soul beast is very terrifying. If a normal soul beast does not choose to transform into a human being after reaching 100,000 years, it will have to go through a heavenly disaster. If it is lucky enough to die, it will become a ferocious beast. After that, every time you break through the cultivation level of 100,000 years, you will experience a heavenly tribulation. Now the Ice Emperor, who has been in the 310,000 years, has experienced 3 heavenly tribulations, so she is very clear that according to the power increase rate of the past heavenly tribulations, the next big hurdle will definitely not be able to overcome the 400,000th year of heavenly tribulation. So she has been trying her best to suppress the progress of her cultivation and does not dare to overcultivate. But unfortunately, the Bingbai scorpion is too unique. Even if the Ice Emperor doesn't practice much, relying on his noble bloodline, his strength and age increase is beyond the reach of other soul beasts. That is, she can't do if she doesn't want to improve her strength, which really makes her cry. Fortunately, today, a huge opportunity actually came to my door. The Ice Emperor was sure that as long as he could swallow the blood of the divine beast in front of him, his ice by scorpion blood would definitely be able to evolve again. By then, it will be no problem for you to survive the heavenly tribulation for 400,000 years, 600,000 years, or 700,000 years. I am afraid that you may not be able to absorb the blood of the divine beast. Thinking of this, Ice Emperor did not hesitate. With the suppression of the lower bloodline from the higher bloodline, the lower ones are overcome. A turquoise-green light flashed. The Ice Emperor came to the 9 white snakes like teleporting, and his 2 sharp front claws cut at their 9 heads like 2 big scissors. In order to avoid destroying his body and not being able to eat the bloodline of the divine beast later, the Ice Emperor directly chose to fight melee. He didn't even dare to use any major lethal tricks for fear of destroying his body. So fast, Lai Chang'an was shocked. Looking at the Ice Emperor who had attacked him without any influence under the suppression of his bloodline, he knew that he could never be her enemy. After all, the gap in strength between the 2 sides is too big. If he had a cultivation level of 100,000 years now, Lai Chang'an would dare to compete with the Ice Emperor, but it was only 10,000 years now. It would be better to take a shower and go to bed as soon as possible. Even if he dies, he will make the scorpion pay a price. Let you fire poison. A large piece of flame suddenly ejected from the mouths of the 9 snakes, and some scattered blood-colored Mars were mixed in the flames. The blazing high temperature hits my face. Extreme fire. The Ice Emperor could not hide his surprise in his eyes. She could feel the heat with the ultimate ice attribute. There is only the ultimate fire that is opposite to it. In fact, the fire that Jiaying has is definitely not comparable to the so-called ultimate fire in this world. At this stage, it is just because Lai Chang'an is too weak and cannot show his true power. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. The so-called ultimate attributes in the Duoluo world are actually far from being the real extreme. It's just the extreme of the rules of Duoluo Star. Once you get out of Duoluo Star, you can find that the so-called ultimate pure is a joke. The ultimate fire is very powerful, but your strength is too low. Although the ice crystals on his body showed some signs of melting because of the flames that hit him, the Ice Emperor just flowed around his body and restored everything to its original state. The impact caused by the flame is eliminated invisible. The Ice Emperor was so hard that he was pushing against the fire that the Hydra vomited and kept approaching it. But he did not notice that the inconspicuous scattered Mars that accompanied the fire quietly merged along the melting ice crystals. Its body. It's over. The two front claws of the Ice Emperor extended forward and clicked twice directly. Hydra lost two heads on the spot, and blood gushed out from the broken mouth. The pain of the dead head made the remaining 7 heads completely crazy. With his blood-red snake eyes opened, he bit the Ice Emperor crazy. However, the gap in strength between the two sides is too huge. The Ice Emperor's front claws hit a few more times, and only 1 head was left in the Hydra. The last snake head left looked at the Ice Emperor covered in his blood and suddenly let out a roar like a baby's cry. Mixed with mental power, the sentence conveyed, "Today's revenge for killing will be repaid in the future." The words are over. The last head was also cut off by the Ice Emperor, the protagonist pawn. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone. What is death? It's like. Lai Chang'en's feeling is very wonderful at this moment. After 9 heads were knocked off by the Ice Emperor and his body fell to the ground and declared dead. But his consciousness broke away from his body at that moment. The perspective becomes the perspective of God. The consciousness seems to be in a high-dimensional space, observing everything that is happening in the low-dimensional world below. Lai Chang'en looked at his headless body, especially his headless snake who was cut off 9 times, but his mood was extremely calm. Because as long as he thinks, he can now resurrect the guillotine body below and restore all injuries and resurrect all his injuries with full blood. But if you are resurrected on the spot like this, you may be killed again immediately. Fortunately, he was able to choose the place to resurrect. Lai Chang'en turned his gaze to the distance, and he found that his perception could cover a very wide range of perception. It seems like there is an extra map of reality in the consciousness. He can choose the place of resurrection based on the direction on the map. So he decided to choose a hidden ice cave 1,000 kilometers away from the death site as the place of resurrection. The next moment, Lai Chang'en involuntarily withdrew from this high-dimensional state, and his consciousness began to return to his body. At the same time, Ice Emperor looked at the 9-headed monster snake in front of him who had completely lost his life. He grabbed a snake's head in the front claw. When he was about to enjoy it, he suddenly found that the snake head in the front claw suddenly began to fade and disappeared quickly. What's going on? The Ice Emperor quickly turned his gaze to the remaining corpses and found that those corpses also showed signs of fading. He quickly released the power of freezing, trying to freeze the corpse. However, it is useless. Even though it was frozen, the body still faded little by little until it finally disappeared. After the corpse of the 9-headed monster completely disappeared, even the blood that was originally scattered all over the ground and the blood stained with the Ice Emperor disappeared as the corpse disappeared. In the end, the Ice Emperor got nothing. On the other side, in a hidden ice cave, in the empty place a small black dot suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the black dots expanded rapidly and finally formed a snake egg covered with black and red patterns. Click, a crack appeared on the snake egg. Then the crack spread rapidly and finally spread throughout the eggshell. Accompanied by a bomb, a strange snake with 8 snake heads broke out of its shell, and the 8 heads raised their heads and hissed. I, Lai Chang'en, are back again, after the shell is broken and reborn. Lai Chang'en began to sense his changes at this time and found that he had only 8 of his own heads, which were originally 9. And because of the lack of 1 head, the strength in the body has also been reduced by 9 times simultaneously. It can be seen that losing a life did not have no effect on him. 1/9 of his power was lost in an instant. In this way, every time he loses 1 of his life, he loses 1/9 of his power, as the price of rebirth. Fortunately, these lost power can be re-educated. If it is permanent, he will have no place to cry. Damn scorpion. Lai Chang'en thought of the smelly scorpion that cut off his head and said in his heart, "Kill your head and kill you, I will write down this grudge. I will repay you in the future." He had made up his mind that when he became stronger, he would definitely find the place. After he has the strength to become the king of the Great Northern Territory, he will first attack the scorpion, on the other side, in the ice cave where the Ice Emperor is located. After seeing the corpse of the 9-headed snake with the bloodline of the divine beast disappear in front of her, she realized something was wrong. I think of the sentence conveyed by the other party with the help of his mental power when he thought of the last head left before. Today's revenge for killing will be repaid in the future. Ice Emperor had a premonition that the strange snake was definitely not dead, and they will definitely come to seek revenge. This made her feel a little panic. After all, although the opponent's strength is still very weak, he is a soul beast with the bloodline of the divine beast. The future achievements can be confirmed and will inevitably be above you. If the other party comes to seek revenge, I may not be the opponent. What should I do? The Ice Emperor, who has always been fearless, is rarely a little cowardly at this moment. In the face of death, any life will be feared. Ice Emperor is naturally no exception. And what if that strange snake has any parents and elders? I didn't think so much about greed before. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Now that I calmed down, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that I was really too reckless and impulsive. After all, that strange snake could not have jumped out of the stone. It must have parents, if the other party leads his parents to avenge him. No, I have to go and discuss with Zunu. After thinking about it, the more I thought about it, the more I became, the more I felt panicked. I really didn't know what to do. I decided to find my friend Zudi and let her give me some advice. No matter how bad it is, if the other party asks his parents for revenge, then she and Zudi may not be able to fight together. Right. After all, the age of Zudi is close to more than 500,000 years, and in terms of strength, she is much stronger than her 300,000 years. The two joined forces. Even the soul beast that is 900,000 years old, or even the legendary millions of years, may not be able to compete with one or two. Ice Emperor can only try his best to think about things in a good direction, but in fact, he is completely unsure. I swallow. One of the 8 giant snakes had a **** mouth wide open and swallowed it all at the snow-white ice bear. Guru. The swollen snake head was raised high, and the prey bulging from the throat slid into the stomach along the throat. The digested kai swarmed up. In just a few seconds, the 10,000-year-old ice bear was digested and decomposed completely. A pure energy surged throughout the body. The 8 giant beasts felt the energy provided by this 10,000-year-old ice bear, nodded and calculated in their hearts. If I swallow 8 or 9 10,000-year-old ice bears, my missing head should be able to grow. 9 lives lost one of them. This means it is in an incomplete stage itself. Therefore, his strength will not improve at all during this period, and he can only wait until the 9th head grows again. Completion of the life will be fulfilled again. Only then can you continue to grow and become stronger, and when he was just reborn, Lai Changan was in the weakest stage. At that time, any soul beast of 10,000 years could kill him, causing him to lose another life. After all, recondensing the body has exhausted energy. If you are resurrected directly on the originally dead body, you can retain your strength except for losing 1/9 of your strength and not have a weak period, but this will inevitably lead to another kill. So Lai Changan had no choice but to choose to regain his body in other places. As for the original body, it will dissipate into the invisible under the influence of some wonderful rule. This also avoids the opponent's possible ability to obtain his blood through his corpse, curse him, or eat his corpse. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. It will be released on the first day of next month. Please support me by all book friends. There will be an update on the day it is released, so you will definitely enjoy it. Hope to support it after you first order. The author thanks in advance. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone after the death and resurrection. Lai Changan has decided to get married. You must act low-key. The far north is too dangerous. Although he was not lucky this time, he happened to walk into a gathering place of ice bizer scorpions, and it happened that Ice Emperor was inside. Otherwise, even if it is an ordinary 100,000-year-old ice by scorpion, it can still escape with its own bloodline majesty. Nothing will lose a life, just because of bad luck. But this experience also reminded him of his current strength. There is a huge gap between them and the soul beasts that Ice Emperor, who have been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years. He must at least have the cultivation level equivalent to a 100,000-year-old soul beast in order to avoid fear of these ferocious beasts. So before this, if you encounter those ferocious beasts, just hide if you can. It is not embarrassing to protect yourself when you are weak. Lai Changan doesn't think he can just waste his life if he has 9 lives. After all, his resurrection mechanism is not an unsolvable existence. If someone can predict or sense his resurrection location in advance, he can directly kill his life while he is still in a state of egg embryo. Then, he will wait at the place where he will be reborn next time and kill again while he is resurrected. If this cycle continues, let alone having 9 lives, even 90,000 lives is not enough. What's more, even if the enemy cannot know the place of his resurrection, he can actually choose not to kill him but seal it or imprison it. In this way, without death, the resurrection mechanism will not be triggered. Lai Chang'an had no way to escape, so he could only stay where he could be slaughtered. Therefore, the 9 life talents brought to Lai Chang'an by the Jiaying bloodline seem to be very awesome, but in fact, as long as you understand his resurrection mechanism, the enemy has some ways to deal with him. Not an unsolvable ability. HMPH, wait, I will get back sooner or later when I get the place back. The 8-headed giant snake snorted coldly, then tried its best to restrain its own breath, and at the same time narrowed its body and began to look for the next prey. Tiandu Royal Academy. Student dormitory. Lai Chang'an, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, slowly opened his eyes and felt 1/9 of his power disappearing. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but thrust. He didn't expect that he would die once and lose 1/9 of his power. The body will also lose 1/9 of its power simultaneously. Damn, it seems that the connection between the original body and the snake body is far closer than he imagined. The 9 lives brought by bloodline talents were originally shared by the human body and the snake body. And the harm and losses are also shared by both parties. One loss will bring prosperity to the other. It seems that you have to act carefully in the future and never die just by relying on your 9 lives. Otherwise, if you lose 1/9 of your strength every time and your strength growth will stagnate, who can bear it? Fortunately, although the original power has been weakened, I have not dropped. In addition, the lost head on the snake body can also grow after a large amount of hunting and eating advanced soul beasts. At that time, the lack of power can be compensated soon when I come back. It won't drag down my growth progress. Lai Chang'an sensed the situation on the other side of the snake and breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Lai Chang'an entered a period of steady growth. Since he understood the method of hiding the soul ring, he absorbed the soul power shared by the snake body without any scruples. The growth rate of soul power is much faster than before. Just as he was enjoying the joy of rapid growth in his soul power, one day, the 3 education commissions suddenly heard from him telling him that the prince wanted to see you. Lai Chang'an was stunned. Prince. Isn't that Kayan Renksu disguised as Zuking River? Although he was recruited as the son-in-law, he had met his father-in-law, Emperor Zuai, and other royal personnel. Even his nominal fiancé, Zuki, has never seen him, not to mention this cheap brother-in-law. As for another brother-in-law who was also in the academy, Lai Chang'an rarely went out because he was devoted to practicing. I only heard of this guy, but I haven't seen him. So this was the first time he had met with a royal family member other than the emperor. Although Lai Chang'an was a little surprised, he didn't think there was anything strange about him. After all, I am the guardian of the future that the royal family has high hopes for. As the future emperor, Zhu King has come to establish a good relationship with him and win him over. It's a very normal thing. This day is coming after all. Thinking of the soon-to-be god Prince Zhu King, who was actually Kayan Renksu's disguise, even Lai Chang'an couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, if his true talent is exposed, even the Tiandu royal family may not be able to protect him. Kayan Renksu wanted to kill someone, but even if he was the emperor, he would not be spared. The reason why Emperor Zuai is still alive is mainly because once he dies, the empire will be in chaos, so you can't die yet, not afraid to kill. Although Zuking is already the prince, he does not have much power. We must slowly grasp the power of the empire bit by bit. That's why he only poisoned him chronically and did not assassinate him directly like those princes. It's not that it can't be, but the time has not arrived. So if Lai Chang'an reveals his true talent and arouses Kayan Renksu's fear, then even with Dugu Bo's protection, he will definitely have a dead end. In such a situation, how can he not be nervous? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading, the agreed meeting place. Located in the most prosperous area of Tiandu City. Based on the address, Lai Chang'an came to an ancient tea house. The scale of this tea house does not look very large with only 3 floors, but the decoration is antique, giving people a very high-end feeling. At this time, there were only scattered guests in the tea house, which seemed very quiet. But judging from the luxurious clothes of these people, those who can come here are either rich or noble. Lai Chang'an walked in and went straight to the private room on the innermost side of the second floor, without pushing the door directly into it. Instead, I knocked on the door politely, and just as I was about to speak, the sound came from the room first. "Is it Chang'an brother here?" This is a man's voice, and his words seem very close. "Please come in quickly." After obtaining permission, Lai Chang'an reached out and pushed open the door, but found that the prince was not the only one in the private room. On the contrary, there were three people. They are one young man, one middle-aged, and one old man. Among them, the young man looks about in his 20s. Although he is not very handsome, he is also straightforward and has a clean blue cloth robe, giving people a very refreshing feeling. Especially the noble character of being pampered and noble, it is obviously the Prince Zhu King, Qian Rengsu, who invited him here. The other two, one is elegant and gentle in appearance, and the white robe is spotless. He looks about 40 years old, with a soft look, and he looks like an ordinary person no matter how he looks. The other person's hair and beard were all white, but the skin on his face was as smooth and delicate as a child, not at all like the skin that an old man in his 70s or 80s should have. It fully explains what a childish face is. Looking at the three people in front of me, recalling the original work, Lai Chang'an had a guess about the identity of the three of them. End of this chapter. Duluo Dalu, I have a soul beast clone inside the private room. The Prince Zhu King enthusiastically brought Lai Chang'an at the door, first introduced himself to reveal his identity. Then he began to introduce the middle-aged and old people in the room. As expected, the middle-aged man and the old man were Ning Fengzhai, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed literary sect, and Jian Duluo, the owner of the seven-killing sword Martial Soul, known as the world's #1 sword. Although Lai Chang'an and Zhu King had never officially met before, Zhu King is worthy of being the prince who has been in power for many years, and his skills are full of skills that are familiar with. Therefore, it was the first time that the two met, and Lai Chang'an had no feeling of being unfamiliar when he got along with him. It was as if the two had known each other for a long time. It can only be said that Qian Rengsu was able to lurk for many years and not be seen through. Her emotional intelligence and acting skills are indeed impeccable. The series of brainless operations in the original work may be more or less due to the author's wisdom or the protagonist's halo. I have met Master Ning, the sect master of Sword Duluo Mayan. After learning about the identities of the two, Lai Chang'an showed a look of surprise and then stepped forward to see him and said, "Haha, I have heard that Emperor Zuai has won a good son-in-law. When I see him today, he is indeed a man of the world." Ning Fengzhai laughed and said with an extremely kind attitude, "It seems that there are successors to the empire." In comparison, Jian Duluo seemed much colder. When facing his greeting, just nodding was considered a response. This attitude is actually considered very good. After all, as the titled Duluo, he is just a marquis who has no fiefdom. Even when facing the prince, he dares to show his face in public. Even the emperor should treat him with courtesy. From this, we can see the status of the title Duluo in Duloi time period. The title Duluo is still very valuable. It is not strange that it has such a high status. After saying hello, everyone sat down and the servants started to serve refreshments. Then, Zhu King began to chat with Lai Chang'an and said in a vague way that he had just met him today. "By the way, I will introduce some big names to him and make him familiar with him. Break up his connections." In response to this, Lai Chang'an naturally looked grateful and wanted to show his loyalty on the spot. No matter what you think in your heart, at least you need to do your superficial skills well. The superiors don't care whether you are truly grateful or not. All you want is your attitude. Lai Chang'an's attitude obviously made Zhu King very satisfied. He invited Ning Fengzhai over today, which clearly shows that he is showing his background. I want to let Lai Chang'an know that he has already received the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lai sect, and he is still the crown prince, so the throne of the future emperor must be his own. There are great benefits to being loyal to yourself. This is an unconcealed means of winning over. Win over the guardians of the future of this empire. As Qian Rengsu's superficial identity, there is nothing wrong with the Prince Zhu King doing such a winning act. Although she is from the Wuhan Palace, since she has chosen the plan to steal the country, she will not be exposed. Otherwise, Zhu King will be maintained as a vest. As long as her identity is not revealed, Lai Chang'an, the future empire, will be his own people. Therefore, it is necessary to win over Lai Chang'an, a genius. After a happy meeting between guests and hosts, seeing that the time was almost done, Lai Chang'an stood up at the right time and left the private room. Only Zhu King and Ning Feng Zhijian Duluo were left in the room. After a moment of silence on the scene, Ning Fengzhai was the first to speak. King, with this child in Chang'an, the royal family can be safeguarded for at least hundreds of years in the future. The empire's ability to obtain this talent really makes his teacher envious. The envy in his words is not pretending what came out, is really envious of the Tiandu royal family for being lucky and gaining such a future strong man. Unlike their 7 treasures glazed peace sect, there is no one among the younger generations who can support the scene at this stage. When the 2 titled Duluo, Jian Duluo and Bone Duluo, pass away, and there is no top-level strong man in charge, the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect will inevitably fall into an embarrassing situation of being incompatible with the blue and yellow. And if a huge sect is not protected by top-level strong men, then it is like a piece of unprepared fat fresh meat which will inevitably attract the covetousness of countless jackals and evil tigers. Even let them cooperate and share it. Therefore, Ning Fengzhai is actually really eager to seek talent. If Lai Chang'an had not been tied to the royal family, he would have to take this talent, this future powerhouse, into the 7 treasures glazed Lai sect. No matter what, he would have to earn this talent and this future powerhouse. You should know that, before Zhu King invited them here today, he did not hide Lai Chang'an's situation. Therefore, Ning Fengzhai and Jian Duluo clearly know his real age. I understand even more how high the future achievements of an 8-year-old soul master will be. With such a talent, it is not impossible to become the peerless Duluo, the top of the soul master. And when Lai Chang'an grows up, there will be such a top strong man in the future to protect him. The Tiandu royal family is definitely restless and can at least ensure peace for hundreds of years. That's why. After Ning Fengzhai officially met Lai Chang'an, he was already considering whether the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect should make appropriate changes in their attitude towards the royal family in the future. Of course, although Lai Chang'an has good talent, he has not yet grown up. Not exchanging talent for strength. Therefore, it is impossible for the 7 treasures glazed Lai sect to completely change its attitude towards the Tiandu royal family now, but it is just that it has some bias. Whether it is completely turned to the royal family depends on whether Lai Chang'an can truly grow up and become the guardian of the Tiandu empire. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading, if he unfortunately died in the middle of the journey. Then the so-called surrender to the royal family will naturally be left alone. As the leader of a sect, Ning Fengzhai would not easily suppress treasures on a certain force. Zhu King looked at his envious look and smiled, saying the scene. This is also the god of blessings, which allows the empire to have talents like Chang'an brother. To be honest, when I first learned about Lai Chang'an's existence, even Qian Rengsu couldn't help but be surprised by this person's talent. The 8-year-old soul lord, if she had not been sure that his martial soul was not a god-level martial soul, she even suspected that this person was favored by the gods. Because in today's world, only the owner of the angel martial soul, whose innate soul power is level 20, can reach level 30 after awakening the martial soul at the age of 6. In 2 years, after waking up the martial soul at the age of 6, only after waking up the martial soul at the age of 6, it can reach level 30 in 2 years. As a result, this person named Lai Chang'an is just a level 10 innate full soul power, but he can improve his level 20 soul power within 2 years. It's simply incredible. In terms of the speed of soul power improvement, even Qian Rengsu has to admit that he is probably not as good as Lai Chang'an. This person is the real pervert. Fortunately, although his cultivation talent is very strong, his martial soul is not a god-level martial soul. This made Qian Rengsu completely relieved, because whether the soul master is strong depends on the martial soul. She believed that with the strength of the 6-winged angel, even if Lai Chang'an becomes the ultimate Duluo in the future, she would not be her opponent. This is the arrogance from the owner of the god-level martial soul. So after learning about Lai Chang'an's talent and secretly observing it personally, He confirmed that his martial soul was not a god-level martial soul. Kyan Renksu gave up his murderous intentions at him and had the intention to subdue him. With her current identity as Zhu King, it is not difficult to conquer Lai Chang'an, the future extreme duo. As long as your true identity is not exposed, then Lai Chang'an's loyalty is absolutely not to worry about. Even Kyan Renksu cannot ignore the ultimate duo-level combat power without knowing that he can become a **** in the future. It will be available tomorrow. I hope everyone supports it. Even if I really want to raise a book, I will at least subscribe to one chapter and give the book data. Thank you, the author. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a Soul Beast clone, it's on the shelves again. September 1st, which is to be released tomorrow. I won't say much nonsense, at least 6 chapters will be updated tomorrow. I hope all readers can support the first order. Even if you only order 1 chapter, you can make money. As for the rules of adding updates, if the first order can exceed 1,000, then every 100 orders will be added, 1 chapter will be added. The monthly ticket will be updated every 100. However, with my disappointing results, whether the first order can be 1,000 or not is at stake, so this is probably useless to add 80% of the rules, so let's just watch it for fun. End of this chapter. Dulyo Dalu, I have a Soul Beast clone Tiandu Royal Academy. A new student was welcomed today. Education Commission Department. Are you my fiancé? The little girl asked curiously with her big eyes, raised her head and asked. Lai Chang'an was silent. The little girl in front of me, who was barely taller than his waist, was his fiancée, the princess of the Tiandu Empire Zhu Qi. He is almost 7 years old this year. Less than a year after he woke up his martial soul, he was arranged by Emperor Zuai to enroll in Tiandu Academy. His purpose is self-evident. Generally speaking, members of the royal family will not enroll so early. They must be at least 11 or 12 years old. Only when they are a little sensible will they arrange to enroll. As for the previous study issues, there is obviously no shortage of people in the palace who can educate the princess. It is obviously abnormal for Zhu Qi to enter school at the age of 6. Just when Lai Chang'an didn't know how to deal with his little fiancé, he spoke at the 3 education committees who were smiling and watching the 2 of them get along. Chang'an, Zhu Qi is your fiancé. You should take care of her more in the academy in the future. Meng Shenji said with a smile. The other 2 education commissioners also smiled with ants on their faces. What else can Lai Chang'an do? Of course, I could only smile bitterly, and then at the request of the 3 education commissions, I took my new arrival fiancé Zhu Qi to visit the campus. And after the 2 left the education committee, after the 3 education commissioners looked at each other, the expressions on their faces relaxed. Your Majesty is too impatient, right? Bai Baoshan couldn't help but say. Yes, Princess Zhu Qi is less than 7 years old, and she is still too young after all. Jilin agreed. Meng Shenji shook his head and said, Actually, Your Majesty has to do it. Let Chang'an and the girl from the Dugu family spend a few more years together. Then you may not be able to tolerate Princess Zhu Qi. So I can only make this bad decision. Let Princess Zhu Qi follow him in advance and spend a few years together day and night, and even if you don't have feelings, you can cultivate feelings. Even if the child in Chang'an looks mature, he is just a child under 9 years old. Perhaps he has the intelligence that is different from ordinary people, but he is not so mature in his heart. Let Zhu Qi take a place in his heart as soon as possible, so he doesn't need to. I'm worried that there will be something like remorse in the future. Meng Shenji explained the reason why Zhu Qi appeared here. On the other side, Lai Chang'an took the little Zhu Qi and walked in the beautiful campus. This girl has an extremely good appearance. The exquisite blonde hair, a pink and cute face, and the light pink princess dress. Without extra accessories, the innate nobleness naturally emanates. The only drawback is that it is too young. Lai Chang'an had no evil thoughts in his face when facing the little princess, and had no unhealthy thoughts at all. At most, I just treat it as a cute little sister who needs care and cannot be treated as a fiancé. By the way, if you have evil thoughts about such a little lowly, you feel so perverted. And Zhu Qi may not even understand what the fiancé means, right? Even if Dulyo people are generally precocious, they are only 6 years old and cannot know so much at once. In her heart, the so-called fiancé is probably just a title, a person who can take her to play with, right? Lai Chang'an looked at Zhu Qi, who was jumping in front of him, as if he was jumping like a bird leaving the cage. He guessed in his heart that perhaps her life in the palace was full of restraint. That's why I feel so excited after leaving the palace, right? After all, according to his understanding, the princess's mother passed away for some reason shortly after giving birth to the princess. Without the protection of her mother, you can imagine that this little princess's life since childhood will definitely not be so warm in the strict palace. Fiancé, come quickly, Tilda. Zhu Qi suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted at him. Sure enough, this is just a little girl who doesn't know anything. Lai Chang'an muttered to himself when he heard her name. He responded on the surface and walked forward quickly. I was worried. Would I be jealous when Du Guyan met this little girl? Then cry, make a fuss, and hang yourself. At that time, the poisonous old man who loves his granddaughter will be in trouble if he is determined to let him terminate the engagement. There is no benefit in falling out with the royal family at this stage. Just when he was worried, he found a person walking out of the corner from a distance. The girl has purple shawl hair, green eyes, and charming facial features. Her slender waist sways slightly as she walks, just like a charming and beautiful snake. Tilda, this girl is nothing else. She is Du Guyan, whom he least wants to appear. Yanzi, you're back. Lai Chang'an showed a stiff smile on his face and greeted him awkwardly. Chang Tilda and Tilda brother Tilda. Du Guyan stared at him with her green eyes, but said softly and greasily, "This little sister is very handsome. Don't you introduce me to me?" Although she was smiling, Lai Chang'an only felt the tranquility before the volcano erupted. Don't be so jealous. He complained secretly in his heart. The most worrying thing finally happened. This is. Lai Chang'an hesitated and finally said truthfully, the daughter of Emperor Zuai, the current princess, Princess Zook. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Oh, Tilda, Du Guyan stretched out her voice and said with a strange expression, so it's your highness the princess. Fiancé, who is she? The little Princess Zhu Qi seemed to feel the hostility of the woman opposite her like a snake. She involuntarily retreated to Lai Chang'an, pulled his trouser legs, and whispered, what a fierce look. Yes, who am I? Du Guyan looked at him and said with some meaning. She is. Lai Chang'an knew that the answer to this question was very critical. If Du Guyan cannot be satisfied, the consequences will be very serious. First of all, ordinary female students must not be able to choose this answer. If you choose to keep it, something will happen. Secondly, you cannot vaguely make excuses, otherwise you will easily be suspected of being sincere. So there is only one answer left to him. She is my lover. Lai Chang'an no longer hesitated, as if he had let go of all the entanglements. Her heart trembled with deep eyes at the girl opposite her. The next sentence immediately turned her cold eyes into spring water. At the same time, she is my future wife, the person who will be with you for the rest of his life. Lai Chang'an stared at Du Guyan affectionately, and his straightforward words hit the other party's heart. Du Guyan's eyes completely softened at this moment. The panic in my heart disappeared. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. The couple looked at each other as if they had a glance for thousands of years. Lovers, wife. Zhu Qi's big eyes were filled with clear stupidity, and he could not understand the meaning of these two nouns at all. The little girl who is less than 7 years old is the age to play with. Even though she was born into a royal family and received education since she was a child, she would not teach so much knowledge of adults at this age. So for the conversation between the two, she could only understand the superficial meaning and could not understand the profound meaning implicitly in the conversation. And I don't think it's strange that my fiancé has a lover. Since you are a person you know, you need to say hello out of etiquette. The first update is please book the first one. End of this chapter. Dulio Dalu, I have a soul beast clone hello. Fiancé is lover and future wife. Zhu Qi walked forward like a little adult, raised her head and looked up at Du Guyan and introduced herself according to the script. I am the fiancé's fiancé. Fiancé's fiancé, looking at the little guy in front of me who maybe doesn't know what I'm talking about. Du Guyan fell into silence. Is this her rival in love? Originally, Du Guyan imagined that Princess Zhu Qi, who had a marriage contract with Lai Chang'an, should be a girl full of nobleness, comparable to her beauty, and is 18 years old. As a result, today I met a real person. I realized that reality and what she imagined seemed to be so big. Just this little doubting in front of him. I'm afraid he's only 6 or 7 years old, right? Du Guyan wanted to laugh a little. At the same time, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Just such a childish little girl. His brother Chang'an obviously wouldn't be interested. That's good. One love rival is missing. When this little doubting grew up, I am afraid that she and her brother Chang'an would have cooked raw rice. Even the child may be able to awaken his martial soul. And by that time, the strength of the two of them must have reached the point where they cannot be afraid of the royal family. It's enough to terminate the engagement easily. Dugu Yan thought optimistically. After seeing Zhu Qi's real person, she had no longer included this little girl in her love rival. After all, this child is too young. It seems that there is no threat at all. She screamed like a fiancé, which was more like playing house. Duguyen couldn't have any jealousy at all, and she even thought the girl was so cute and had the urge to tease her. "Hello, little princess." Duguyen squatted down gently, aligned her gaze with Zhu Qi's, and said with a smile on her face, "Are you cute? How old are you this year? Have you awakened your martial soul?" 6 years old, almost 7 years old. When Zhu Qi heard her inquiry, she put her hands on her hips and raised her chin slightly. "I have awakened my martial soul. The innate soul power is level 6. My father praised me for being the highest among the princesses of all generations." So amazing, Tilda, he actually has the 6th level innate soul power. Dugu Yan cooperated with a surprised expression and praised in surprise. Zhu Qi will definitely become a great soul master in the future. As for the innate soul power of level 6, if nothing unexpected happens in the future, the Soul King will be the end. There is also a very small probability that it can break through to the Soul Emperor. It is almost impossible for the Soul Saint to reach it, let alone the Soul Contra and the title Duoluo. So Du Guyan looked surprised, which was clearly making the child happy. As for the great Soul Master, Soul Masters of the Soul Honor Soul Sect level are also great Soul Masters in the eyes of ordinary people. Nothing wrong, and the level is 2nd. The key is the inherited martial soul of the Tiandu royal family swan. This kind of martial soul is not a powerful martial soul. When the Tiandu royal family was able to establish a country, it did not rely on its own powerful martial soul, but many allies and chance. So if Zhu Qi is not surprised, her future achievements will be very limited, unless you can take the immortal herb to transform yourself and make the martial soul evolve. But if you think about it, how could Du Guyan be willing to use the immortal herb to cultivate love rivals, after letting go of your guard? Du Guyan gradually discovered the cuteness of Princess Zhu Qi. She teased the little guy and soon made the little guy call Sister Yan in a sweet voice. The main character, Lai Chang'an, was rejected by the two, and they looked like two sisters soon. I can only sigh in my heart. Women's friendship is so strange. Zhu Qi, who is only 6 years old this year, is undoubtedly the youngest student at Tiandu Academy. Naturally, she could not take care of herself alone at her age, so this important task fell on Lai Chang'an, who was a fiancé, and he arranged for Zhu Qi to live in the same dormitory as him. Lai Chang'an naturally refused this repeatedly, saying that he was a rude man. How could he take care of the children? However, the college was determined to make such arrangements, and said that, although Zhu Qi was only over 6 years old this year, she was able to take care of herself. She even knows how to do laundry and cook, and she can take care of Lai Chang'an's daily life while living together. This made Lai Chang'an hear this. Do you feel that the other party's words are inconsistent? It was said before that Zhu Qi was young and could not take care of herself, but later it was said that she was able to take care of herself. He even knows how to do laundry and cook. How can a dignified Princess Tiandu work like this? Damn, the royal family has taken great pains to get the princess to him. All of the words are said to be. Seeing that the opposite side was determined to stuff the princess to him, Lai Chang'an could only pinch his nose and accept it. It's not okay to admit it. It's not the time to turn against each other. When Du Guyan learned about this situation. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. She immediately said that she would move in with Lai Chang'an as well. Although I believe that my lover is not interested in this little doubting, who is only over 6 years old, Du Guyan subconsciously felt that it was inappropriate to let a girl live in her boyfriend's house, even if the girl is young. So I decided to move in with my boyfriend. In this way, with her own joining, nothing would happen between the two that she would not want to happen. Then, Lai Chang'an started living together with 2 girls when he was 8 to 9 years old. It is worth mentioning. Although Zhu Qi is still confused about certain adult problems, she has received special education. Even if she is only over 6 years old, she can basically take care of herself. He even made good dishes. From the day she checked in, the breakfast for the 3 of them was basically contracted by this little guy. Du Guyan doesn't know how to cook, and Lai Chang'an is too lazy to do it. Even though the dormitory is equipped with a special kitchen, he usually goes to the canteen to solve the problem. Unless I practice late occasionally, I feel really hungry. Then he went into the kitchen to make some food for himself. So the final task of cooking fell on the little guy Zuki. At first, the two of them felt embarrassed, and they felt that the two adults were actually being taken care of by a child in turn. But gradually, they got used to it. As for the question of the dignified princess, she actually do laundry, cook, and take care of people's daily life. Lai Changan once quietly asked Zhu Qi why she, as a princess with golden branches and jade leaves, would she do such a rough job as washing clothes and cooking. As a result, I got the answer. They were taught by the nanny in the palace. They said I needed to learn this and take care of my fiancé's daily life. This answer made him understand immediately. The royal family is changing their strategies and preparing to let the princess take the route of a virtuous wife. I want to take care of his daily life by spending time with him day and night, taking a position in his heart. This strategy has to be said to be really clever. People's hearts are full of flesh, and dignified princesses are condescending to the nobles and taking care of your daily life. Over time, who will not be moved unless you are cold and weak in nature? Will he still feel embarrassed to regret the marriage then? End of this chapter.